So many dreams, so many aspirations, and so much grind, ladies and gentlemen. All of it is going to come to the fore in this one final week of BGIS The Grind. My name is Salty, and I'm going to be your host and caster for the day. And joining alongside is going to be Arka. Arka, I must ask you, how are you feeling today?
I'm pretty excited, my friend, because I really want to see that action go forward. Until now, I wasn't expecting Undergods to perform so well. Yesterday, there were so many who have performed so well that my expectations by them is going to be increasing or doubling by itself.
Exactly. But of course, there's been underdogs. There's been many top teams who have actually participated in this competition, ladies and gentlemen. If you are not aware of it, then we started off with 256 teams, and now we have cut them down to just 64. All of them just playing for this massive prize pool of 2 crore rupees. Of course, the winner is going to run away with 75 lakhs in their pocket, and the second place with 37.5, third place with 25 lakhs, and there's a variety of other prizes as well. But all of it, to get all of it, in fact, you need to be at the very top. You need to survive up until the very end, because BGMI at the core of it is a survival game. All 16 teams drop down on the map itself, and the winner, of course, is by surviving till the very end, Darka. Of course, we will discuss a lot of things about it, but currently the situation is basically that we have 8 particular groups who are duking it out in a round-robin fashion. And of course, the top 32 teams will proceed to round 3 of the BGIS. So the stakes are pretty high.
Yeah, completely agreed, right? Once the format is going to come on our screens, we're going to make it much more simpler and easier for people who are watching to understand how the tournament has gone so far. And I do believe that, when you speak about the round robin format, I want to make it a pretty much clear for the new viewers. Round robin meaning that there's going to be several number of groups prepared, and each of these group will be fighting with one another, so that each team would have met one another in by the end of the tournament at least once or twice.
Exactly. Now, like the graphic depicts, right, we had 64 teams who had qualified for this particular round of the grind. And now the top 32 teams, of course, we have the overall standings. The top 32 teams, they are going to proceed to round 3 of the BGIS, which is going to be pretty amazing, right? The round 3 is basically the round of 256 yet again. If you don't
Yeah.
make it in the top 3, in the top 32, of course, then of course you will proceed to the round of 512, where of course you'll meet a variety of new underdogs. So for the teams who are still grinding out right now, who are still competing in this tournament, for them the job is clear to get enough points so that they can make the finish line.
Yeah, and the point system on our screens is going to give a pretty clear picture of what they're supposed to do. If a team is going to get placed or the team is going to get that winner chicken dinner, we'll have 15 points. And following up, the second place is going to get 12, and we're going to
Yeah.
go down until we reach 0 from 13 to 16 position. But let's not forget that 1 point is 1 point is rewarded to every finish
Yeah.
they get. So I believe that those who are not able to get those position points or the placement points will eventually concentrate on those finish points, right? From the early start, if they're able to get into those early skirmishes meaning small fights or the early fights, and get 1 or 2, 3 points just by getting those finishes against the opposite team, I do believe that they'll have a better confidence going on in the lobby, thinking that, you know what, we have done a decent job now. Let's try to concentrate on position points. So that early tip off is very, very important.
Absolutely. The good start is going to be extremely important for all of these teams, of course. But we just saw the schedule for the day
Yeah.
right about now, right? The maps are going to be played are going to be Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Vikendi. Now, all of these maps are different from each other, right? They have different elements, and there are particular play styles which are going to be stick true to one of these maps, of course. But, ladies and gentlemen, for the first group of teams who are going to play the first game, of course, we are going to start off with Group 1, who has a lot of good teams in them. Arca, I mean, Blind Esports, Gujarat Tigers, we have seen their performance yesterday, and these teams look scintillating.
I mean, let's not forget that final fight which took place between Gujarat Tigers and the Dragons in the map of Miramar. All these underdog teams who are playing over here have started to leave a mark in our minds, leave a mark in our hearts for them. And I hope that we get to see some of them perform so exceptionally well that all the teams on the top will start to fear that the underdogs are actually here to dominate.
The underdogs certainly will look to dominate, and that is one of the reasons why we have given them the term of undergods, right? The
Yeah.
ones who actually outshine the competition and make it tough, make life tough for these top tier teams, the fan favorite teams, of course. But so far in this final stretch of BGIS the grind, we've seen that the experience which the top teams are bringing on the table, the communication with which they are playing has been absolutely fantastic, and that is one of the reasons why their performance has been equally good, Arca. I mean, imagine this Team Soul. They had a fantastic run last day.
I mean, I would agree, but for the viewers who are watching us on Geo Cinemas, will be wondering, right? What is the tier one team? What is a tier two team? What's a tier three team? Let's try to explain them what this
Yep.
is all about. Tier is like a stage. For
Yeah.
example, those who have started to be competitive, those who have started to play the competitive scenes, they won't know where to start from. So what they usually do is they indulge themselves in an open tournament which keeps taking place, but this is amongst the biggest. BGIS is the biggest open tournament you can ever find in the game of BGMI. Obviously, it's coming from the developer, so it is the biggest. But there are other small tournaments which take place every now and then. Okay, once you
Mm-hmm.
become a part of those small tournaments and make a name for yourself, once you start winning it, the bigger tournaments than the smaller ones will start to invite you to play in them. Then you reach the
Mm-hmm.
tier 2. Once you're
Mm-hmm.
strong enough to be competing and people feel that this team is doing exceptionally well, you get invited for the major tournaments which have higher prize pool and more number of people who will be watching you. It's a step by
Mm.
step process. And the teams on the top, or the tier 1 teams, which we refer to, the stage 1 teams, we have teams like Team Soul who have a huge fan following, who have performed exceptionally well in all the tournaments they played so far. We have Godlike. So we are considering them to be the top tier teams. But let me tell you this, by the end of this tournament, the story could be way different for all the tier 1 teams, because they're going to be replaced. And let me
Yeah.
tell you that there are a lot of undergods who are looking so good that one day they're going to be replacing all the teams on the top and considering themselves, or they're going to be called as the tier 1 teams themselves.
Exactly, and this is what grassroots tournaments like BGIS does to the community, right? It brings
Yep.
up these new underdogs who can, in fact, turn out to be the king slayers in the
Yeah.
competition, of course, take down the top dogs and take their seat as well, establish themselves as the top tier team, just like you mentioned. I think beautifully explained the way different teams line up. It's mostly because of how they've performed in the past. But so far, past performance is not going to matter, ladies and gentlemen. It's about right now, you have 7 games in one single day, and you have to acquire the most amount of points. Now, how do you do that, right? When you drop down from the flight onto the map, you've got to first figure out your loot and then proceed onto your designated spot inside the play zone. Arka, I think we described what the play zone and the blue zone is, of course, but we will reiterate that a little further today as well, right? The play
Yep.
zone is where the safe space inside the map lies. You have to be inside that white circle that pops up on the map, of course. And it keeps shrinking, right? And as soon as the final circle hits, that is where you have to survive up until the very end to get that much awaited winner chicken dinner. Am I right, Arka?
Oh, absolutely. As this, play zone shrinks, or the white circle as it shrinks, it's going to bring you closer to your enemies. And that's the whole concept. Because once there's a big map and everybody gets down and
Yeah.
nobody wants to fight with one another, then the feel of it is no more. So in a battle
Hmm.
royale game, as you guys already know, you can either play it a solo at home, you can play it as a duo where you feel that, what, it's hard for me to find another teammate. I just have my brother, and I believe I can play with my brother or my cousin, or probably partners. I've seen husbands and wives playing together as well. So
Damn.
all these people can play as a duo. But when it comes to the competitive scene, which we are right now showcasing in front of you, a squad will be of consisting of 4 people. So these
Yeah.
4 people will make a team, and 4 of them will have different roles for themselves. Because in a
Yeah.
competitive scene, you can play cricket with 11 members anywhere around the world. But when you go to the professional scenes, you'll have a
Hmm.
captain, you'll have the top order, you'll have the middle order, you'll have the lower end or the bowlers. Similarly, in this game as well, we're going to have 4 people, and 4 of them will have an IGL, an
Yeah.
assaulter, a person who's ready to take the fights, a supporter who's going to make sure he's going to be supporting the assaulter, an
Yeah.
IGL is the leader who's going to be leading everything, and probably a medic or another supporter assaulter who's going to be
Hmm.
making sure that the team is hale and healthy every time they move
Hmm.
into a circle, or probably support the main assaulter altogether. So this is just the basics. As we move on into the game, we'll be explaining you guys furthermore as to how things will turn out inside the lobby, a lobby in the sense a game.
Absolutely. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I think that the first map which we are going to play, of course, is being dolled up. It's being readied so that the players can launch themselves onto it and start battling it out for that first winner chicken dinner, of course. But Arka,
Yep.
let's talk a little bit about the maps, right, that we are going to play today. So Erangel and Miramar, in my opinion, I would call them the basic maps, the default maps.
Yeah.
Everybody loves to play on them. They've been in the existence for the longest amount of time, and Erangel, majority of these players, they term it as their home turf because they've played this particular map for such a long time. Lush green fields, sunny day, of course, and the striking factor of this map is going to be its size, number one, and number two is going to be its terrain. You've got
Yeah.
3 different islands which are connected with little bridges. You've got the military base island, you've got the mainland where there are different regions like Pochinki, Rozok, Georgopoli, Esnaya, and then there is that northern fringe, of course, where you have shooting range and stopper, etc. Now this
Yeah.
map in particular is liked by majority of the players, so I'm expecting that this should be a good start to the day. But what is your take on Erangel? And then let's move forward onto Miramar as well, and let's describe what Miramar actually looks like and how it actually feels.
I would say that it's a default map. Anybody who downloads the game, which is for free, and that's the most important thing. Many people have, texted me and asked that, where do I find it and how much is it? No, this game is absolutely free. You need to make sure that you download it and keep it, because just in case you find time and you feel that,
Hmm.
okay, there's a game which I can try it out, then for sure this is one of those games. And when you do try it out, the first map which is going to be downloaded and ready for you to play will be the map of Erangel. And as soon as you open the map itself, it's a 6x6 map where
Yeah.
it's going to be easy for you to traverse around, make sure that you'll be reaching few places as well. But you know what, let me put it very, very simple for you guys. uh, each of the places on the map, it's just like a city. Okay,
Yeah.
there's a place called Pochinki, it's one city. And then you have a place like Miltapava, that's a small area as well. So if you have to get down in a city, or if you go to any state, and if you want to meet more people, or if you want to get yourself some grocery and all those stuff, where do you head on to? You always head on to the city, the main area where there's a lot of population, where there's a lot of building. Similarly, if you need those guns, which are the spawns, meaning spawn in the sense, it is present inside the game from the get-go itself, it's just
Yep.
present over there. So once you get down, you majorly aim to go to these cities, because that is where you'll find most loot, where you find the guns, where you find the vehicles. It's going to be there. The bullets are going to be there, the medkits are going to be there. So you do not want to go to smaller buildings or smaller areas in the map, but rather concentrate on this. And that is what we call a hot drop. Hot
Mm.
drop in the sense where you can expect many other people to think just like you, and you're going to meet more than one team, or you're going to meet another team when you get down to the specific city. So I made it as simple as possible. I hope that you guys are following what I'm trying to say over here. But Salty, if I'm, my tendency, right? I tend to get too involved into the game because I love it so much. Anytime you would want to stop me, you can go ahead. But yes, coming back,
Mm-hmm.
Erangel map is a map which is, as you explained, it has some high grounds, high ridges. You have some buildings to move around with. The rotations are going to be easy. There are two bridges you can play around with. So how can players play in this map? We'll be seeing it further.
Exactly. But, ladies and gentlemen, for now, of course, we are going to have a look at the top 5 players who actually did a fantastic job on day 1. And this is how you acquire finishes, right? You acquire finish and damage points to be in the top 5 players. And the list goes like this. Growing Strong's Godbot is at the tippity top with 13 finishes to his name. That's a massive number, by the way. This man single-handedly gave his team 13 finish points to work with. Of course, Growing Strong had a fantastic run yesterday. The 2 games that they played were extremely consistent. One was a big chicken dinner, of course. Then you've got WSB in the process, Zeref,
Yep.
an up-and-coming fragger who has sort of made his name in the community so far with 9 finishes. I think this lad is already warmed up. And then you, of course, have Destro, right? I mean, who does not know Destro? I mean, people who have been following the Indian gaming community and the Indian BGMI scene, as a matter of fact, they would know that Destro is one of the most skilled players in the lobby, one of the players who has the most amount of confidence. And with 9 finishes and the amount of clutches he pulled off yesterday, I think that he was sort of carrying a lot of responsibility on his shoulders for the team, of course. And that is what you expect from a stalwart from this team. And at the end, of course, you've got Sparky and Blacks. Now, Blacks as a player is fantastic. Team Mayavi, their coach is Mayavi, of course. And speaking with him, I've sort of come to the fact that Blacks is somewhat of an untapped potential. And if guided the right way, this man can be the biggest superstars of the next generation. And that is what we are here to find, of course, in the VGIS The Grind. We are here to find superstars of the future. And it seems like the top 5 players, they're all mostly underdogs. 4 out of the 5 players, I would say
Exactly.
that they are underdogs, Arca. And this is what I love to see.
I mean, I'm expecting some more undergods to come on. And this is how you make yourself known in a tournament, right?
Yep.
You assault so well, or you lead your team so well, but at the end of the day, people are going to wonder or remember your name for a really long time. And at the same time, wonder, like, how is this person able to pull off such a great gameplay against the professional teams who are also there in the lobby, right? So
Yep.
we'll be looking forward to see more, try to break down how they're able to execute something. But as I've always told, all those professional teams out there, they have played so many games, they're like an open book.
Yep.
Anybody can know the strategy, everybody knows their rotation, everybody knows like how they take a fight. So it's going to be hard for the teams or the well-known teams to somehow come out and try to understand the undergods and try to see how to counter strategize things against them. I know few of the audience watching right now is wondering what we are speaking about, but trust me, if you stick on until the end of the stream, you're going to be good enough to play this professional scenes as well.
Absolutely. I mean, this the battle between the top tier teams and the underdogs has been a massive topic for conversation in the community so far, and it's
Yeah.
so healthy, to be honest, because the fact that the top tier teams have been struggling against these underdogs just makes sense. It just goes to show that the community and the overall scene in general is actually proceeding in the right direction. Of course, these underdog players, they wouldn't have as many facilities as the professional team, just like you were talking about, be it coaches, being it analysts, managers, or even devices. As a matter of fact,
Yeah.
underdogs, they're playing it from their home, they're playing it with limited resources, limited amount of time, but they are proving their skill. And this is one of the reasons why I think this platform BGIS the grind is so important to all of these players, because they get that opportunity to show what they excel at and then sort of make a career out of it. BGMI definitely has grown onto a stage where you certainly can make a pretty big career out of it, and I feel like the grind is sort of the stepping stone for the players who are here to come out. Am I right?
Yes, absolutely agreed on this point. Without any further ado, we will be going right into the game. And let me tell you this, you have a very small window of 10 to 15 seconds to go grab your popcorns, because what we are heading into is one of the best games you will be looking out for if you're joining the stream today. And for those who are already watching, I know that you're waiting to see which is the team which will be coming on out on top, as most of your favorite teams are actually playing the first map of the day. It's going to be the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. With me, the co-pilot is going to be Salty, and I'll allow him to take off.
Absolutely. We definitely have taken off, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the flight is on the skies. Of course, the flight path will be in front of our screens in a couple of minutes. Here we go. It starts off from Yasnaya and ends towards hospital. Now, look at this, right? This is how the map looks like from the bird's eye view, or from a satellite view, if I must say. It starts off from Yasnaya, moves towards hospital. The flight path, if I must say, is a little towards the northern side of it, of course, which makes things a little difficult for teams who want to go towards the military base. Now, how do you move? How do you eject yourself from the plane and actually go to your designated drop spot? There is going to be a dedicated button for you to eject out of the plane, and then you glide onto parachutes. As you can see, all these icons of parachutes on top of the players right now, they're all gliding, they're all in the air, trying to drop into their designated drop locations. Teams will have it figured out even before they step into this game, of course. But the longer you glide, the more distance you cover. And I feel like for teams who want to go towards Milta, farm, or even military base, they will have to glide for a very long time to come.
Yeah, I couldn't be more clearer than that as well, Salty. But you know what? For those teams who are going to the specific drop locations, and why do they have a specific drop locations? As they, play around in the tier lobbies, which we have already explained what it is all about. Few teams decide not to take those early fights and get finished off. So they designate themselves few places where they can go, finish their loot perfectly, get the proper loadout. Loadout meaning what you can see on the bottom
Yep.
of your screens, where you have your helmet, you have your vest, you have your guns, you have your throwables. It's just gonna show what all this individual player or you yourself is carrying.
Hmm. Exactly. It just shows what is present in your backpack and what sort of utility you're wearing as well. For example, Acid, right? He had a level 3 helmet, which is going to be pretty crucial, because when you find level 3 gear inside the game, you are one of the lucky few. Very common is
Yep.
to find yourself level 2 vest and level 2 helmet, which does tank a lot of damage, to be honest, and it's good to go. But when you find these level 3 gear, this just boosts your confidence to infinity, because now you know that you can take those close range combats and you are geared up to tank as many bullets as you potentially can. I mean, that is possible to the max of this game, of course. And
Yeah.
so far, Team Rebel, in fact, their performance has been pretty crazy. Nikki, she does have the level 1 vest and the level 1 helmet that we were talking about. She does have the AKM, an assault rifle, which sort of excels in the short range combat. But I don't believe that that is going to come into the big picture right now, especially with team ruling since 80s. The distance
Yep.
is quite massive in between these two teams.
I still hope that, if they know to maintain that recoil with the right kind of scope, they'll be able to execute a very, very good knock against the side of ruling since
Yeah.
80s. But, it's my duty, is our duty to just remind the viewers that TR, the Team Rebel, which you're looking at, is one of the most strongest and one of the
Hmm.
most well-known all-girl lineup. All girl in the
Yep.
sense all four players playing in that team are all women or
Yeah.
females. So we'll be
Hmm.
looking forward to see how well they're going to be playing as well. And let me tell you this, it's all about the talents. It's never about any kind of boundaries which can be put in front of you.
Definitely, right? This is what the beauty of the game lies. I mean, there is no bar in terms of age, there is no bar in terms of gender. Everybody is welcome to come in and play. And Team Rebel, I mean, the fact that they are making waves in the community by being an all female lineup, but still performing so good, it's just so good to watch, right? This team, they excel in positional play. Now, what is positional play, to be honest? Positional play is basically how you move from one point to the other as the play zone shrinks during the game. Of course, ladies and gentlemen,
Yep.
the white circle that you see on the map is called the play zone. It is going to shrink as we progress further into the game, forcing players to stay inside it and take those battles for survival, of course. And Team Rebel, they excel on going from one particular circle to the other. And that is one of the reasons why they rack up those placement points which you get for surviving long enough in the game, Arca.
Yep, absolutely. Now, this is also known as a word rotation. So every time when we say Team Soul is taking the best rotation or the better rotation, especially the team you're watching on the screens right now, we are referring that, the way they're able to traverse through these areas. For example, they're in the Gatka region and the circle is going to form up somewhere near Yasna area. And how are they going to move from Gatka to Yasna area without being shot, without taking fights, or probably even if they're taking fights, how are they executing those fights to finish off the player and heading to that very location inside the circle, and how are they going to hold off that area as well? So usually we call this I would say a pathway which they create, or I would say their journey from point A to point B as rotation. And
Yeah.
not many teams are able to crack this code that easily, because it is one of the toughest things to do in this game. As we all know, all the teams will be looking forward to rotate from one place to another, and during those times, somewhere we can see that few come and collide with one another. You know how
Hmm.
everything works, right? When everybody wants to
Exactly.
get inside the circle, they might come across one another, and few teams, I don't know how they do it, and they keep impressing me every single time I see them do it. Few teams prioritize the circle first, or you know what, they'll be like, let's forget about the loot right now, let's go right
Hmm.
into the circle first and then take the fights. And they rotate so well without any of those clashes that I'll be sitting over here all mind boggled.
Definitely. I think this is what the professional players are here to do. This is what the underdog players are here to show, ladies and gentlemen, to show us a performance which will leave us crashing our heads, of course. And one of the teams who actually did that was Gujarat Tigers yesterday. Their
Yep.
performance was scintillating, pretty aggressive. They know how to take those fights. Now, if we talk about fights, there are different scenarios, which, of course, there are to explain. There can be a 4v4 fight. What is a 4v4 fight? If a team collides with another team with no interference from anybody else, both the teams have their four players alive. It is what we term as a 4v4 fight. And in that situation, the team communication and how the team actually functions together becomes extremely important. For sure, at the core of it, you just have to hit your opposition in the head, get yourself that headshot, and you will get those finish points for yourself. But it's a little more complicated if you talk about the
Yep.
competitive scene. Formation becomes extremely important. And of course, just like Arka described in the pre-game segment as well, every individual player in the team should know its roles and responsibilities and how they should approach a particular 4v4 fight.
Now, I'm going to be going to the grassroots of explaining few things. I just hope that those viewers who are professionals, those viewers who know this game, have played this game, are not going to like much. But you know what? Yesterday, one of my uncles called me up, all right, and he was like,
Hmm.
I've been watching you guys, and you say that four players are playing with one another. How do they even communicate inside the game?
Hmm.
That question did not strike me until he asked me, and I was wondering, like, how could I not explain this to the viewers? And let me tell you this, inside the game itself, there's a mic button and a speaker button. And
Yeah.
when you switch these two on and give permissions in your mobile to use that in the game, you'll be able to communicate with one another real time. That
Yep.
means it's just like how you're on a phone call and you're playing this game. It's very, very similar to that. So you need not worry about, being on another device talking to your friends. No, that's not the scene for the new viewers. In the game itself, you can switch on the mic, and in that you'll have a team chat and an all chat. All chat is that, you know, when there's another teammate close to, or another team which is close to you and they
Yeah.
want to communicate with you, you just turn on the all chat speaker and the all chat mic. And if you want to just communicate with your teammate and you don't want someone else to listen to your strategies, you're just going to shift it to the team mic
Yeah.
and the team speaker, and then you'll be able to communicate within the team. So I just hope that the new viewers are watching, your doubts are now cleared. As you can see, the circle is now going to start to shrink. This is
Yep.
called a stage 1. It can
Yeah.
shrink down up to stage 6 depending on how many players are alive inside this circle. But as you all know, for those teams like who are inside the blue, right? We have
Yeah.
a team in yellow color called X. We have team DE in quarry area. We have the team of GG in the military base area. These teams will be dealing a little bit for damage. But before we speak further, we have the side of Team Soul being challenged by the side of Spy, as Team Soul are on the receiving end now able to retaliate to perfection as a put a player down. Hector will be looking forward for some more action over here. Team Spy doesn't realize that somebody is backfiring at them, and by the looks of it, it seems like Team Soul will be losing it out, and they will be the first team to eliminate from the lobby.
Actually, I think Team Soul recovered from that situation really, really well. I mean,
Oh
look at this.
yes.
They have 3 finishes to their name and they have wiped off the entirety of Team Spy. Definitely, the fight was extremely confusing, but Hector from the backlines, the amount of support he provided, and of course, the shots were beautiful. They were very, very precise and they hit the target right in their head. And that is one of the reasons why Team Spy, they have been completely eliminated. They are going to be the first team who are going to leave us from this map of Erangel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was a typical example of a 4v4 fight, right? One team comes in to challenge you at your compound, they ram in with their vehicles, and they are loaded. Now, what is your job as another team, as an opposition team? You try and resist that by either finishing them off or by leaving that complete battlefield whatsoever. And Team Soul being one of the fan favorite teams, you know that they are never going to back off from any particular fight. This was brilliant. Like, look at Hector. His position was not inside that building. He was outside the building, but he was providing so much cover fire to the rest of the players like Neo or Omega who were inside that building and who were dishing out the main amount of damage. This is what you would call a strategizing of play, right? You know, you station
Yep.
Hector backwards while 2 players take the responsibility. It just does wonders. And Team Soul, they would be very happy because they have acquired 4 early points. Again, ladies and gentlemen, to reiterate, every finish equals 1 point. And Team Soul, I believe they've got 3 or 4 finishes to their name early on in this game.
Yep, completely agreed. Now we're looking at another fight which is going to be starting up anytime soon, and we are able to see the throwables are being used. Aquanox just used a Molotov. What a Molotov does is, you know, it's going to keep your floor on fire for a brief period of time. And restrict the opponents to push in against you. But Team Silent is right now using the DBS. DBS meaning a shotgun, but eventually a grenade is going to be tossed towards him and he's going to be knocked out. And now his teammate will now have to decide whether to take the fight with the opponents or revive his teammate. But most of these players tend to go for the revival so that, you know, they'll have all
Yeah.
4 men standing to take those fights. A grenade had also come in, but Aquanox doesn't get too much damage out of it.
Yeah, certainly Team Godsreign, they are in a little bit of a disadvantage because 2 of their players are knocked out. Now, Blaze is still trying to recover the situation by trying to work with his teammate Aquanox so that maybe he can fix things. But so far, I think the number one objective, just like you mentioned, Arka, is going to be to revive their IGL, who is Robin. With Robin being taken out, feel like this team was functioning with 50% strength, but now they are going to be back in their forces and they might just be able to destroy Team Silent Killers. Now, what exactly happened here? This was a great Molotov which was thrown in. The Molotov sets the floor on fire and it dishes out damage. It was so accurate that Narcotic had to leave the revival which he was doing and had to try and jump down off that floor itself. And now Narcotic is left all by himself. Godsreign, they have 3 players who are still surviving. They can try and double team him off the game itself. But they're still trying to go up against. He's still trying to try and bullet him down, gun him down, and absolutely destroyed the sides of Team Silent Killers. That was beautiful to watch. I mean, they did take their time, Arka, but I think when they strike hard.
I mean, it was Blaze alone who took those fights. He made sure that, he gets all those four finishes for himself. A little selfish, if you ask me, but guess what? He was able to step up to that moment, make sure that he fights against the enemies when his team actually needed it, and getting all those finishes is four finishes is no joke. Whereas the side of Team Soul is able to put four finishes where Akshat has got two and Hector has got two as well. Now,
Yep.
you know, there are several questions which I feel that it still needs to be answered. How do these teams get to know if someone is coming closer to them, right? And I do believe that they'll
Interesting.
have something called the sound cues, or the sounds they'll be able to hear. You can hear the footsteps, you can hear the vehicles which is moving around, you can hear the environment around you, and ultimately
Hmm.
many of these teams do know it professionally, how to make use of it professionally. But just to give a clarification for all the viewers on our Geo Cinemas, that this is what it is all about.
Exactly. Of course, sound cues extremely important in the game. Of course, you have to constantly hear the footsteps of your enemies to try and decipher where their position is, of course. And when definitely you hear a vehicles approaching, you know as a matter of fact that an entire army is approaching you. Look at this. Team Soul, they just completely ran over a player in that particular direction. And this was the fight which I was talking about. Godsreign, three players trying to jump onto one. You're never going to survive because a 3v1 situation essentially means that one player from the opposition is left with three enemies trying to strike him down. And of course, at one time, you can only aim at one person. So definitely there's that numbers advantage which the other team had over there. But look at this. Team Blind, a team who performed exceptionally well yesterday. They are continuing their run of form. Mania has already gotten a finish point for himself, and Blind Esports, they have their crosshairs set on another team. It seems like Blind Esports, they're looking to strike hard once again.
Now, Team Blind, the success rate has always been high due to the kind of gameplay they bring into into every single lobby they play in. They either go for that 2v2 split, which has always helped them. What do you mean by a split? A split is nothing but a group, right? So a 2v2
Yeah,
group. For example, you have four men standing. They either decide to stay a 1v3 split, which is visible on our screens right now. On the northern side of the map, we're able to see HUB team in pink. We have Avatar who's coming in the front, and rest of his three teammates are far away. So that's a 3v1 split where one person is going to go ahead, gain
yeah.
information, and probably be the bait as well, because he knows that in case he gets taken down, he can rely the information to his teammates that, you know what, I'm being shot right now. Do not come to this very place. There are players over here. Or probably, if he's strong enough to knock out players, he's immediately going to tell his teammates, you know what, I've already got a knock. I think we can take this fight. Why don't you immediately come and help me out? So that's a 1v3 split which usually takes place. But Blind is a team which always go for a 2v2 split, which has always helped them out. You know, there are two players together and the other two are together. So when there is a fight, they know how to take it together. Like how Team Soul right now is doing. They're playing with a two-man split. Akshat is this teammate will be trying to fire a guy, and in case Akshat gets shot, his teammates' work is to give him a cover fire or to knock out the person who's trying to shoot at him. So I think that is how this game can be played as well.
Hmm. Beautifully explained right there. Team Soul, they've lost a player in casualty. They've lost Omega, their IGL. And now this might just come in to hurt them because they're caught in the middle of nowhere. They have no cover whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen. Cover is extremely important in this battle royale game. You need to hide somewhere from the bullets coming across your way, and Team Soul have none of it. And it seems like they are in the middle of nowhere. The only form of cover is going to be the smokes, which they can try and lie in front of them, which is going to provide them that 15 seconds, that 15-20 seconds of blind cover whatsoever. The enemies won't be able to pinpoint their location, but they would still know what their general location is. But so
Yeah.
far, Blind Esports elsewhere, even they are looking pretty strong. I mean, in this region where the circle lies exactly, I think there are a lot of compounds to work with, and they might just be able to hold on to this region for a pretty long time because they have no added motive. When you are inside the play zone, when you are inside the safe zone, which we call it, you don't really have the extra bit of motivation to move. You can just stay in your hard cover, stay safe, and stay sound.
Now, as you said, hardcover. I hope the viewers know what is hardcover, and if you guys do know it, do not be, uh, you know, I would say, do not be jealous. that about the other players knowing it, because we'll be helping you out with what a hard cover is. Hard cover is nothing but a building or behind a vehicle, any kind of thing which can restrict bullets to be passing through or bullets to be hit at you. For example,
Yeah.
RC, who are in the scopes of Gujarat Tiger right now, are inside the
Ooh.
hard cover of a building, but he was clever enough to use a 6x scope, which is visible below, as the gun symbol is highlighted in his loadout. He's holding a Kar 98 as the name of the gun with 6x scope, and he's already scoped in because he knows that there's a player far, far away, right? So the more the
Yeah.
number, the farther you can see. So right now,
Yeah.
this person using is a 3x with a gun which is more capable of using. So all of these players do know which gun they're actually capable of using and at what scenarios which gun will come into play.
Exactly, and we've not really seen a sniper rifle onto any players in a very, very long time. But Eggy,
Yep.
just like you mentioned, is using the Kar 98 right now. It's beautiful to watch. Of course, the shots which are going to hit, if they hit the target, you are going to drop down dead. But so far, Eggy hasn't really managed to hit one of those shots, land one of those bullets in the skulls of the opposition. But look at the circle, ladies and gentlemen. This is stage 3 that we are talking about. In fact, stage 5, pardon me for that we're talking about. And the circle is extremely small. And all the 13 teams and 49 players who are alive, all of them need to appear inside this circle. Now, how do they do it is what we call rotation. Rotation we've explained already. If they don't manage to make it in time, the blue zone is going to engulf them. As soon as it does that, you are going to take a massive amount of damage. So, for you to be safe from that blue zone damage, you need to make those rotations quick, you need to make those rotations fast, and enter a suitable spot inside the play zone, just like Blind Esports is holding right now. They're holding the edge of the circle, but also they have a high ground advantage to them, and because of it, Joker is going to find one knock onto Aquanoff. Godsreign, they are bleeding, and they are bleeding very, very hard. Extremely bad situation for all of them, and as soon as they try and rotate, Blind Esports, they're gonna take shots at them and immediately wipe them off the turf itself.
Now this is where teams have to decide whether they'll be able to take shots, where they'll be able to bear shots from the opponent and get eliminated, or will they stay inside the blue zone, take chip damage every single time, and try to heal themselves and stay alive. Now, since we have already explained you guys the basics over here, we'll try to go a little fast with trying to commentate what's happening on the screen. If we're able to catch up, that means we have done our job, or else the next set of casts are going to make it even more simpler for you guys. But coming back right into the game, XNOR is going to be deploying a lot of smokes in front of them because they'll have to make it inside the circle, and also to want to avoid those scopes which have been falling at them. Blind Esports do understand that they've already cleared off all the teams around them thanks to the high ground advantage they had. That is, they were on top of the building. Now they have the locations of every other team in front of them, so even before they can go to the center of the circle to play well, they want to clear their backlines. What do you mean by backlines? Backlines meaning want to clear off any team which is behind you, so that when you concentrate of running forward into the circle, they shouldn't shoot your back and finish you off. So they're wanting to clear off the side of XNOR or XNOR right now by putting up throwables, because the distance is not enough for them to shoot at them as they're hiding behind the wall. So that is when you'll be using throwables, grenades or molotovs to finish them off, and it seems like they're doing it successfully and restricting XNOR, and once they come out in the open, they're going to shoot them and finish them off.
Trying to use the nade to flush them out of that compound. Beautifully placed, of course, but did not do any damage. You have to be in the line of sight of that particular utility to get damage. But look at this! The Molotov placement was absolutely precise, and then a nade to double it up. Blind Esports, fantastic job from them, just completely limiting Team XNOR and their maneuvers right there. They were stuck in the corner of the compound and they could not move whatsoever. Beautifully placed Molotov, beautifully placed nades, and once again, this one came in, if I'm not mistaken, from Team Hub Esports. Beautiful nade, which just completely destroys Team Rebel in the process, and this is the price which you have to pay for just sticking together in a very, very small situation. But look at this, Gujarat Tigers, they're on the move. The vehicle almost running over an opposition. This is one way of finishing off your opposition, pardon me for that. Eggy also trying to just completely destroy Team Soul right from the midst of it. And it seems like they've done it.
Yes, they've absolutely made sure that they run over the side of Team Soul, finishing them off. Not the kind of ending Team Soul were looking out for in the form they were in. But guess what? Blind Esports is the only team inside the small circle. As you can see on the top right corner in the mini map, they are the only team which is holding the circle, who have got hard cover for themselves. And what they're going to do from here on is finish off any team that it's going to be visible in their crosshairs. Now, crosshair meaning that plus mark which you see on the screen.
Yeah.
So Manya is one of their teammates who went out in the open just to take those fights. Eventually the backup fire came in from the side of Nakul. Now they have their eyes set on the target acquired. It's going to be the side of team R8, and it's going to be easy for them to take them out, right? Because they don't have to worry about the circle. They've got the circle, they've got the hard cover, they can see all the teams in front of them. So what they'll try to do is wait out for the other teams to clash in with one another. For example, GT can now take the fight against the side of R8 rather than running out in the open and trying to challenge a team who have an advantage of the hard cover. So 8 finishes is what they've got so far. They're looking nice, and look at what Eggy does on the other side with the Kar 98. Will be able to put down a player. Blind Joker is also getting taken down. Now Blind is severely injured. 2 players knocked out. Their teammates will be busy reviving them, and this is an opportunity for the others to actually make it inside the circle or assault them as they're all knocked out.
And Shantanu is doing exactly that. Definitely he's getting chip damage from the blue zone. Comes out in the open and he gets shot down by Knuckle. Brilliant cover fire from Team Blind Esports in that situation. But look at the final circle, ladies and gentlemen. This is stage 6 that we were talking about. The blue zone damage is massive, and definitely the trade-off is you need to enter the safe zone. But as soon as you do that, it's completely out in the open. No cover for you, no safe spot. And this is what BGMI represents. Nobody is safe in the battlegrounds. Everyone is trying to take down the others. And 4 aggressive men, they have 3 players alive. They didn't really get a lot of screen time, but they have managed to enter the final circle and be inside the top 3. So for them, there is definitely the opportunity of getting that massive chicken dinner, but destroying the other 2 opposition, namely Blind Esports as well as some other team.
I'm so sorry, man. Now Blind Esports is going in for that 1v2 split, as Nakul will be relaying information to his teammates, telling that, you know what, this is where the opponents are, this is where the other guy is, so they'll be trying to shoot him over there and finish him off. But guess what, Gujarat Tigers are like, you know what, there's a hard cover and that is where they're attacking from. Why don't we go and challenge them in their houses, and in case we're able to eliminate them, then we can get the advantage which they have. And that's why they rushed in, and they failed miserably as they get attacked by all 3 players of Team Blind to finish them off. Now another player of Gujarat is also trying to do the same, and that's going to be Tsunami. He's very low on HP right now, but he's going to be traced down by the final player. It's going to be Manya. He's down to 1 HP, or very low on HP, but still try to fight it out. But Ronnie knows that he's very low on health power, and that's when he comes out and puts him down. Now Tsunami will be telling, he'll be relying information as he's knocked out, telling that, a push is coming in towards you. Try to take them out, as the final 2 teams standing over here are going to be Eggy and the side of Blind. Now he's going to be coming out, sacrificing himself in the blue because he knows it's not important for him, whereas Blind gets that beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves because they controlled the circles properly. Their rotations were perfect. They had hard cover, the only team to have hard cover, the only team to have all 4 men standing, and that is how you execute a win in a map like Erangel, because it was all textbook basics meaning every logical thing was followed perfectly by the side of Team Blind to get that win.
Exactly. I mean, they completely picked it off where they left off last day, right? This was the run of form which they had yesterday. And again, today, they just showed their class. They just showed their performance and how good this team actually is. Not just their positioning, but their gunfights were absolutely scintillating. It's so good to watch that a team can actually hold on to a compound inside the final circle and assert dominance like Team Blind does. And they're not scared of actually taking fight. We are going to be breaking this fight down further, ladies and gentlemen, after we come back from this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you.
Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार नू
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो।
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As promised, it was a very short break, but with that, I have some exciting news for all of y'all. And that is going to be the fact that an Indian faction is getting added to Road to Valor. Now, this is pretty exciting because for all of you guys out there, you have a chance to actually win some mythic items out there. How do you do that? You go to Road to Valor social media handles. First of all, do not forget to follow it. And then in the event, which is called Guess the Guardian, go to the comment section and guess the name of the Indian faction that is coming. And if you actually do manage to guess it right, 5 lucky winners are going to get chests which are worth 2,500 gems, of course, which you can use to redeem mythic items. So what are you waiting for? Just go down there, comment, and of course, do not forget to mention your IDs because that is where you are going to get your rewards. Meanwhile, I think Johnny and me, we've already tried our luck, hoping that we do get to see some rewards, of course. But Johnny, welcome back to the panel. How are you feeling, of course, and what did you think of this entire game? Blind just flying off.
I mean, whenever Blind Esports is in the lobby, there's nothing to think. You know who's going to win for sure. And this team has been dominating the entire BGMI scene in the country for a while now.
Yeah.
And I think just living up to the expectations in the previous match as well. Although I do have to say, I mean, very impressed with Gujarat Tigers in the way they played the previous game. It was quite entertaining, I have to say.
It certainly was quite entertaining, ladies and gentlemen, and that is one of the reasons why we would love to see this action happen in front of our eyes once again. All of this is going to come in the highlight, and it all started off, Johnny, with this one fight between Team Soul and Team Spy, where Team Soul completely wiped off Team Spy's existence in a flash. I mean, this was a fight where they asserted dominance, where they set the foot up strong. They're like, all right, we're Team Soul, and we are going to win this.
And since we've been mentioning since yesterday, now that the fact we are on Geo Cinema, a pretty massive platform itself, and we have a lot of new viewers tuning in, I think that fight sort of perfectly displayed one integral aspect of the game we talked about yesterday, compound slams, and where teams try to charge on towards buildings that are already under control of another team, and you try and take that control away from them for your own benefit, of course. And that early fight in this match sort of showed how you execute a situation like that in a 4v4. But again, I think in this particular match, XNOR stepping up, that is one more thing that I wanted to bring to light, because yesterday XNOR, they did not really live up to all the hype that we had for them after their round 2 run, and they were off to a slow start. But in this game, getting those early finishes in, I think still a little bit better from yesterday. Hopefully their performance keeps getting better and better with every single game going by.
hoping for the same as well. They were completely pincered in that one corner of the building. But look at this, Gujarat
Yeah.
Tigers. You were talking about them, and the way they took the fight against Team Seoul was so merciless. They came in with vehicles and they just completely ran them over. There were no bullets used, no utility used. They were like, we don't need it. Take that fight against Team Seoul. Of course, they could not survive the wrath of blind esports, of course. They had certain compounds to utilize. They had the high ground advantage as well. I feel it was pretty wise to station Knuckle up top while the rest of the players were like the cleanup crew up front. They were the ones who were doing the dirty work, trying and finishing off every player who can spot out. But Knuckle was crucial, getting so much information and so much visual presence up top.
Knuckle and Ronnie at this point have already garnered the reputation of two of the best mechanically skilled players in this game, in this entire country at this point. And I think for them, it is important to perform day in, day out, because their team also has now started to rely on their firepower quite a lot. And as you mentioned, towards the end, we would just constantly see Knuckle securing those finishes for his team in the mid stages of the game. It was Ronnie who stepped up quite nicely. So I think it is that tandem movement of these two individuals, and of course the big brain plays coming from Manya that do make sure that blind esports is as consistent as we had seen them so far. And I think this needs to go on. But then again, this BGI is the grind. It's not really about just blind esports. There are other teams as well that we're hoping step up in their upcoming matches. And just like yesterday, my objective is plain and simple: watch out for all the undergods in the lobby.
Definitely, there are certain undergods in the lobby who are performing exceptionally well. I mean, Growing Strong was one of the teams which we witnessed yesterday. Their performance was so brilliant. They dominated, in fact, being very consistent with their domination in the two games that they played. And they're right now sitting at the tippity top of the overall standing. So a similar storyline is something which I am looking forward to, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, though, we are going to have a look at the MVP of the last game. It's going to be Ronnie from Blind Esports. I mean, just establishing the authority over the rest of the lobby with 5 finishes. This man single-handedly delivered 5 finish points to his team just from one game itself.
Yeah, and as we were talking about it, it's either Ronnie or Knuckle. One of these two is going to be a menace to the opposition the entire time. And look at this. In the list of top 5 players, we have Joker, who makes it over here, and 4 emulations, all this lad as well. Yeah, the unsung hero of this game, since he was the first man to go down from Blind Esports, but still an integral part of the team. But talking about other players, we have Akshat from the side of Seoul with 5 finishes. We have Eggy from the side of Gujarat Tigers with 4 eliminations. And also, let's not forget the fact that he was wielding one of those bolt actions, and it was a little bit of a nostalgic moment because it has been a while since we've seen snipers being used. But last but not the least, we have players on this list as well.
Absolutely, and it's such a contrasting picture to yesterday, as we saw the top 5 players of last day. It was completely filled with underdogs, but this first game has been rather a story of the tier 1 teams who just made a name for themselves, right? They were establishing authority. Blind Esports at the tippity top, ladies and gentlemen, with 29 points, Gujarat Tigers with 23, and then you've got an underdog team, 4 aggressive men. Now, of course, they were not that aggressive in terms of finishes. We could not really see them get that much screen time throughout the battle itself. But the fact that they were passive and also entered the top 3 gave them 10 crucial placement points to work with. And 14 points is not something to scoff at, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, true. I mean, they should change their name from 4 aggressive men to 4 alive men instead. Because, I mean, they managed to stay alive till the top 3, in fact, and that is a good finish. I mean, at the end of the day, only the total tally of the points is important. And in this game, starting the day off with 14 points, not too shabby, not too great. I mean, 20 is going to be the best case scenario that any team dreams about, but 14 points is actually a pretty great game. And moving on to the next page of the rankings, we do have Revenge Esports sitting there on the 9th position with just 3 points. Redemption Crew right underneath on the 10th. Team Rebel on the 11th. XNOR on the 12th. They have just 1 placement point, even though they try to survive to the best of their abilities. Then we have 7 Habit on the 13th. Spy Esports 14th. Dragon Esports 15th, and Team Silent Killers 16th. So talking about the teams that I do see again on the second page, and I would wish for them to actually do better. XNOR, Silent Killers, massive expectations from both these two teams. Silent Killers especially, if you remember their run in round 2, they were very consistent and very amazing to watch.
Yeah, both of these two underdog teams, they have massive responsibility on their shoulders because they came in from the round 1, of course. For them, the journey has been massive, and I believe that even the players dreamt of being in the final week of the grind and having the chance of actually making it to round 3 of the BGIS, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, reminding you the stakes are pretty high. I mean, if you enter the top 32 right now, you would make it to round 3, where you're going to play in the round of 256 teams at the BGIS, of course. If you don't make it, if you are in the bottom 32, of course, then you go through to the round 2, where you play against 512 teams. So that is a massive jump, massive cutoff. But of course, speaking of the next map itself, it's going to be Miramar, and these are the teams whom we are going to witness. Starting off with Team Soul, XNOR, Godsreign, and of course then you've got Group 4 teams, Johnny.
Yeah, and moving to Group 9, I mean, from this particular group, let's talk about the hard hitters, the heavy hitters first. WSB, VST, Revenant Esports. These teams have all that experience under their belt, and because of that, I think they might have observed the teams from the group prior in their game before them, and sort of have come up with a game plan to take on the challenge. Other teams that I actually do want to see what they're going to be up to are Liquid Esports and X7 Wolves. X7 Wolves, we talked about them quite a lot yesterday, and a lot of that conversation was centered around the fact that the performance has dropped drastically from the side of X7 Wolves. They were doing quite phenomenal. They were very aggressive in their round 2 matches, but as soon as round 3 began, day number 1, they weren't playing like themselves, and that was a massive point of concern. Hopefully the players have reset and realized exactly what needs to be done, and today we are going to see it in execution. Liquid on the other side, Liquid were just absolutely phenomenal yesterday. I mean, they do have decent points on the board already. I mean, in the overall rankings, where we see all the 64 teams, and I think the main point of concern for Liquid for the next 3 days, including this game, is just to make sure that they're consistent and stay in the top 32.
Exactly, and I feel like in a round robin format where multiple groups play against each other over the course of 4 days, you only get 2 or 3 games every single day, or probably even 1 game some day. So this format is extremely tricky, and getting that consistent approach to the games is extremely important. We have seen teams just pop off, especially with a couple of chicken dinners early on, but then as soon as the games progress and their performance drop, they tend to come out of that top 32. So teams will have to stay consistent at least for a little while right now. But of course, there's one team, Johnny, that I'm actually looking forward to, and that is going to be Arsla, right? This team has sort of managed to find that consistent balance between both aggression as well as passiveness, so that they can ensure a set number of points from every single game. And that strategy is optimized. That strategy is optimal for a situation like this, where you have to qualify in the top 32, of course.
And I think a little bit of maths is also required, because sometimes you do not really
A
need
lot
to
of
go
maths.
all in every single game. You do not need to overcommit in every single fight. You have to keep a mental check in your heads running, a mental table running as to exactly where you might be in the rankings, how many points you need to stay in the top 8, and do exactly that amount of work, and maybe a little bit extra if you want to have a little bit of a safety cushion. But Asla, as you mentioned, I mean, yesterday's matches were pretty interesting. Hopefully they are able to convert this one into a chicken dinner, because Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, is live right now, and the plane is in front of us. Following up in the next few seconds will be the flight path, followed by the first zone of the game. This flight path is going to start from the northern edge, starting all the way from La Cobriera, sticking towards the western side of the map, though, going south towards Los Higos.
Exactly. A very vertical flight path, if I must say, does favor the western edge of the map quite heavily. For teams who want to go towards El Azhar, Junkyard, Minas Generalis, I think that is going to be a long, long flight, or a long glide on the parachute, of course. But a chunk of the players have already ejected. A chunk is still there. I think like teams will prefer the southern end of the map, hoping that a majority of the players would eject themselves out early on, and then maybe southern regions, for example, Prison or Minas del Sur, or probably even some parts of Los Leones, completely uninhabited.
Well, I mean, certain positions maybe, but we know that Los Leones, it's like honey in front of bees, and all these teams are bees right now. It's a major city. It's a massive, massive location. So we might see a few teams head in that direction. I mean, Revenant for sure going to try and take control of Los Leones as quickly as possible. But the question is anyone going to go there to contest them, to fight them early? Talking about other positions on the map, El Pozo, we do see Hub Esports and Asla heading westwards from El Pozo, and neither of the teams have actually dropped inside the city until now. So still waiting to see if the lads do decide to land in El Pozo, or are they just going to glide westwards, try and see if they can get their looting done in Trailer Park and Ruins. But ladies and
Oh.
gentlemen, look at this. WSB against Team Soul as soon as the game begins, and the first finish of the game is going to be secured by ZF, and that too with a monster truck out of all things.
I mean, definitely, right? This vehicle does have some big tires, and I personally wouldn't want to actually get run over by one of these. And I love what Team WSB is doing, trying to stay close to the tree so that, of course, the monster truck wouldn't hit, but there is no weaponry onto Team Soul. Even Omega has a Uzi. Wait. Hector actually used a melee to take down Shook?
Yes! He cut him down in half with that machete in his hands, but let's see. XNOR over here switching perspectives now as the undergods fight amongst themselves, and it is going to be XNOR this time coming out on top, all thanks to Blitz. And yeah, they should be able to get the revive in. I don't see any other player from the side of Liquid on the radar, so getting those trades, it's going to be extremely difficult.
It's been a massive chaos right at the start of the game. I mean, you don't really imagine this happen at the start of Miramar, which is supposedly to be a passive map rather than an aggressive one. Teams just dropping in. I believe that the initial skirmish between Team Soul and WSB was for that monster truck. They wanted to get that intermediate vehicle. Team Soul just happened to find it first, and then Hector just started running over players from WSB in the process. But Liquid Esports, they've been cut by 50%, and this certainly is not the best of situations. Look at this, right? This is exactly what I was talking about. It was the fight for the monster truck, and Hector just managed to embark on that vehicle before anybody else. And then, of course, he had a little bit of a meat chopping session over there.
Two early fights, two early unexpected fights breaking out on what has been deemed to be one of the slowest maps in the game. And I think this can be an indication for one thing and one thing only. These teams, they do not want to risk anything. Secure points as quickly as possible while you still have a lot of matches remaining. Just in case if you make mistakes, you will have moments to recover later on in your journey. Today is day number 2. At the end of the day, I believe 50% of our journey for this round 3 of BGIS The Grind will be done, and that means only 2 more days left for these teams to decide who will be top 32, who will be bottom 32, which teams will move forward to BGIS round 3, and which teams will move forward to BGIS round 2. That is the most important thing to keep in mind. But now again, switching over to Team Soul, Salty, I want to know from you. I mean, whenever this team is there, we all know they are quite loaded in terms of firepower, quite experienced as well. All of these players, some of the best players in the country. Where do you think this team is going to finish off by the end of the grind?
Interesting question, but looking at their recent performances, I definitely think they're starting to build up that buffer, being inside the top 16, just not even considering the top 32. I think this is where Team Soul would target themselves to essentially be in. Just qualify without really having any hiccups in midway of the tournament. I mean, just like you mentioned, there's limited amount of time. There's limited amount of matches which remain. This is the second day, of course, of the last week of the grind. So it's going to be difficult for teams to actually manage to find that last-minute comeback. And for Team Soul, a team as big as Team Soul, I think it's the best for them to try and stay inside the top 16 to avoid that volatile space of the mid-pack that we always talk about.
And I agree with you. I think top 16 can be a target and not too difficult for them to achieve it as well. But I have this feeling that a few of these big teams have something different going on in the background. Like an internal competition of sorts, who will get the most points in a game, who will get the most points in a day, the usual things. And I think Team Soul, they have taken a few inklings from Blind Esports, and both these teams are competing against each other in terms of just putting on displays for the lovely viewers that we have. But talking about a display, ladies and gentlemen, and guess what? We won't really be seeing anything from WSB, I guess, in this game, as they have just been picked apart by the lads of VST. Out of all things, and it was Gabbar who just pulled off an amazing 1v2, finishing off the last remaining survivors from the side of WSB.
Yeah, I mean, This is heartbreaking for a team like WSB because ZF was the one who was carrying a lot of responsibility for the team last day. He was managing to keep his team, especially inside the top 32 region, but look at this right now, right? The entire team just got wiped off instantly in the map of Miramar, and even Erangel wasn't the best. So definitely points of concern for Team WSB getting the first team to be eliminated from the map of Miramar. But another fight which is breaking out in front of our screens right now is going to be X7 Wolves. And you were talking about this team, right? Evil,
Yeah.
taking some pot shots against that buggy which is being parked by Kratos from Team 7 Habit, just trying to destroy the tires. And this is a very effective strategy, to be honest, to take down vehicles from your opposition, cut their methods of rotation so that you can limit them in the end game.
So Kratos actually took shots first on towards Winter, emptied out an entire clip with the Scar and connected nothing. Zero. Nada. Not a single shot connected. Plus, the man has a 4x available on him as well. Evil on the other side was working with Red Dot, I believe, and he in fact did hit 2 shots on on Kratos. So I think a little bit of an aim diff over there. But aim diff, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is just aim difference. The other lad is a little bit better. You have to admit that. Also, as soon as I was praising one of the lads from the side of X7 Wolves, I have to say, Winter, we all saw the fact that he just took 4 damage and got knocked out when you had 2 teammates around you and absolutely no opposition to contest. So yeah, that just happened. X7 Wolves, I have no idea what's going on with the team, but I would be glad to figure it out. Because this sort of change in their playstyle, this massive stark difference in the level of aggression, the level of commitment that the team was displaying in round 2 compared to what they're doing right now is something that I honestly never expected. I mean, they were so phenomenal, so entertaining to look at, and they looked like one of the best teams in those lobbies back then. But now, I mean, taking things extremely slow, I think it might just be the pressure of losing it all in an instant for the side of X7, but I don't think that should be there, because at the end of the day, you are moving to the BGIS. Yeah, round 3 is going to make things a little bit easier. Round 2 will be a little bit tougher, but hey, you make it to the next stage.
You certainly do, right? And I feel like they have sort of crossed the riskiest of positions inside of the tournament. Of course, they don't have to come in from the in-game qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. Just like you mentioned, it is either round 3 or round 2. So X7 Wolves, I think their peak form is still not here. They're still waiting for it, maybe. And of course, we are waiting for it as well. But elsewhere, Team Rebel, though, they're starting to take shots. Team Tamilas were rotating quite close by, and the shots just deterred their plan of action. They rotated elsewhere, found a hard cover for themselves, and now they are almost at the center of the circle. The circle, of course, ladies and gentlemen, reminding you, this is stage 2 right now, and it is towards El Pozo region, does have a couple of settlements inside of it, but it is majorly out in the open, especially when you find these circles on the western part of the map. There is going to be massive, massive open grounds and a lot of topography as well. A lot of hills get encapsulated in this circle.
Well, let's see the Revenant Esports on the tiny little screen that we have towards the right-hand side. Oh, it's big now. But anyways, Revenant Esports over here. And it seems like they are still looking for a decent spot to head towards once they get out of this blue zone. Still the early stages of the game, and we have discussed this yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. In the early stages, you can easily tank the blue damage. All you need are boosters or bandages. Either one of them work. Even in stage 2, you can work around with a combination of a booster running and a few bandages here and there. But let's look at this. Revenant Esports Fierce has the M4 and the 4x scope on top of it. Quite a decent combination, but the other lads, the opposition on the other side, were a little bit quicker in their vehicle as they do escape their fate. But will XNOR be able to do the same? That's the question, as they are spotted out by the players of Team Soul, and Omega tries to go for the spray down on that vehicle, but XNOR on the other side of the race do manage to protect themselves at least for a little bit. But Neo, with this position, can in fact convert at least one knock. But even that's not going to happen. XNOR, they make it to the other side safely, and Soul, they need to back off, because this is a little bit of an overextension from their side.
This certainly is a little bit of an overextension. I mean, this is just a Tom and Jerry chase happening right in front of us. XNOR, I mean, definitely being the Jerry in this case, just barely managing to survive right underneath the nose of Team Soul, and Team Soul could not do anything about it. Of course, a little bit of a damage was given, but that was it. Team X7 Wolves elsewhere definitely in pain right now as X-Pain has been knocked out. Now, I can't see any rest of the teammates in and around, so I'm not really sure if Pain is going to get revived, but I hope he does, because for Team X7, it's extremely important to have the numbers advantage in them as the cavalry of Team Tamilas approach Pain. I just hope that he manages to survive just for a little bit longer and Team Tamilas do not find his exact position.
Still looking for the opposition. Even though they have one man knocked out quite close to them, as you guys can see on the radar. That little plus sign on that yellow circle, that is the indicator of a man knocked out from the opposing team, by the way. Only we see this. Player's perspective is definitely going to be quite different inside of the game. They do not have the added information that we have, like the positions of the other team, the lines of fire that are available, and a lot of other things that we might discuss as we get to see them in a few moments. But the zone this time takes a central shift, and Monte Nuevo is a pretty interesting location in this map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of the highest peaks of this particular map. You get a lot of vision of your surroundings, but the problem is that terrain of the mountain is extremely difficult to traverse. So if you are on top of Monte Nuevo in the early stages of the game, you will have a much more easier time compared to the other teams that will have to literally fight a steep uphill battle against you.
Definitely, and it's such a high-risk, high-reward situation, Johnny, because, of course, having that high ground advantage is something which players would crave for. But as soon as the circle shifts and as soon as the circle ditches that big mountain, you know as a matter of fact that you are at a massive disadvantage. As soon as you try and climb down from it, either you're gonna take fall damage by battling the blue zone. Of course, there's gonna be a lot of added pressure in the final circles as well. And then, of course, if you try and climb it down through any sort of vehicles and stuff, then it will tumble down and it just invites pressure from opposition. Definitely one of the most difficult terrains to actually fight the end game battle. But look at this, Team X now, in spite of having lost Mickey early on, this team looks strong and it seems like they've knocked down a player from Team Revenant elsewhere.
Well, Revenant 4 now, I mean, as you mentioned, are in a bit of a pickle, but XNOR, because it's XNOR, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, look at them. They are backing off. They have the advantage. It's a 1v2 situation where Fierce was knocked out. Apollo was the last man. And XNOR, again, ladies and gentlemen, we have added information. XNOR does not. For them, they do not know how massive of a split there is between the players of Revenant. Their decision was kind of calculated, and I have to say they went for a much safer play over there. Backing off, prioritizing their safety instead of overcommitting and overexerting themselves in a situation where they do not have complete information about the entirety of Revenant Esports. Although, talking about the entirety of Revenant Esports, while we did see two players in a bit of a pickle against the players of XNOR, the other two lads were caught off guard and up and down currently by Team Soul. And looking in the other direction over on the players of 4 Aggressive Man, we do see them right across the street from their, well, do I call VST friendly neighbors at this point? VST are pretty aggressive team.
I mean, that's the case with every single neighbor you find, right? Nobody is friendly on the battlegrounds, ladies and gentlemen. Be it on the map of Erangel, be it on the map of Miramar, it's just aggression left, right, and center. But for 4 Aggressive Men, I feel like it's going to be hard for them to try and traverse towards the next circle just because of the fact that there is an opposition present extremely close to them. Look at this, right? The circle takes a massive, massive hard shift towards the northern fringes of Monte Nuevo. Now, how do we define a hard shift? A hard shift is something which I call when the white circle sticks to one of the edges of the blue circle. Look at this, right? A central shift would have been even distance from every single direction of the blue circle, but the play zone just decides to go completely bonkers, and now 4 angry men, they are left in the middle of a puddle right now. How did they manage to take this long rotation? We will find out, of course, but for now, the Team Soul at the tippity top, even they are approximately 500 meters away from that play zone, of course, but so far, I think like they have completely pinned down Team BSD as well as 4 Aggressive Men.
Yeah, and it is going to be a massive challenge for both these two teams to try and escape, because it's not just Team Soul that they will be worried about. They have to take care of each other as well. Both these teams out in the open, and Team Soul, I assume VST and the players from the side of 4am have to travel a little bit more distance than Team Soul. So if it was 500 meters for the player of Team Soul, for VST and 4am, I think it has to be somewhere around 600, 650 meters. The total distance they have to cover to get inside the zone. And it's definitely going to be a challenge, considering there's another team quite close to you already holding the high ground. But we'll come back to that conversation in a bit, ladies and gentlemen, as we do see something interesting happening in front of us right now. The players of Team Rebel are currently being put under pressure by the lads from 7 Habit. And it's going to be an interesting fight. Team Rebel, we know they do not lack in the aspect of firepower. But yesterday wasn't really there. Today they are looking to secure a lot of points for themselves. But as soon as Rebel gets up, Drago is going to make sure that she is pinned down behind that cover. Again, Alpha also has taken a lot of damage. But over here, look at what's happening. It's Godsreign standing supreme and still reigning supreme, in fact, as they do wipe out the entirety of Do or Die.
Yeah, Do or Die, they were just completely extinguished in a flash, of course. We just got to see a glimmer of it. I mean, Godsreign landing that final blow. 2 players were certainly knocked out, but elsewhere, the action actually begins. Team XNOR are being ambushed by Team Soul, and in a flash, yet again, Team Soul just decides to wipe up their existence. XNOR Esports just could not respond to them. The amount of pressure that came in from all 4 angles, the shots that were fired, it was an absolute brutal fight, and no mercy was displayed from the side of Team Soul. They have 6 finishes to their name, and they haven't even broken a sweat.
It was so quick. That entire squad wipe happened in a matter of seconds, as you said it. And this is what we expect from Team Soul, one of the most experienced teams, as we mentioned, in this lobby. But we also want them to be challenged a little bit. So I'm waiting to see which one of these undergods is going to rise up to the challenge and at least try and pick off a few individuals, or if they get a squad wipe, that is going to be even more impressive. But we are down to the final 11 teams, ladies and gentlemen. 42 players still remaining. We've had 5 teams eliminated. X7 Wolves is out of the game, along with Liquid Esports, Do or Die, WSB, and XNOR Esports. Hub Esports, they've lost just 1 player. That's it. Other than them, all the other teams are still left in this lobby with all 4 players remaining. So as we head on to the mid-game stage of this map of Miramar, expect a lot of turbulence.
Definitely a lot of turbulence and a lot of action, ladies and gentlemen, as we get to see so many smoke clouds being deployed, and that is because this is a completely open circle, open terrains with no cover whatsoever, and that means the only piece of utility which you can use to deter lines of sight and deter all the bullets that are coming across your way are going to be the smokes. Of course, there are going to be a couple of teams who is going to use their vehicles as permanent forms of cover. They're going to destroy them, blow off the tires, so that that piece of utility forms, or rather acts as a piece of cover for all of these players. Now look at this, Hector and Omega. They have some sort of smoke clouds which are denying their presence. They are at the edge of the circle, but they need to battle 2 teams at once, and that is going to be Team Rebel and Team 7 Habit at once. Omega certainly is taking shots against Team Godsreign, and it seems like Godsreign, they are under fire. They've been caught mid-rotation, and Akshat also from the backlines, knocking another player down. It seems like only Robin has actually managed to survive, but even he is under fire, under pressure right now, but barely managed to survive as the magazine runs out of bullets. But, well, Neo was always there to just finish him off, and that is the end of Godsreign, Johnny.
Well, the gods that reigned supreme at one time have finally been slayed. And it's going to be the soul of Team Soul that we have to witness. What will it be able to accomplish by the end of this match? Silent Killers not really being silent, as they are lobbing a lot of utility onto the players of Team Tamilas, who are looking to back off from this fight. Maxi, along with his teammate Manti and Orva right next to him, they are looking to get in those buggies and back off Manti, the last player left standing in this position, as he has made a sacrificial play. And I thought it was going to work out, but there is a trade knock from both these teams. I mean, while Manti has been able to find the opening knock against the players of Silent Killers, the Silent Killers did take down Maxi on the other side, and now Manti is on his knees. So, not looking like a good fight from the side of Team Tamilas at this point. Second knock secured, but will they actually engage a push? That is a question that I'm actually still looking forward to.
Yeah, certainly a big question. But of course, look at this. It is an artillery warfare at this point. Team Soul trying to dish a little bit of amount of damage, just trying to get as many finish points as they possibly can without working that hard, but it seems like it has sort of worked in Team Tamila's favor. Maxi just moving in, taking down Asser, Zills as well as Narcotic. They are being pinned down, and all 4 of these players from Team Tamilas, they work in tandem to destroy the other lads. Team Soul, of course, from the distance, just trying to reap in the rewards. They won't be allowed much. 2 players have certainly been knocked out, but will they find the finish points is going to be the question. They have 10 finish points already, and this team is looking extremely strong, Johnny.
Looking quite strong in this game up until now. 11 eliminations secured by Team Soul, as you mentioned. And the momentum, they're holding on to it. Karan, you cheeky man, hiding behind the tires of the buggy, while the opposition do not even realize they've left one of the 4 aggressive man behind. But let's talk about this Team Soul against Team Tamilas right now, where Manti is the man on his knees, but Maxi does find a trade in the form of Omega, as the knock has been secured, but it's going to be a difficult fight. Hector on the other side does find the finish of Karan before joining his teammates, and while that was happening, so up until now this was a 3v4 situation because Hector wasn't part of the this fight, and now he has joined his team, and Team Soul, they just take a knock, and with that knock itself they wipe out the entirety of Team Tamilas, making quick work of them, even though, as I mentioned, there were just 3 players who started things off against the entirety of TT. What do you have to say about that, Salty? That was pretty one-sided.
That certainly was pretty one-sided, but Team Tamilas, they were actually caught in the crossfire. It seems like Asla also managed to third-party the last and final player, and therefore there is nothing which Team Tamilas actually could do in that situation. Team 7 Habit, though, they're trying to resist Team Rebel and their push, which is coming their way. Kratos is a one-man army right now. One player has been taken down, certainly, and now it's on Rebel. It's another 1v1 which Kratos needs to win, of course. Brilliant movement, but of course, Team Rebel, they are going to reign supreme, but from the backline, 7 Habits, of course, they had the added advantage of having more men in that fight involved. Drago was the one who landed the final nail in the coffin. 2 players from 7 Habits still survive, and it seems like this team is going strong. Certainly don't have the numbers advantage, but at least they have the warehouse, Johnny.
The rebellion shut down by 7 Habit, but their winning habits are what they will need to rely upon. Asla on the other side, we've seen Asla in a position like this before. Round 2, they were stuck in the map of Miramar behind haystacks, and that is where they find themselves yet again. But this time, they've learned from their mistakes of the past, and Asla has managed to keep all 4 of their players alive. They're gone for a 4-man white split, and look at the radar, how beautiful their control is of the zone. If the next circle is on Asla, they secure the game. If it's on Team Soul, maybe Asla can take the fight, because Team Soul is under a lot of pressure. They are a little bit too distracted by the players of 7 Habit, and also Asla, they have the line of fire available. But before Team Soul can even react to it, 7 Habit and Asla, they work in tandem, wipe out Team Soul from this game, and now there are just 2 teams left standing, ladies and gentlemen. A 4v2 situation. Asla with all 4 players. But Tiger, my man, what are you doing in the blue? Makes it in the safe zone, just barely managing to avoid getting knocked out. But in a situation like this, we all know the result is quite expected. Asla will take down 7 Habit and will secure the chicken.
Maybe because the circle sort of is in 7 Habits' favor, and the Asla, of course, they're the ones who need to come out to the open, maybe try and take some aggressive calls at this point. But definitely the ball is in the court of Asla Esports right now. They're the ones who need to make the first move, and 7 Habit just can hold their ground, of course. But Drago wants to move from cover to cover, uses his Lamborghini to reposition himself behind this truck. But is it going to be worth it? Because they are a 2-man team right now, and splitting up might not be the best of decisions. And here it comes. Zero takes down Drago. And now there's just 1 man left. Maverick still try to deny that knock and finish onto his fallen comrade. But it's just way too difficult job for him to do.
Yeah.
1 man against the whole world. Asla Esports, they are definitely under fire. But they're not going to mind, because it's just 1 man with a dream, of course. But will the dream be successful, Johnny?
You want me to be honest? The answer is plain and simple. No. Because it is a 1v4 situation, and we know these odds are, well, kind of unbeatable. If Maverick actually pulls this off, we'll deem him as one of the greatest players in BGIS the grind right here, right now. So a lot on the line for him, but as we all know, Asla, look at them, Zero and Toxic, they are pushing that ridge as aggressively as possible, while Tiger and Sayan just provide suppressing fire in the backline. Maverick, he's going to try his level best, deny that point, and I want to see if he was actually able to deny his finish to the lads of Asla, because I believe he was successful in doing so. But that doesn't matter, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of the day, it is the lads from Asla Esports who have gone ahead and secured this impressive win on the map of Miramar. A good start to their day.
Definitely a good start to their day, of course. I mean, I mentioned it, right? Team Asla, they had found the right combination of aggressive and passive play. And you did not really get to see a lot of Asla early on in the game. They did not engage in those bad fights, who I called, right?
Yeah.
They kept themselves alive with 4 players inside of that final circle, and that is when they start asserting dominance. And when it is actually required, they know when to pull the trigger and how to pull the trigger, Johnny.
Exactly, and it has been an impressive day for them, an impressive game, in fact, this one, but they still have a few more matches left. In fact, we still have 5 more games left, ladies and gentlemen. So there's one thing that we're going to do now. We're going to head to a very short break, and there's one thing I want you guys to do, and that is stay tuned, keep watching, because we'll be right back after this.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक करें। साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो।
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS, the grind round 3, in fact. This is Super Johnny, joined by my partner in crime, Necro, alongside with me. And during the break, we were again watching Road to Valor Empires. That is what got me distracted again, because I can't ignore the fact that our Indian Guardians being introduced inside of this new game that is out, and it is going to be super excited to witness as to how these changes are going to be rolled out. And also, as Salty keeps mentioning, he's the only man who is running after those crates and those chests and those mythic items worth up to 2,500 gems. Necro, are you interested in them?
Of course, man. I mean, look, and the best part is it's for free. So who wouldn't want to
Yes.
take it, right? In this world, it's tough to get stuff for free. So if I'm you guys, I would like to go ahead and take all of those, man. Especially that I've also heard that 2,500 gems worth of crates are also being given away. So that is just insane. So if I'm you guys, I would definitely like to claim all of that. And to do so, make sure to go on the social handles of RTV and try and just try and comment on the post to get the best chances of winning all the giveaways that are currently happening. But getting back inside the game once again, the highlights of the previous game are in front of us now. Things kicked off in quite an interesting fashion. Hector taking down one of the players with the melee. I mean, that's just what you want to see off the bat, huh?
Also, I just noticed in the highlights, the melee, the machete that he had, he actually picked it up from WSB's players. He took the monster truck, finished off the first player, picked up the machete from his crate, and then used that same machete to finish off his teammate. So that was, again, a very, very brutal moment from Team Soul. But then again, it is Team Soul. We do not expect them to slow down at any time like this. And this game was just theirs. I mean, they have kind of controlled the momentum quite nicely from game 1 till now. And I think, again, at the top of the leaderboard, I think the main competition will be Team Soul versus Team Blind to see who will finish on the first position. But talking about the other teams, Necro, X7 Wolves. This game as well wasn't that great from their side. What are your thoughts on them? Because I was so impressed, and I think you were there with me when we were there in round 2. X7 Wolves looked so impressive, but now all of that has just faded away completely.
Maybe some ups and downs going on inside the squad. All the time, it's really tough to keep the highs going on right inside the game, especially when day 1 was already done, and now teams have sort of understood how you like to play inside the lobbies as well. So somewhere down the line, sometimes your strategy can be readable to the other teams, and they can try and counter your strategies in that way. And I think so that's something that might just be happening with the players of X7 Wolves. I still feel like you need to give them a little bit more breathing room inside these lobbies, and maybe in the upcoming few days they can start to make comeback once again. But 7 Habit too, showcasing themselves in the final few moments of the game. And this, to be honest, even this is one of those underdog teams that we had a lot of conversation on in round 2 as well.
Yeah, and 7 Habit in this game in particular were extremely impressive, considering we saw them half the time being pinned down by 2 squads, multiple teams, multiple individuals. They were under so much pressure the entire game, but still they did manage to find their way towards the very end. And it wasn't just them, along with them Team Rebel as well. I mean, we remember praising Team Rebel in round 2 for their positional play. They were brilliant back then, they're brilliant till now. And still keeping that ball rolling, I think this amazing positional awareness and map awareness that these two teams have put on display in this map of Miramar can definitely put them in a wonderful place within the top 32.
Exactly, and I'm just loving the fact that these female teams as well are now starting to step up to the occasions, right? Because to be honest, inside the IGC, it was really tough on this competitive level to see another female pro team, but now we're finally able to see these teams out there, so I'm just proud of all of them. But now as we do move on forward and take a look at the MVP from that previous game, it's going to be Hector from Team Soul with 7 finishes. Team Soul having a really good game. Once again, the consistency should not stop.
Yeah, the consistency is not stopping. 7 eliminations on Hector, as you mentioned, but we will have a look at the top 5 players, and out of which 3 belong to Team Soul. The other 2 lads are from Asla. Neo from Team Soul finishing with 5 eliminations. Omega is there with 3. So within these 3 players, there are 15 points. And these are just finishes, not even placements. Asla, they got the chicken dinner, but along with them, Tiger and Toxin working in tandem to secure 8 eliminations for their team is also an impressive round from these 2 individuals. And Asla, I mean, man, I've been waiting for Asla to step things up. This team has a lot of potential. We've seen them in the past. These lads are great, mechanically skilled players, have grinded as much as possible. But again, I think the confidence was lacking back in round 1 and round 2 of BGIS The Grind. But as they made it this far into round 3, I think now they finally realize they do not have anything to be afraid of.
I mean, to be honest, in round 2, Oslo was the only team who actually won 3 chicken dinners. So I would still say in round 2, the confidence was a lot from the side of Asla. Yeah, now maybe in the round 1, the confidence was dropped out a little bit, but in round 2, instantly they picked it back up. And to be honest, Skulltz Esports as well is one of those teams that has been sort of like struggling to make themselves known inside the T1 competition, and now it feels like they're back in their prime, and they're finally able to showcase all their talent now. As we do see them just getting those 15 placement points, that means this team was the one to win the chicken dinner as well in that previous game with 12 finishes in total. That's going to give them 27 points. On the second page, though, this is where we're going to see a little bit of more upsets. WSB Do or Die, X7 Wolves, Revenant Esports, Johnny. I do understand WSB Do or Die, X7 Wolves. These guys are like the underdogs, but what's going on with Revenant Esports? I mean, since the past few days, this team's flow has been completely dead.
Yeah, Revenant, I mean, things are not looking great for them, and even I have no idea why, because Revenant is a stacked lineup. These days, things are not working out, just not working out, plain and simple. I mean, the players are not in their best form. It is a slump, but these are experienced players, so we are just going to be hopeful that they bounce back before they reach BGIS, because this is still the grind, and these teams in the top 64, again, a reminder and a little bit of information for the newer viewers that the 64 teams that are playing BGIS, the grind round 3, are already moving forward to BGIS. The thing that we are looking out for right now is which 32 teams will belong in round 3 and which 32 teams will belong in round 2 over there. So I think, again, the opportunity is there for Revenant to actually figure out what mistakes are happening over here while they still have time. But another team that needs to do that is WSB.
That is true. But still, I feel like WSB is one of those teams. Sort of for them, the momentum's always present inside the game. So I would say maybe in the upcoming games, WSB can start to rack themselves up once again and try and showcase inside the Battlegrounds in a better fashion. But as we do take a look at the upcoming matchup, it's going to be Group 5. We've got Midwave Esports, CS Esports, and even OG and Asset Esports. These 4 teams so far have been heavy hitters inside the lobby, but then the opposition group is going to be right on the other side. We've got Big Brother Esports. You've also got GE Phoenix on the line, Team Psych, Mavericks, Metal Esports. All the teams in this group are actually heavy hitters.
Yeah, and you forgot about 2 of the heaviest teams in this lobby. Velocity Gaming and Team Godlike, ladies and gentlemen. Teams that need absolutely no introduction. The players are well-known, celebrity status at this point. And again, with all of those things comes the expectation from the fans. And the fans always want to see these 2 teams at the top. But in particular, I mean, from that group, I think the 2 teams that I would actually watch out for in this game are Big Brothers, because yesterday wasn't that great of a day for them. So today they're going to look to recover. And GE Phoenix, Necro. I think GE Phoenix is that one team that even you are looking forward to, right?
Oh, yeah, of course, without a doubt. I mean, Team Rebel in that previous game was able to do so good. Now, I just want Team G Phoenix as well to start showcasing themselves in a better fashion. And as I mentioned yesterday as well, when I was looking at the players of G Phoenix, and I told this as well in the past, is that G Phoenix, they take their sweet little time to rile inside the games. And once they do start to feel out the battlegrounds, when they do know how the field's looking like, and once they're able to get the lay of the land, that's when they start to perform in a pretty good fashion inside the lobbies. But as you mentioned, all these teams that are duking it out inside the round 3, they've already made it inside the main BGIS tournament whatsoever. It's all about the seeding. We're here to find out which teams will be moving in forward inside the round 2, which teams will be moving in forward in the round 3 of the BGIS itself. So it's all for a better spot in the future.
Exactly. It's to secure a better spot in the future, and we know BGIS is going to be tough, right? It's going to be one of the most grueling journey for all of these teams that are moving through, and of course the teams that are going to join them from the qualifiers. But that is what it is about. It is about giving every single athlete, every single aspiring BGMI athlete in the country a platform where they can show up. Doesn't matter what your background, it doesn't matter if you're backed by a big org or not. You get a stage, you get an opportunity to showcase what you're made of, showcase your talent. And if you actually have what it takes, we're going to see you move through to the finals and battle it out for 2 crore rupees on the line. A lot of big things. But then again, I mean, before that comes this. BGI is the grind. And right now, I think it's just, again, the process of filtration of these teams going on. But even in this process, I mean, we are seeing those big names getting eliminated, as well as you and I have been talking about them since round 1. And talking about the big names not performing, I want to know from you actually your take on the a few of the teams that you think have sort of let you down this time.
You're speaking about teams that have already qualified or teams that have been kicked out of this tournament?
Yeah, on the verge of kicked out.
on the verge of getting kicked out. Well, Revenant Esports, without a doubt, their name has to be on the top of the list because I don't know what's going on from their side. They're on a massive downhill curve right now when it comes to the performance, but we know what this individual players are capable of. We know what this roster can also bring to the table, but I don't exactly know what's going on amongst the team themselves. Maybe something going on behind the scenes, but from what I know, I'm not able to find out anything on exactly what wrong's going on from their side. Another team has to be Team Godlike. Now, for this team as well, things have been sort of looking quite shaky. Sometimes they do barely manage to clutch things back inside the competition, but clutching things back isn't how I know Godlike likes to play. Godlike is one of those demonic teams that possesses so much power that they can engulf the entire lobby in within seconds, but so far, that power's been missing.
And this is quite contrary to the fact that after the latest edition was announced to this lineup, we thought that, oh, this team is going to get more and more deadly with every single game because S Power was added to the roster. And we did see the immediate impact in round one. If you remember, Godlike did have kind of a dominating run in their opening round when they only had 3 matches to play. But as soon as round two, they found themselves playing the matches of round two, that is when we saw the dip. We saw them barely make it through to round 3, and that was a little bit of an upset for everyone. But let's see what they're going to bring to the table now, because today they start the day off on Sanhok, and we know, Godlike on Sanhok, they can make things work. This kind of is their map.
I mean, it was their map, I would like to say, in the past, though. But recently, even in the map of Sanhok, Godlike's been sort of shaky. So let's be honest, we got to stick to the updated stats over here, Johnny. And we got to predict the facts. Man, to be honest, inside the map of Sanhok, considering they're also going up against some underdogs, it's really tough to say which team can actually run out Supreme as well. Because the same group also has the likes of VLT, GE Phoenix, some more known teams, and even some underdogs that are capable of striking down a big force like Godlike. And to be honest, Midwave Esports, this team's looking in form.
I was surprised you did not call their name earlier. I was wondering when is Midwave and Big Brother's going to show up in your list. But yes, lobbies are stacked. Teams are ready. Now, only a few things left for us to do. First of which is basically start the game, ladies and gentlemen. Sanhok about to go live in the next few seconds. And again, this is going to be a very important game for teams like Godlike, as we have been talking about, teams like Big Brother Esports, teams that are looking to bring themselves in a position to contest the top 32 in BGIS, the grind round 3.
And not just that, here we go. Sanhok is also a 4x4 map compared to such a smaller maps that are being played in the competitive scene so far. This is the smallest map inside the competitive pool. And speak about the plane flat path starting all the way from Camp Bravo towards Nakam. Now, once again, we've got the plane flat path in front of us. Midwave Esports is actually going to drop off the bat instantly towards Lakavi and in those small little compounds. And just to let the new viewers know, once again, Sanhok also brings in the potential to heal battle. So if you really want to go ahead and pat yourself in the blue zones, you can try to play for the placement points.
But like always, Necro, we might start this game off with a drop clash, and I think it will start off in boot camp as we have the lads from the side of Orangutan and Acid Esports dropping in one of the most high priority locations in this entire game, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what it looks like, the Bay Area of boot camp. This is Painan, by the way, and Godlike Esports, they've never had Painan all to themselves. There is always someone contesting this drop, another high priority location in this map, and this time against Godlike are the lads of CS Esports, and that actually makes me a little bit concerned about Team Godlike.
Well, here we go. The assault begins once again. OG, WizGod was knocked out, and Acid Esports now finally looking to pounce on top of them and taking advantage of that knockout. Second knockdown once again, and Duora is starting to line these bodies up. OG, as usual, really just struggling inside these firefights. This is so uncharacteristic of this team, but I don't exactly know, even for this known team, struggles have been continuing. Acid Esports, once again, to continue the assault, as only 2 players are left over from the side of OG. Oh! Ash goes down as well. What a way to wipe out the competition off the bat, and the entirety of OG is going to come collapsing down.
it's not just the competition. The undergods over here have just slayed the gods of BGMI. Orangutan is one of the most celebrated lineups in this community, and taking them down like this, Acid Esports, they start Sanhok off by making a pretty massive statement for themselves, and I think they're going to be feeling confident as well moving forward with the rest of this game. But yeah, the game just began. Within the first minute and a half, we see the first 4 players getting taken out, and yeah, the trajectory does look shaky for that nade, but trust me, it does go straight. Not straight, but in and out.
Yeah, sometimes a little bit of problematic stuff going on the screens, but the trajectory that you guys see, as long as you're lining up the nade where you want it to land, it will. And Acid Esports, I mean, in general, just starting things off with a massive aggression and with a fiery start, Acid Esports, and just making sure that they're going to burn the entirety of OG off the bat instantly from the game. Now, one team is already off the competition, off the hooks, and the rest, we've got 15 teams up in the line, and Godlike 2 now on a tear. They've already managed to find one of the knockouts in the opposing side, but will they get the confirmation? That's the question.
I mean, the distance is a little bit too much, but we do see one of the players from the side of Godlike, that is Z-God, in a perfect position to actually cross the river and be in a flanking spot to surprise the players of CS Esports, but I think they have taken a little too long. Team Godlike allowing CS Esports to get their lad back in this game. Still, Godlike never backing away from a fight. Jonathan is actually looking to go for a push. It is quite interesting. It is going to be a little too intense in the finish feed as well. We do see Metal Esports in a very unfavorable position as Top Dog has been finished off from their side.
Oh, Godlike, rookie mistake. Moves out in the open, and Sarthak capitalizes on top of that. Jonathan knocked out. Jonathan being back inside the fray definitely feels good, right? Considering he's been missing from the competition yesterday as well, and now finally he's back inside. Once again in the fray, as Power's position compromised in CS Esports, it just seems like they're ready for this fight in general. As Power being knocked out as well in the back lines, and now Shadow's positions capitalized too. Couple of shots taken, even that man softened up. Godlike, they're just getting outskilled at this point.
Let's see. Every single point is going to be important in this early fight, but having 2 of your key players already wiped out, Team Godlike, they're pushed in a corner. Z-God, he has only one option left, back off completely, and this is the power of CS Esports that we have been talking about. They've had big names in their hit list, as we are calling it now, because Kevin Esports was the target during round 1. In yesterday's games, we did see them take on, I believe the players of Revenant were under their fire in the early stages, and now today on the map of Sanhok, they go ahead and make a statement by taking down the entirety of Godlike in an early game fight. Z-God, look at him, pinned out in that corner room, and he's not even going to see the face of the people that have just finished off him and his brothers in their home ground of Painan, as he's going to be picked off by a nade out of all things. And look at that, Necro. Godlike is out along with Orangutan in this game, and both the teams got wiped out with 0 eliminations.
Yeah, well, 2 of the known teams already taken an exit, and I told you, Johnny, I mean, yeah, in the past, Godlike used to be really good on this map, but we got to stick to the stats that are in the present right now. And the present stats say that maybe the new teams have arrived. And for now, FS Esports just starting to pick apart the players of GE Phoenix. 2 of the players knocked out. The retaliation knock was there, but it's only what Kenny has been found. Kenny's knocked out himself, and it's all down to the last man, Ravna. Let's see what she can do, considering Ravna knows that it's going to be tough to survive inside this entire situation, so it's better if I take an exit from this fray.
I mean, we have seen quite a lot of impressive moments from Ravina and Takurayan in the past, but this game is just not going to be one of those matches for them, as in a desperate Hail Mary attempt to escape her fate, Ravina steps in front of the crosshairs of RVNC Esports, and RVNC, they did not waste a single second. All 4 players in tandem start shooting towards that US and pick off the last surviving player from GE Phoenix. Before we transition into stage 2, the second zone of the game, ladies and gentlemen, 3 teams have been completely wiped out from the face of this map. Metal Esports is down to the last 2 players, and FS Esports, they've lost 1 lad, 3 players still remaining. Not a great position, but still a much better position than a few of the other names that we were talking about a few moments ago. So FS Esports will still be able to deal with the challenges that lie ahead in this match. Apart from them, all the other teams are there with all four of their players still alive.
I mean, I don't even know what's going on inside this lobby so far, Johnny. Already the known teams just getting deducted.
Yeah.
Midwave Esports is the known team right now inside the lobby without any harms on their way. Another known team has to be BLT, and even this team, it seems like they're back in full force once again inside the lobby. And they're just starting to make their way towards the enemy lines right now inside Hotten. Quite close to a potential threat that might arrive in the future in the name of Mavericks. And Mavericks so far inside the competition, speak about round 2, this team was looking pretty good. But I don't exactly know how their momentum is going to be looking like inside the round 3 so far. But take a look at this entire battle that brewed up between Mavericks and Metal Esports. Mistakes were being made from both the sides, but Paradox missing all of that shots right there. Sort of, he needed to just compromise it with his life.
Yeah, but kind of a hilarious moment now that we actually have a look at what happened to him. The lad just ran up all the way to the stairs, and he was about to run up to the first floor as well, looking for the opposition, but then Paradox started taking those shots, hoping he would hit at least something or take down at least one individual. Did not work out. The players just all turned in sync towards Paradox and just took him down before he could do anything else. But we also have to talk about the zone necro. It's a northern zone. A little bit of it is still in the water, somewhere around 20% still in the water. And we were seeing a team play the edge on the northern side, and that is the player team of Velocity Gaming, who are all the way towards the northern edge of the map. Hotten is the name of the city where they are at. I want to see what VLT can actually pull off in this match. Since majority of the competition has been taken care of, it should be easy task for them to break into the top 3.
Exactly. I mean, it shouldn't be that tough, and considering Velocity, you speak about this team's performance, it's been on an uphill curve, right?
Yeah.
They've been looking really good inside the competitions whatsoever.
This
So
fight.
yeah, for them, it shouldn't be that tough to breach inside the top 3 whatsoever. But CS Esports, oh my god, this team just obliterating the opponents like that. And to be honest, in general, just having a really good presence of mind inside these fights as well. Speculating where the opponents can be, cannot be. Nicely, they're just able to spot out the opposition in a really good fashion and sort of just working out in their favor. Right now, we've got Velocity Gaming on our screens and also the map feed in front of us. And as we do see, there are a couple of teams that are all the way out in the blue still. For example, PSY, even Gen X. And the problem is that those teams can take their time, but only if they do want to go for a med strat, then it makes sense.
Yeah. And even in order to go for a med strat, you're going to be looking for a lot of first aids. I think a good number to have is around 20 by this point of the match, and leave that one player with those 20 first aids in the backlines, keep him protected up until, I would say, stage 6, stage 7 of the zone. That is when you can actually just start moving on towards those heal battle situations. In the last moments, if you have 10 plus first aids, that will put you in a pretty decent position. But let's talk about this team. Psycho here, Servi, a very well-known player, part of this team, and as you were talking about them, still in the blue zone, 500 meters to go before they can actually find a safe haven, or in fact, start looking for a safe haven for themselves. But Kyoya, my goodness, this is going to be absolutely brutal. He's all alone, hiding in that shack, and the players of X7 officials have him surrounded, but as soon as Clown opens the door, well, Kyoya is just standing there with a DBS in his face to greet him. Damage rated out from either sides, but Kyoya, he's still held. He goes for an awkward move outside the shack. He goes with the DBS, trying his level best, takes down 2 individuals, but as soon as those 2 people are down, X7 officials, they do not want to take any more risk. Kyoya was down to a sliver of HP. Quite an easy knock for them to secure, convert it into a finish, and then move forward.
X7 officials, good start so far, but even they've lost out on one of their own, so that's still a concern. At least the 3-man squad can try and make something happen once again inside the game. VLT as well starting to cross on the bridge. But they know maybe going a little bit too aggressive on the bridge lines as well cannot be safe. You never know who's going to be guarding the bridge lines and who might spray you down. So you at least want to stop around first. take a little lay of the land, understand where the enemies might be positioned, and then maybe start moving it forward. Because this is what I was talking about. X7 Wolves or officials instantly taking shots against the players in the front, and Velocity Gaming in a really massive hurt.
Well, Velocity Gaming, they were hurt for a bit, but their decision was made quite quickly, and the call was to make a getaway. Try and avoid the players of X7 Official as quickly as possible. And while three players from the side of Velocity Gaming did in fact manage to escape the fire that was put upon them, it was Immortal who is now stuck in that water body and is going to be forced to swim all the way across. I think things, though, for Velocity have been made easier with the fact that Kyoya, before he went out, before he was finished off, did make sure that there was no revive for Clown from the side of X7 Official. So that 4-man roster has been cut down to 3 players in this particular match, and they will be concerned about that aspect of the game as well, because on Sanhok, you never realize when you are busy fighting one team, the third party is going to come in at any moment. It's a short map, it's a small map, and that is why teams are used to playing in these close quarters against each other. But let's see, RVNC though, against the players of FS, and it seems like FS are a little bit distracted by the team on the other side of the river.
They indeed are. But as long as they haven't really got a threat on themselves, then it's no issues.
True.
So yeah, it's sort of like whatsoever. Because they've got a really good compound to play around with. Also a high ground for the late game circles. And as long as the circle's on top of them, yeah, they're chilling. No issues whatsoever. And considering X7 for now has been a massive concern for the players of FS Esports, makes a lot of sense that they're sort of just tunnel vision on that factor. CS Esports as well, finally crossing on over towards that boot camp side. Now they've finally made their presence known. They're going to be playing along the edge lines as well. The next circle is going to be in front of us too, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to center on up once again towards the Paradise Resort and also the boot camp area, but somewhere on the high grounds. And Acid Esports, they've got the prime spot.
Prime spot for now. But for how long will the situation for Acid Esports remain the same? They had to take a very big, difficult early fight in this game to be able to secure that bootcamp spot for themselves, and they were forced to abandon it as the zone took a northern shift. But I think the main challenge for the lads of Acid Esports that I noticed just a few moments ago was the lineup of CS Esports actually closing in from the rear. CS Esports, they can cause a lot of trouble when you least expect them to. But Velocity Gaming here, and I think they might have been offended by the fact that X7 officials took a few shots on them. They want to pick this fight. They're waiting for the lads of X7. And legit, he's going to peek out from behind that door, takes a few shots, but Velocity not really in the line of fire. They had the Rich to work with. They're going to back off, and legit also is going to fall back and reset.
Yeah. X7 officials, I mean, still in this spot. To be honest, I'm a little concerned for the likes of X7 officials because even the circle moved away and now they're just being peppered from all the different angles. Even VLT sort of, they've got their sights locked on X7. It's going to be a tough spot to get out from. Metal Esports as well, now they're balled down to just that one last man alive, that last glimmer of hope. So many teams just getting early wiped out. So many of the teams also getting handicapped inside the game. It's just going to limit the potential for all those teams. But at the same time, these underdogs are now starting to reign supreme. Big Brother Esports, FS Esports, Velocity Gaming, Midwave Esports. Only these 4 teams are the known teams inside the entire lobby. Rest everyone else is actually an underdog.
Well, as far as these underdogs are considered, the lads from the side of CS and the lads from the side of Acid Esports, they have been extremely impressive so far in this particular map. But once these two teams start battling each other out, that is when we will figure out as to who is actually better amongst them. But look at this, X7 official, no room to back off. Mock just straight up charges towards the players of FS like they have done something personally against him. He does not like them at all, but finally I think realizes, all right, might be too big of a move for me to pull all alone. Lays down, backs off a little bit, and now will be forced to wait for his teammates to actually cross from underneath the bridge. This is this is not looking good, Necro, because now the team is split up 2-1. And this is an open space where FS Esports and Chase can definitely take down the individuals from the side of X7 official and reduce this fight to a 2v2, where the players of FS will have this entire shack to work with.
Not just that, even Wall of Death is now starting to close in. So soon enough, the next circle is also going to be on our screens. And actually, it's going to once again center on up on top of the players of Acid Esports and Midwave. These two teams right now in one of the most controlling spots inside these final few moments of the game. And now finally, even the opponents that were holding on the bay, the opponents, FS Esports as well, just realizing the fact that it's time for us to make a move as well on the map and try and take care of those spots maybe in the future. And FS Esports, they're going to start to move away from these spots off the bat because they do realize the more time they waste in these late game scenarios, the tougher it's going to get to breach inside the circle.
All right. I take everything back that I just said about X7. That move was actually pretty brilliant from them. They sent Mock out, and Mock just had to do one thing. He waited. He waited for the players of FS to abandon that shack, get rid of the line of fire, and as soon as FS made a run for it, as you mentioned, Necro, because the wall of death was moving towards them, they looked for a better position inside of this game. As soon as FS moved up a few houses, the players from X7 took a swan dive in this river and are now going to swim all the way towards the cliff shoreline and avoid the line of fire against the players of FS completely. So this is a brilliant move, but talk about brilliant moves, and feels like Spy are actually pulling off moves of their own, as Velocity's aimbot is going to be finished off by them.
Yeah, Spider Esports, chiming inside the lobby, doing a great job. And I guess one of the players from the side of VLT as well, just losing out on his life. Actually, two of the players. And now it's all down to Jazzy and Immortal. Johnny, what just happened? You blink it and you miss it. Spider Esports really gets spray downs from this team. And now, considering even VLT, they're down to just a two-man squad. Even this team's sort of handicapped. I'm telling you, man, these underdog teams, they're just playing so unorthodox that these known teams are not able to know how to counter them in the first place. X7-2 taking heavy fire amongst themselves. They're getting shot at by all the teams that are currently on the edge lines as well. And every single person from X7 who's in the water lines is also taking a lot of shots.
X7 from the distance getting shot at by the players of Acid Esports. Perigod is going to look to secure the finishes for his team. But I don't understand what the call from the side of FS was, because the players had the high ground, they had the shacks to work with. All of a sudden take a swan dive and are now behind the players of X7, who just have one player remaining, by the way, and he has been spotted out by the lads of RVNC as well. So X7 is getting gate kept from the zone from two different angles, and same fate is going to be met by the players of FS, in fact. And FS, it's going to be worse for them because they are going to be gate-kept by the players of X7 at the same time. So there's going to be three teams blocking their way. But lucky for them, X7 end up getting taken out. But ladies and gentlemen, we switch over to this fight. Big Brothers against the players of Velocity. And in fact, against the last two players from the side of Velocity, who have been reduced to just one, as Immortal is the last man standing from the side of VLT.
Velocity losing out on their lifelines. And yeah, as you mentioned, Immortal, the last man alive, he's at least got 11 first aids to take care of himself. So yeah, he can't keep on tanking up the blue zone damage for a while, but can he keep on going? That's my question. He will probably try to make it inside the circle because it does not really have a lot of first aids in general to back him up forever. 10 first aids, that's not going to be enough to secure a solid position for the upcoming moments. So he needs to at least try and fight it out for a little bit more and wait up for that med strat in the final few moments of the game. But Spider Esports finally taking a couple of shots against the players of RBNC. RBNC in the receiving lines themselves, they're trying their best to fight back against Spider, but things are getting a little too tough. They haven't really got any peoples in their hands, and that's the massive problem for them for now. Look at that spray from Rixie. What a spray that was. Midwave Esports actually going to blow up that vehicle as well, and Spider Esports on the verge of getting eliminated.
Extremely late in the game, but Midwave Esports, as you mentioned, are just kicking things off, trying to secure the first elimination, but it does not really go their way, as Atanki from the side of Midwave has been finished off in this game. But now they start to convert, or in fact they're looking to convert. Big Brothers down 2 players, and Midwave is going to walk away with both of these finishes, although Vikendi, will he make it? The first aid is going to be popped right in the nick of time, and he does manage to stay alive for the next few seconds. But Brick Brothers, Rishi and Seth, they have them sandwiched from either side. The entry inside the zone is being blocked. Diana says he's going to make a move for this, running out of that watchtower. But Rishi, he does not have HP. First aid finally used. He does have a little bit of something to work with, but it backfires. It backfires on both of them. Dionysus, he's down, but Big Brothers on the other side, they are straight up out of this game.
Yeah, getting eliminated. That's what Esports too. As I mentioned, they were in one of the most controlling spots a while ago, but now the spot's moved away. The circle sort of not really favoring them in these late game scenarios. CS Esports now in a really good spot. This is what the circle really does to you. At one point in time, it can be your good friend, but then in the other time, it might just shift on some other team. So it's really tough to understand where the circle shift might come in forward. That's why you need to make sure that you're having the maximum amount of land control with the splits that you can make inside the game. But Team Psych right now, loading a lot of max in the front lines, and right, Genesis in the receiving line, another player's getting knocked out. This is not a good news, Team Psych. They're starting to make it hard. Atlas is trying to make a run against the opponents, but now he's just taking a lot of damage with the shotgun from Hitman, and eventually he also gets wiped out from the game. Genesis, they're on the verge of getting extinguished from the lobby, and that's what exactly is going to happen. The last man was surviving, but eventually he gets eaten alive as well.
I mean, Atlas, he did one thing perfectly, made sure that all of the players from the side of Genesis that did gain access to the zone weren't going to be there with a lot of HP to work with. So that is where, that is why when the fight re-engaged, Acid Esports, they had a massive advantage to work with. But now, all of a sudden, they find themselves going up against CS Esports. And let's not forget, CS Esports, they are extremely lethal. Look at that, the first knock is secured, and Sarthak is looking to make sure that Acid Esports are going to be burned out from the face of this map. But Dorora, he's on our screen. Sarthak going for a revive. Ranadeep on the flank. Shots being heard by Ranadeep. But Dora, what will he be able to pull off? He's the last man remaining from the side of Acid Esports. 3 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. CS is there with a man advantage. It's a 3v1v1 in their favor. All they have to do is finish off this player hiding in front of this green McLaren. In fact, and if they can manage to pull it off, this is going to be their game. Here it is. Only one knock is what Dora is going to be good for. And with that, his game does come to an end. Explicit from the side of Genesis. Has 7 first aids to work with, but in a 1v2, especially since you are going to be in the blue zone towards the ending stage of the match, you can't really do much. So I think we all know who's going to get the 15 points and the win for this match.
Yep. It's going to be the players of CS Esports who also won that game in a really fantastic fashion. A way to close things off. And considering CS Esports actually kicked things off inside the lobby, wiping out the likes of Godlikes, and then moving it forward with an unstoppable force. And that's why they've also managed to secure the chicken dinner to themselves. Explicit still going for that med strat. Now he's got the final first aid in his hands, and even he will be claimed by the Wall of Death. That means CS Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be your winners for this game of Sanhok. What a way to close things off from this team in the end. Also wiping out Acid Esports to claim the victory. As usual, this team's 4-4 fights have been looking pretty phenomenal, be it whatever opponent they're going up against.
From the start till the very end of the game, just being consistent, being impressive, CS Esports, I think, again, what we were missing yesterday from them, they more than made up for it today. Because that first initial fight against Team Godlike, it looked like it wasn't off to a great start because Jonathan was the man who secured the opening knock over there. But CS Esports, you give them this much of a breathing room and they're going to make sure that they're going to choke you and make you suffer without any air. So it is an impressive lineup, and then so far they have been extremely consistent as well. But another team that I do want to talk about is Acid Esports, because that first fight against Orangutan in bootcamp, I wasn't expecting that.
And that was way too easy for them as well. They made it actually look so easy in general against a team like Orangutan, who is supposed to have such a massive legacy from the past as well, but still just wiping them off the existence. It's tough to believe that these teams are really just overcoming their biggest fears.
Exactly, but What will the next game going to look like for them? We will find that out, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we are going to head to a very short break. So again, you guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं, साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. स्मोक कर कवर ले।
एक HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, शक्ति खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And yeah, once again, we are back, and we know the upcoming map is going to be the map of Vikendi as well, which is a 6x6 map. But a while ago, you guys also saw a little a little video playing of RTV. And just to let you guys know, once again, that the giveaway of RTV is still going on. So all you need to do is make sure to go and follow the social handles. And I've also heard a chest worth 25,100 gems. This is incredible. So I would say you guys should definitely go ahead and check out the entire giveaway. Make sure to comment on the post as well, and good luck. But getting back inside the conversation once again, Arca, as I mentioned, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Vikendi, and things are now starting to get spiced up once again. The previous game was won by CS Esports, a team that I have been personally seeing from round one, and I sort of knew this team's caliber off the bat.
You know what? I was pretty impressed with another team altogether. That is Acid. They really knew how to dissolve the other people inside the lobby. They knew how to take the fight, and the rotation are also not, if it was not impressive, it was good enough for them to take those fights, and they were really, really happy.
Yeah, I mean, in general, as you mentioned, Acid Esports definitely is one of the strong contenders as well. And to be honest, I still remember when I saw this team inside the round two as well. Acid Esports did not fail to impress us at all. This team was getting those chicken dinners. This team was actually so consistent in surviving till the top or the late game scenarios inside the lobby in general. But as we do move on forward and take a look at the highlights of the previous game, this is how things really kicked off. It was the players of Acid Esports against OG. And then right after this, we also saw the likes of Godlike getting wiped out by CS Esports. Now, the main problem is this is where it really began. Jonathan, he got the first knockout, but then later on, he tried to make a move on his opponents, but he got caught out in the open. And I feel like this is something Godlike sort of saw coming. If they're going to move out in the open, opponents are definitely going to punish them.
I mean, S power as well, right? He was unaware that there's somebody who's going to be peeking it from a different angle altogether. You can't tunnel vision yourself so much, and eventually you'll have to pay a very hefty price. Whereas Velocity on the other side, the execution went on really good for a brief period of time, but then again, they were caught off guard.
Exactly. I mean, in general, getting caught off guard is definitely going to be tough for you as a competitive player. And most of the time, having that surprise advantage when you're going to be striking, that's going to give you a really good, hefty advantage inside any type of fights. And I feel like that's why positioning yourself in the off angles is really important. Speaking about Midwave Esports too, this is one of the strongest contenders inside the lobby. It's one of the known names as well. Yeah, the team name is sort of new. The organization is sort of new. But the players that are playing under this banner, they're being known since the competitive scenario since a really long time. Team Psych 2, this is another one of those teams that has been doing pretty phenomenal inside the lobby. But in the final few moments, even they got wiped out of the previous game.
Now, this is where Acer Esports, I really thought they had everything under their control, but ultimately the retaliation coming in from the other side was so good that, Kemen Esports, CS at the end of this thing was able to, go in and dance for themselves. Very rarely have I seen teams enjoying so well in a professional lobby. Seriously, all the hard work, I know you're going to reap benefits out of it at the end, but, Celsius, great job.
To be honest, CS Esports, these guys, I would really like to meet them in real life, and it just feels like this team's game sense is actually really good too. Now, Johnny and I were having this conversation saying that Godlike are the kings of Sanhok. They have been really good in the map of Sanhok as well. But then I said, yeah, maybe in the past, but now we need to stick to the stats that are in the present. And in present, the present stats say that Godlike have been struggling even in the map of Sanhok. So in general, it's really tough to say. As you know as well, I personally believe Sanhok brings in that X factor inside the entire competitive pool. In Sanhok, in general, you will be able to see a lot of variety. The teams that were not really able to showcase themselves in the previous few games, in Sanhok, you might see them actually coming out on top as well. So, in general, just adding a little bit of that RNG factor inside the game, it can give you a new winner.
No, somewhere I felt that, Midwave Esports for the first time did not hold a proper position inside the circle. They were trying to play from the corners, trying to be an aggressive team. I do understand they're capable of that frontal battle or the gun power, but, in a map like Sanhok, I've always seen them try to be to the center and try to defend their territory rather than coming in from the corner. So that was also a bit of a shocker for me, but I really liked the way CS had retaliated in the final moments. Really, Acid at one point of time had so much advantage, but again going in for the revival in the final moments of the game, not allowing his teammates to bleed out, neither allowing the side of Acid to come closer. That is also phenomenal as well.
To be honest, I feel like what is really good in that previous game is CS Esports' rotation, rotating all the way from Pinad towards right behind Boot Camp, making sure that all the four players are going to be preserved till the late game situation. Now, for Acid Esports, the rotation was not tough at all because they already dropped inside Boot Camp. All they needed to do was travel a little bit more grounds, take control of that hole. They did so. And as I was mentioning throughout my cast as well, that Acid Esports is one of those teams that is in the prime spot right next to Midwave Esports. But unfortunately for Midwave, the circle wasn't really favoring them. And they also did not really have any vehicles to move in forward inside the circle whatsoever. So they got sort of wiped out when they try to move out in the open and try and get inside the circle, because that's where we saw sort of like the collision coming into play where another team just straight up deep dive into that compound trying to take down Midwave Esports, but in the end, things were just way too shaky for both the teams. And as usual, CS Esports coming out on top in that game. Now, in the upcoming game of Vikendi, we know it's sort of like a little bit of mix. It's a balance of big and small at the same time. It's a 6x6 map, and I would say this will be quite an interesting one to witness.
Now, I hope I'll be able to see some met strats coming in the map of Vikendi this time, because ultimately many teams have realized that it's a little hard for them to go in for those fights in the open grounds as well. So rather fight the blue than taking on your opponents, because the outcome is going to be much more better over there, because you know how much damage you're going to be dealing. But ultimately, I really want to see who will be able to control or rotate into the circles well, because those rocks in the map of Vikendi play such a vital role in the final circles that if you're able to hold off those positions well and use smokes as a cover to make it into the final circles, you again have a greater advantage. I've not seen many teams actually use those smokes at the very initial moments or at the very moments where it's most required. They tend to take a fight, get a knock, and then try to push in with those smokes. So eventually this time I really want to see them play mind games games with the opponents, probably bait out with the smokes out there in the open as well.
Exactly, but you know what? Now it's time for us to take a look at the MVP from that previous game. The stats we need to relive, and it's going to be one of the men from the side of Acid Esports. It's going to be Spursh OP with 5 finishes. This man managed to get the MVP status for himself, accumulated. FS Esports 2 is going to be there in the fray. Chaser with 4 finishes, and then Sanhok with 3 elimination points. And you've also got another player from the side of CS Esports actually with 3 finish points. In general, the entire top 5 players or the entire main stats are being dominated by Acid Esports and CS Esports. Expected.
Yeah, when you are the team in the final circle, especially when it comes to the map of Sanhok, obviously expected. And also, you know, from the beginning, if you're able to take down the strongest team in the lobby, obviously you're going to be present in the top 5 itself. But FS Chaser, good to see that Team FS is able to put some points on the table when it comes to finishes, because I believe they are also one of those teams who are really strong when it comes to the firepower. But I don't know how come they're not able to place themselves in positions where they're actually able to execute that proper finishes against the teams.
Exactly. I mean, FS Esports still, at least they managed to get a decent spot for themselves inside the circle, and this was one of those teams that was also holding that spot, that high ground spot right next to the bridge lines of that hot tin bridge.
Yeah.
Now I do understand it's a pretty solid spot, but as soon as the circle moved away, FS Esports was one of those teams that tried to make it inside the circle as soon as possible. But then they made a really, really crucial mistake of dropping down in the water lines, and then they were also the fishes, and all the fishermen were trying to just take care of them.
I mean, not watching your back has to be one of the major problems of the side of FSC Sports in that game, I believe, because even though they were one with the water, they could have, you know, gone deeper into the water, tried to come out from a different place altogether. But when they were hitting the shorelines, the way they got backstabbed was a bit of a concern as well. But coming back, Metal Esports, GE Phoenix downfall when it comes to the finals of the grind is also a bit of a shocker for me, just because their rotations are not going right. All of a sudden, they're feeling the firepower of the opponents is way too heavy for them to handle.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, all the known teams in general, Metal Esports, GE Phoenix, Orangutan, Team Godlike, it's like all the bottom 4. They're like one of the top tier teams, and we're just sitting over here and wondering what exactly went wrong. And these 4 teams, I'm pretty sure they've also got a massive fan base that is currently looking at them, but them not being able to perform is definitely going to be stinging every single fan in their hearts. But ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Vikendi, the Snowy Lands, and we will soon be able to take a look at the matchup. That means all the groups that will be duking it out in the upcoming maps. And to be honest, I really want to see Godlike, if they are going to be playing in the upcoming matchup, I want to see Godlike being able to back themselves up once again, and I want to see them back inside the competition. But the matchup is in front of us. Group 3, we've got some known names named Hyderabad Hydras, Lucknow Giants, and we've also got Marcos Gaming. Rest every single team in here is actually an underdog.
I mean, you know what? In the map of Vikendi, what I'm loving to see is how the professional teams play. I know that, you know, most of these teams, the known teams, are being targeted over here just because they're probably the gameplay is already read by the opponents and they're open book when it comes to their strategies as well. But what's more concerning for me for the underdogs are the map of Vikendi is not that open. Not much of these teams have actually played that, especially let it be Team Mayavi, let it be Team Reckoning Esports. I mean to say the underdog teams have not watched all their favorite teams perform in a map like Vikendi. So it's still a great advantage for these teams who have experience to execute something good. But at the same time, I feel the underdogs are proving me wrong every single time I come up with some kind of a strategy against them, because they have nothing to lose. And they're also looking forward for those frontal battles. They're like, you know what? However we're going down, we'll go down with the fight.
I just feel like it's not even like the underdogs who are trying to just straight up go ahead and target these known teams. I just feel like it's these known teams sort of just in the underdog team's way. It's because they don't exactly know the playing pattern, the playing style of these underdog teams, and somehow they just tend to straight up walk inside the fire lines of the enemy teams. For example, those drop collisions that we saw inside the boot camp too. Orangutan and Acid Esports drop collision. Then even the drop collision happened inside the Painan area as well, where CS Esports dropped right next to the players of Godlike. And CS Esports, they've been dropping in that spot since the past couple of Sanhoks too, but maybe Godlike thought that they can take over the opponents, but I guess, well, they fell short. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Sanhok is in front of us. The plane flat pad starting all the way from Winery to Cosmodrome.
Now, this is going to be one of the most crucial things for those teams. I would say that if you're able to predict the circle, the first few circles well, and you're able to rake up so many finish points that it's not going to affect you in the later stages of the game, then you can concentrate on those match strats. And those early skirmishes is what I'm looking out for. Hopefully, we'll be able to see some. And if I have to ask you one question, my friend, which is your favorite spot when it comes to the map of Vikendi?
I mean, look, I'm one of those aggressive players, right? And I like to drop inside castle myself. I know inside a competitive lobby it can be really tough, so it makes a lot of sense that teams do not like to go on that prime location itself, because the only way to get out of castle are those 3 bridge lines that you can see that are connecting the castle. And if you're not going to
Yep.
be able to make it out alive safe and sound, well, you're pretty much going to be taking care of the game. So it's sort of like a high risk, high reward. And it seems like the players of Reckoning Esports, they're quite close to castle side too. Maybe they can drop onto there, and yeah, probably Beard Baba is actually going to be the man who's going to drop inside castle. So I would say quite an interesting opinion and quite an interesting option in general, because Reckoning Esports, it seems like no one's going to be around them too to actually camp them out of the castle area. So it's completely safe and sound. They can go ahead and take an advantage of that fact. Now, as we know, in Vikendi, the starts are usually quite slow. And because of that, maybe we might also have some podcast hours.
No, I just hope so, because most of those viewers who are watching on Geo will want us to specify a few things when it comes to the map of Vikendi, like which are the places which most of these players choose to go, and where do you get most of the loot. But you know what, for me, I love the place of Dino Park and Winery, just because you can play with your opponent's minds. There are so many ways where you can hide in these places. Even in Winery, you have a underground where you can go, you get ample amount of loot, you can farm well, then you can come out and think of executing something good. And also, even if it's late rotation coming in, you have very good spawn locations right next to Winery as well as Dino Park. So these are going to be the 2 places I'll be looking out for. But speaking about the teams in this game, I would say RGE is going to be one of my favorite, because Ace Black has somehow cracked the code of how to rotate in the map of Vikendi. Every single time I've seen them perform, he'll somehow place his team into the center of the circle. At least the last time when I saw them, they were able to perform really well when it comes to the map of Vikendi.
I mean, once again, in Vikendi, right, the first couple of zones, they keep on centering on up. So it's really not that tough to sort of predict where the circle's going to be. But it's the late game scenarios where the circle might take an hard shift and where you don't exactly know when to shift or where to shift. So, yeah, I would say predicting the zone is going to be really easy. At this point in time, you don't even need to predict the zone, because, as I mentioned, the first 3 circles, in general, they will be just centering on up. So you're pretty much good to go. All the teams, the main thing that they will try to do is make sure they're positioning themselves right in the smack center of the circle to have the most amount of advantage, at the same time to chill out and gain some information.
Now, Skulls, this is one of those underdog teams which I really love to watch go in for an assault, because they have understood who's going to be that assaulter. The formation which they bring in every single time in the fight is so phenomenal that I would love to see them play as well. Talking about Marcus Gaming on the other side, you know who's my favorite player in this complete squad, right? Because the way he'll be able to maintain that 4x and 3x recoil, and somewhere I feel that, Vikendi is very close to Miramar when it comes to those mid-range battles, and you need to have that person who will be able to maintain the 4x recoil, because sometimes when you're able to evade your enemies at a specific distance and try to create your fortress in a very good way in the final circles, you'll be able to pull out something really good.
Speak about pulling out something really good. I mean, I'm a little scared and worried for the teams of Raw. And it seems like INT, they've got a massive chance of pulling out something good right there, because they're in full force right around that spot. And they probably do have the high ground to play around with as well in Gorica. So they should be in an advantageous spot. On the other hand, Raw, they're somewhere down line, just in those small compounds where the problems might just ran on top of them. And as you guys do see them, yeah, as I mentioned, this is why I'm a little worried about them, because if INT, if they do decide to pounce on top of the players at Raw, there's a chance they might actually come out on top as well, because INT, they probably have seen all the parachutes behind them, so they should have a generic idea where Raw can be.
Yeah, and Raw is also going for the 2v2 split, right? Even though there's a team close by, I don't know why they're daring to do that. Probably if they're stuck together and then an initial push comes in, probably they would have had a fighting chance. But as you said, it's a very, very good time for INT to push against the side of Raw. But it seems like another fight is brewing somewhere far, far away at the shorelines as Lucknow Giants now have a clue where Kemeny Esports is. And it's good to see that both of them are equal when it comes to the manpower. Probably Lucknow Giants are waiting for their teammates to form up so that they can start their assault from all nook and corner of this building. But I have seen happen this before, that in the map of Vikendi, when you rush against a team, you need to cover them in all four directions, because Kemeny Esports are very, very clever. And with Shadow coming out in the open, the biggest mistake ever done by Kemeny Esports is going to be not knowing which team is close by, not being aware of their surroundings, will be losing the most crucial player. And from here on, I want to see how well they'll be able to execute an assault against the side of Lucknow.
I mean, Lucknow Giants was just waiting for their right opportunity to strike, and as soon as they found that, Shadow was the man who was not in the shadows. It's going to be tough to stay in shadows in the snowy lands, right? And that's why he got taken out of the game. Shadow not really doing too good and hot for his team, but Kemeny Esports still the spot they've found themselves. It is easy for them to retaliate and also redeem themselves back inside the game. It's a three-man squad. Things can be taken so slow and sound and safe as well in the game of Vikendi. So they can try and take their time as well in general just to position themselves in a better spot in the upcoming few moments of the game. Another team in front of us, and it's going to be the Team Mayhem right next to AUTOBOTZ, actually. And to be honest, AUTOBOTZ Esports is one of those teams that has been impressing all of us.
Now, at the corner of my eyes, I was able to see that Spray God has come pretty close to the side of ABZs. Look at that. I'm just waiting to see this fight break out, because AUTOBOTZ is one of those teams who are very, very well skilled, and they've met Marcus Gaming in several other occasions. So just in case a knocks or a finish comes through, they'll know how to execute a fight against a team like this. But AUTOBOTZ, I'm able to see that there's a little bit of a maturity when it comes to this team lately. They're not taking unwanted fights, but rather they would, want to stick to one another. There are two different Mr. Sprays over here, one from the side of Marcus Gaming and the other one from the side of AUTOBOTZ. And I really want to see who amongst them are the kings or the gods of spray.
Speak about gods of spray. I mean, Marcus Gaming, they have been looking pretty solid in their firefights, but as I mentioned, man, these underdog teams in general, they've got a little bit of advantage because still they're quite new and fresh inside the competition. The known teams don't exactly know how to tackle them. And that's where somewhere down the line, T1 lobbies for all these known teams can be somewhere they can't feel at homes. But playing inside these type of lobbies where you're going to be facing the underdogs, it's like pushing someone out of their comfort zone.
I mean, that should be the basic idea of playing in the map of Vikendi, right? Since there's a lot of dunes and hard covers, you need to push out your enemies in the open to take them out, because they can easily find themselves at corners of the building where Molotovs can't reach, where grenades can't reach, and most of the windows of the map of Vikendi, compared to the other maps, I believe is shut. And I have seen that sometimes execution becomes much more easier for several buildings in the southern side of the map, but as we move to the northern side of the map, the story is completely different. As of now, it seems like there's a fight which is taking place somewhere else in the map, as Kemeny Esports with one man down will be looking to get some really good loot for themselves, as SGY Alpha, this man wants to live up to his name, be the alpha of the team, has already got one finish for himself, will be looking forward to welcome the other three as they have a great opportunity to finish him off. And guess what? He's peacefully gonna loot and regroup with his team.
Yeah, I mean, Signify, guess he just showcased that presence for a couple of seconds, got his point, instantly just left as well. So no issues in that fact. And Signify too, once again, reuniting with the team. I like this stuff from the side of Signify, right? Got way too close to the opponents, got that finish point confirmed, did not overextend, instead knew his limits, and he backed out instantly towards his teammates. Team Mayavi was the team who was already lost out on that player, and they're not going to be feeling too good. And speaking about Team Mayavi, Blacks is being that man who is sort of a name to fear inside these lobbies. And speak about name to being feared, Kemeny Esports once again finding themselves in a bit of a receiving line. They're going to smash inside a compound where Hyderabad Hydras was holding it down. Two of the players being knocked out from their side. Knocks are starting to happen back and forth, and Hyderabad Hydras, they also get eliminated from the lobby.
Now, this were the most crucial moments of the game for the side of Gemini Sports, and for the first time, without Shadow being there, I'm able to see that they're being a little bit aggressive, because the strongest link for the side of Gemini Sports has always been Shadow, right? We have seen that Superman perform so well in frontal battles. He's always been that assaulter to lead fights. Let's not forget that Cullen is also in the fray as well, but with the lesser assaulter, the way they've rushed into a compound, probably they had prior information that there is only 2 men standing, and that is why they went in for the push.
Skulltz
As of
Esports
now.
just looking around, going for the information. They don't exactly know. And trying to know how things have been really looking like for themselves. I mean, for Skulltz Esports, it is one of the most aggressive teams inside the lobby, but this is what Vikendi does to you. Because Vikendi, in general, it's a map where we know that it's sort of like a 6x6 map. As I mentioned, it's like a well-balanced of the bigger and the smaller maps as well. Sanhok is a 4x4 map. The biggest map inside the game is Erangel and Miramar, which is 8x8. But then Vikendi with 6x6, it's sort of like a perfect balance. And in the early phase of the games, we're of course going to see like a slow and steady build-up to the action. As I mentioned, this is why I call this map in the early few stages of the game. It's going to be like a podcast hours where we can have chats about the game and maybe explain to new viewers how the game also works. And speak about Team Miyavi, I mean, it seems like Blacks isn't really playing inside the roster today. We've got Pro, Legit, Cypher, and Thunder. Thunder being the one added inside the entire composition this time, and Blacks is not playing. I don't exactly know why Blacks is not playing, but to be honest, he's one of those players that has really stood out for me personally from the side of Team Miyavi, because he's shown so many good plays in the past. And Gemini Esports right now on our screens, as one of the players was knocked out and confirmed a while ago in the name of Shadow. Still with a 3-man squad, they're looking to make some stuff known, make themselves known inside the lobby. They've also wiped out the entirety of Hyderabad Hydras somehow, but now having this compound control in their hands, they're looking to take control of the entire surrounding.
Now, being in the open might be the biggest mistake coming in from the side of Gemini Sports, considering that RGE is not far away. They'll be scoping in every looking corner. And let me tell you this, RGE is one of those, scavengers who would not want to receive, would not back off when there's a free finish running out in the open. Gemini Sports, I know there's some bridges to play around with, but those sound cues which is going to give away there's a fight happening just over the horizon, which is in front of them, that small ridge in front of them, they're not going to stop themselves. And hopefully we'll be able to see a different kind of an execution coming in from the side of Gemini Sports. This is what I said, in the map of Vikendi, you can use those smokes to find yourself some covers, because those ridges sometimes can give you a very, very good backup when the time requires you to move around or traverse around in a fight.
Speak about traversing around. I mean, still, it's one of those stages in the game. You don't really need to do anything. Do not even need to move, because the circle is still quite big.
Yep.
Chill inside the compounds that you had initially. Do not need to move at all. Stay there. And maybe try and figure out a little bit more information around you. The more the information you're going to be able to rack up, the more it's going to help you in the future to position yourself better and also find out a good rotation pathway if the situation calls for it. Signify on our screens all the 4 players inside that compound. On somewhere else, we've also got the players of Lucknow Giants, who did taste a little bit of blood initially, but now they're just settling down inside this compound.
Now, as you pointed out, like Blacks is not playing. Several of these teams are coming up with a different kind of a play style. I do believe they've understood that, we have done a little bit of a hard work. Now is the time for us to ease. Probably we'll stay in the top 32, and that's going to be our priority. And by the looks of it, we have done the hard work already. So let's try to reap some benefits out of it right now. Make that assaulter who's exhausted playing so much, let him get some rest, and let's try to experiment with other players. And hopefully it's not too early for them to do so, as the circle is now forming in. You're able to see that many teams wants to come to the southern side of Gorko as Raw Officials versus Kemeny Esports. It seems like this was supposed to happen and Kemeny Esports are pouncing in together. Ronak gets taken down as well, and with a blink of an eye or a snap of a finger, it seems that they've eliminated the opponents. I mean, I don't know how that took place. 3 of the players rushed in with all 3 of the players of Raw in different directions altogether and 1 person outside, but still the execution was so perfect that they will be getting all 4 finishes just like that.
I mean, I don't know what's going on with the players of Kemeny Esports, but somewhere down the line, they're definitely not happy with what happened to Shadow. Now they're just straight up eating alive every single team that stands in their path. They do not care which team's going to be that, but all they need to do is take care of the opposition. That's what they're doing. Whichever compound they're pouncing on top of, they're actually coming out on top in those fights as well. And considering we knew that Raw Official was one of those teams that was actually inside of full force in the lobby, but considering Kemeny Esports, they've only got a 3-man squad to play around with, still they're able to execute these team fights pretty nicely.
It's like they've understood one statement. It's our way of aggression or there's no way. Because with Shadow going out, they know that if they don't take those early fights, if they don't take those early aggression, show that early aggression in the final circles when they don't have a man standing, the 75% chances of them winning comes into picture, right? As we have explained that each and every player contributes 25% to that winner chicken dinner with a man advantage. This is what I was speaking about. Paritosh so far away and Ronak outside, but still the execution coming in from their side was so perfect. It was much more easy for them to, get that finish for themselves. But it's a long told story for the other teams as well. I hope they watch out for the aggressive Kemeny Esports who will be knocking on their doorsteps anytime soon.
Speak about knocking on the doorsteps and Team Mayavi on the edge of the circle. And to be honest, this is one of those aggressive teams inside the lobby as well, Team Mayavi. But in general, this map just forces you to play a little bit slow. If you want to be logical on the map of Vikendi, it's better if you play slow in the initial phase of the game, no matter how aggressive a team you are. And Kemeny Esports, the only reason why they took a lot of fights in the initial phase is because they wanted to position themselves in a better spot. Initially, they got pounced on top of the players of Lucknow Giants, but then they realized that, okay, we do not really have a good spot inside the circle, so let's start taking some team fights. As soon as they start taking those fights, eliminating the competition, the stages moved on forward, and they realized that, okay, we also need to find a good spot inside the upcoming circle. So then they rammed their vehicles on top of the players of Raw, eliminated that team, and now they're sort of got that position inside the circle. So this is what the map of Vikendi is. It gives you enough amount of time to gain a lot of information, and if you're going to be utilizing that information in the upcoming few moments of the game perfectly, then you are going to be the unstoppable team.
Now, I don't know why this is a little bit hard for me to digest, but Vikendi is one map that the terrain takes control over your gameplay and you can't actually showcase your gameplay. Correct me if I'm wrong over here, okay? Because in other maps, you'll be able to adapt so well, you'll be adapting your gameplay and making sure the terrains do not affect your gameplay. But when it comes to the map of Vikendi, probably it's played a little less compared to the other maps. Probably that could be the reason, or the map is designed itself in such a way that teams will have to change their gameplay, not be in their aggressive stance or too much of a defensive stance, and they'll have to strike a balance between being too aggressive and being too defensive in their gameplay, and then try to take this map. What are your takes on this?
It's not about the design, it's just about how the zone moves. It's nothing about anything else. Teams need to adapt on how the zone is. As long as you're going to be finding yourself in a comfortable spot inside the zone, you're going to be good to go. As I mentioned, in the first couple of stages, you're not going to see a hard shift at all. But then later on is where the main juice is. And soon enough, I mean, right now, we've already hit the stage 4 of the game. Even right now in stage 4, it's not going to be that big of a problem for teams. And considering the circle is still quite massive, you can see a lot of the teams are already making it in. Even for a team like TTE, even they can try to make straight up inside the circle from the northern side. So that's why we see teams taking it slow and steady. They do not really need a force fight and have a little threat upon themselves unless if it's really needed to.
I just love the rotation coming in from the side of Team Mayavi. They're sticking to the southern side of the map, expecting the circle to be shifting right there. And we have seen that most of the time that, the predictions have come out right. But as of now, it's a different story altogether. 2 grenades are going to be cooked from the either side. Yuva throws one, and from the other side, Beard Baba throws another one, but still not able to find any of those players. They're going to be a little more persistent, and guess what? It's the deadlock which the Team 12 is facing right now. Sicko Gamer needs to be revived, needs to survive for the longest time possible. If they go to the other side, they're going to be attacked by INT. If they come to this side of the building, it's going to be the grenades being tossed in from the side of Reckoning Esports. But the smokes coming outside the building is right now playing games with the Reckoning Esports minds as they're trying to put up those grenades, thinking that the players might have stepped out of cover. But least do they realize that they're just all inside the building and trying to play it as safe as possible for now.
Erangel Esports, they're sort of like a venomous snake inside the lobby. Never underestimate this team. Yeah, right now it seems like they're definitely scared against the likes of Reckoning Esports, but you never know. It's only going to take a matter of seconds for Erangel Esports to bounce back from that spot.
Yeah.
So do not underestimate Erangel Esports. And right now, I mean, Reckoning Esports, they're doing a phenomenal job. They know as long as they've got the opponents in a massive deadlock, no issues whatsoever. Beard Baba, he's just looking for the right opportunity to toss in that nade, but still he hasn't really done so. And soon enough, the nade's going to be tossed out as well, but he's still taking his sweet little time. Now the players of Reckoning Esports, they're going to finally look to pounce on top of the players in the front. Erangel Esports, they're in a massive world of trouble. The entirety of Reckoning Esports, they've sort of engulfed them, sort of just surrounded the entire vicinity, and right now, they've got nowhere to go. The entirety of Erangel in a massive world of trouble. Now there's also a third party actually coming into play, and no, but it's going to be Beard Baba, who knocked himself out with that nade.
And somebody did shoot Beard Baba for sure, and that's why, you know, he panicked at the last moment before he could throw it out. And eventually, his teammates are going to be there, especially Aceback, the IGL, who's always learned how to take the fight in a close-range battle, who's always learned to guide his team to perfection when it comes to those close-range battles. But the smokes is still making sure that stops Reckoning from pushing in. Groot is going in forward for a throwable, probably wanting to do the best of what he can to take out the side of RGE, but at least they realize that RGE is really good when it comes to firepower. They're going to be rushing in. You are the last man standing. Guys got the deadly DBS, and this is the moment where Ace Black will have to come in.
God.
All 3 players knocked out. The last man standing is going to be Ace Black. Groot from the other side. He'll be going in and getting those finishes if possible. If he doesn't do so, then Ace Black can come in and put the final nail in the coffin. And guess what? He already confirmed 2 finishes over here. The last man for the side of Reckoning is going to be Ace Black, still trying to find where Groot is. Still not able to detect his final location. As I said, it becomes a little hard when it comes to the northern side of the map. Few places as Vikendi is so hard for you to put those throwables. It's going to be hard for you. Aceback finally puts the final nail in the coffin, but it's way too late for him as we're losing all of his 3 players. 4 finishes, but is it enough for losing 3 of his teammates?
Tough to call, tough to call. I mean, yeah, the trades did happen back and forth initially. And as I said, Erangel Esports, they're like a venomous snake inside the lobby. You should never underestimate this team's force. And Lucknow Giants, once again, pouncing on the opposition. INT wiped off the entire grassroots, being thrown up inside the lobby once again. And now Lucknow Giants, with this entire 4-man squad, they're doing a great job playing like a well-knit unit. And as I mentioned, soon enough, the upcoming circles is where the real juice, is where the real problems are going to lie. The next circle shift is going to be completely a hard shift towards the down south, where we've got Marcos Gaming in a really good spot, but now they've also lost out on one of their own. So this is where the problems once again start to begin. Vexy inside the Shag, Signify looking to capitalize on this entire spot. Let's see how they're going to try to back up.
Now, this is the most important thing. This is the most important fight which could decide the fate of Marcus Gaming when it comes to this lobby. If they're able to defend this spot from the hands of Signify or the side of TWOB, they will be on the verge. They probably could grab that winner chicken dinner for themselves. But I do understand with the man disadvantage, it's going to be a little hard for them. But Signify on the other side, the patience coming in from this team is so good. They do not want to strike right now. They're just waiting to see whether TWOB is going to chime in into this fight against the Marcus Gaming, and then they can do the third party. Whereas far away, we're able to see that Lucknow Giants, the way they pushed in, they executed the 2 first knocks in a way to perfect, and Prajwal showing off his skills with the DBS. Oh my goodness, all 4 finishes. It was clinical as possible.
Utilities tossed in the front, Signify. I mean, even they've lost out, or at least gotten 1 player knocked out. Tansy is trying to crawl back to safety. Speak about TWOB, the world of battles. This team as well is one of those teams that is a name to be feared. Should watch out. And considering TWOB, they've got a decent amount of information to move on forward and capitalize upon. They've also got a lot of breathing space, actually, that they can move up to. This is a good news, but once again, the backlines is something that is quite exposed. Evil Surya, the Weekle gets blown up. He does take a little bit of damage, but still not enough to get him knocked out. Even the players of Skulltz Esports, they're in a massive world of trouble as one of the players getting knocked out in the name of Phoenix and Bijlu and Arto. These two players are going to be the last glimmers of hope for that team. Signify making a push up against the players of Marcos Gaming. Vexy was knocked out in that compound, but Signify, as long as they're going to get their hands on the hard compound, that's all that's going to matter.
No, then the last man surviving knows that the damage has already been done by the against the side of Signify, who was trying to put up some grenades as a defensive gameplay over here. Smokes are going to be deployed to make sure that he loots up all his teammates, all his dead comrades, but at the same time, the counter grenades coming in from the side of Marcus Gaming as well as TWOB, will it be good enough to put an end for the side of Signify? Aladdin being a bit more persistent. Probably the information was relayed from his teammate Vexy that, you know, a 3 knock has come in successfully. There's a last man standing. Please try to do your best. Probably push and make sure that you get those finishes. 4 finishes strong is what Marcus Gamers is looking. And from here on, I want to see how well a last player can execute against the side of Signify, who are hiding not only behind the hard compound, but a lot of smokes around, making the opponents think twice or making the opponents keep guessing as to where they are.
Not just that, even Team Mayavi actually finds themselves in one of the most prime spots inside the upcoming circle. Right in the smack center, but the problem is the circle's way too small, and you should not be in the smack center in these type of circles. If you are going to be, you're probably going to be the center of attraction too. The circle's too small, every single team will easily have a visual on top of you, and Team Mayavi should at least try to keep their position unknown. As soon as their position is going to be compromised, every single team would want a little bit of piece of that pie. And speak about having that pie in your hands right now, XNOR Esports. They know that the opposition's right in the front in the name of Lucknow Giants, and actually it's their time to get the revenge against Lucknow Giants too. Rage God is knocked out in the front, and the confirmation will follow up.
It seems like there's been a little bit of a competition going on within the team for the side of XNOR Esports. I'm able to see one man with 6 finishes. Afu for the first time leading the fight from the front. Spy OB will be stopped as Afu will be trying to give a cover fire as Team Mayhem. The 4-man squad is going to be rushing in. Cullen is trying to cook up a grenade, a perfect grenade to stop the opponents, and now the DBS push is going to be inevitable. He's going in for the second grenade, and if this connects, this could be the beginning of the end for the side of Mayhem. And let's not forget that the other teammate of XNOR Esports is not far away, but having an off angle against the side of Team Mayhem as Warrior is going in for the revival. So grenades were also tossed in. Cullen coming in closer with the DBS, correctly placed shot.
Oh no!
Will be connecting those shots, will be getting those knocks as well, as Krayax is the last man standing, and Afu knows his location very, very well.
He indeed does, but he's at least softened up for now. Spy OP from the side of XNOR Esports, he's knocked out and also bleeding to his death. And soon enough, the resurrection should be coming through as well. Oh, 1 more second late, and the man could have been knocked out. And look at all the teams that are trying to make a rotation inside the circle, even TF5 7X Hills. They're even going to find themselves in a prime spot inside the circle. That 2-2 split that's going into play from the side of 7X Hills is really good. The world of battles, even they realize now the compound in the front, it's sort of being taken away by one team, so it's their time to at least create a little bit of more distraction and try and make a name for themselves inside the circle in a better spot. The next circle comes into play, and it's going to favor the players off TWOB and even TF5.
Now TF5's position is going to be challenged obviously by the side of XNOR Esports. So looking so strong, as I said, the 4x race need to be perfect if your team has to qualify inside. Afu, 9 finishes already. Spy OPM is trying to catch up to him as well, as 4 finishes being shared by the side of Cullen. Probably he's the president right now. They want to make sure that he's alive until the final moments of the game. If they require that 1v4, 1v3, we know what this person is capable of in a close range, and perfect execution coming in from the side of CES, Kemin. Now, more spokes need to be deployed, but do they have it, as they've used most of it to make it inside the circle? Whereas on the other side, TWOB, prime location inside the circle, behind the rocks, will be having a bird's eye view on all these teams. They need to be very, very careful, as Mr. Erangel will be catching Spy OP off guard. It's going to be important for Spy to not only go for the revival, but also look out how can they damage the side of TWOB. SGY losing friction. Now Cullen knows how to take this fight.
Yeah, and Cullen is going to strike down the man who was crawling for a safety. Confirmation's going to hit the board once again. Kevin Esports doing such a great job. And even the man in the front lines from the side of TF5, he gets wiped out of his existence. Once again, back inside the lobby. Cullen, he's trying to go for the med strat a little bit because he knows it's next to impossible to make it inside the circle at this point in time. Even Signify doing the same thing, but this man's got 10 first aids in his hands, and Cullen's actually right in front of him. If he wants to, he can strike him down and get that second spot for his entire team. And considering he's still not looking to strike down Cullen, I don't exactly know what's he trying to do, but eventually, if he does have the chance to strike him down, he should take it.
No, I don't think so. It's going to be easy for him, as they'll be getting down. They've done all the hard work with those finishers. The credits has to go to the side of Kevin Esports from the get-go. Even though they lost a player, it was not easy for them. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, placing yourself in the final circle and trying to hold that hard rock, trying to hold that hard cover for yourself and taking the fight into the faces of the enemy. Once your backlines is cleared off, that is how TWOB have played this game and got that beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves. But what a gameplay coming in from all these teams. We got to learn from the side of Kevin Esports when it comes to this game, as well as the side of TWOB. But as you correctly pointed out, how Team Mayavi were holding the center of the circle, and once the location was compromised, they just got devastated by all those teams around them.
Exactly. And then even the late game circles, right? TF5 tried to do the same thing. They got a 2-2 split for themselves, but then the two players in the back, they got picked off. And the two players that were right in the smack center from TF5, even they got picked off because everyone saw them making that rotation to the smack center. And this is why I always say making a rotation in the smack center of the circle in the late game scenarios when you know everyone's going to be close by, it's a really bad option because that's just going to make you the center of attraction. And that's what exactly happened in that scenario.
TWOB was the only team who was trying to play from the corners of the circle. I think that is the reason why they got that winner chicken dinner.
Exactly, definitely. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys all know, that game has ended a while ago, but it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं, साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
थैंक यू।
Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने। खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching BGIS The Grind. My name is Salty, and with me is Arka. Of course, we are going to break down what happened exactly on the map of Vikendi. But before that,
Yep.
I have some exciting news for all of y'all. An Indian faction is coming to Road to Valor, and we can't wait to actually find what is happening. So basically, and there's an event for all of you guys out there. Go to their socials and follow the social media pages, of course, and then in the comment section, try and guess which is the name of the guardian which is coming in. And if you are amongst the 5 lucky winners, you might get some exciting rewards. Of course, do make sure that you enter your IDs in the comment section as well, because it's extremely important, because that is where you are going to receive the rewards. But coming back to the day, Arka, tell me, what is your opinion from this whole Vikendi game and the big chicken coming for Team TWOB?
I would say that they knew what they were doing in the lobby. They did not want to take unwanted fights. They knew that if they clear off their back lines and then concentrate on the teams in front of them, try to hold the corner of the circle, once they knew that, this is where the final circles are going to be ending up, they did an amazing job altogether.
Yeah, certainly right. But it started off from this fight between Skulltz as well as Team Tamilas. And Phoenix using that M466 to his advantage. We know how long of a distance you can cover, especially with that stable weapon with all its attachments. But this was one of the proper examples where Gaming Esports asserted authority. The way they infiltrated the compound, I feel like majority of the underdog teams who are watching the stream right now, they should take notes, because this is how you do it.
Oh yes, and the final moments of the game turned out against most of the teams which we were hoping for. Let's not forget that Reckoning Esports at one point of time, when they were looking the strongest to take a team down, the way they made a mistake of entering inside that hard compound and getting slayed off was a little hard for me to watch. But TWOB, as I said, they didn't have much finishes. They had hardly 2-3 finishes by this 4th or the 5th circle for themselves. But then on, they stuck on to the position which they had. And they were just watching others fight it out. Even Gaming Esports on the other side had a different story to say. They chose the, probably, I wouldn't say the active way to make it, I would say active way to make it a little more simpler. Yeah, but they chose violence over anything else. And they were like, you know what? We know that it's going to be hard for us to get the circle, but we'll fight our way into the circle. And in case we get some finishes while we do it, we're going to be happy about it in the overall stand.
Beautifully explained. I think, just like you said, there are 2 ways of approaching this game in particular. There are 2 ways of acquiring points in the world of BGMI, ladies and gentlemen. You can choose the passive way, where you can play for the circle, play for positioning, and getting the chicken dinner without even trying to go aggressive, without really damaging your opposition. That is the passive way, just like you mentioned, Team TWOB did that. But of course, then there's the Gaming Esports' way, right? The aggressive way. For sure, you won't get the chicken dinner, maybe because in the process of constant battle, you might have casualties. But of course, in spite of that, since you've wiped down 2 or 3 squads already in the process, you are going to get a lot of points on the back of it. And this is rather which I call the violent way. So for sure, there are definitely contradictory ways, but I think it's a time for us to actually find out which process, or rather which way of approaching the game is going to give them more points, because the point standings are going to come in front of your screens pretty soon. But before that, Arka, I mean, it's been a hell of a day so far. We still have 3 more maps to go. What are your expectations? Do you expect teams to actually take this aggressive route forward? Or do you think teams are going to play safe and maybe look to be inside the top 32 and be safe for themselves?
It again depends on where they're standing right now when it comes to the overall point standings. If they're on the bottom half, obviously they'll choose to go a little violent, try to make sure that they take those finishes as early as possible, then concentrate on that winner chicken dinner. But the teams on the top who have already done the hard work, what they're going to think is that, you know what, let's just try to hold off the positions we have. Let's not take unwanted fights. Let's go for that controlled aggression. So again, it depends, entirely on where you stand in the overall standings. You spoke about one active way of taking it and one passive way of taking it. You forgot that there's a heel strat way of taking a fight as well. And we saw Signify try to do that as well. That's the most, passive way you can take a game. When you know that nothing
Mm-hmm.
is working out for you, you're not able to place yourself in the circle, you're not able to take those fights as well, there is always a clever way of tackling things. That is, just hide and make sure you enter the circle somehow and
Yeah.
heal yourself, and don't be involved in any of the fights which takes place in the center. And if you're able to do that well as well, I believe that you will be able to take your team to at least such places where they'll have that breathing space in the overall point standings.
Absolutely. I mean, personally speaking, I would rather involve the heal strat or the heal battle meta
Yeah,
inside the passive play, to be honest, because that is another form of just not aggressing, right? Now, we've
yeah,
talked about the heal battle strategy over and over again, ladies and gentlemen, but just to reiterate you, what exactly happens in a heal battle situation, right? A player from a team is stacked with medical utilities, be it first aids, med kits, syringes, or even painkillers as such, right? And once being stacked with healing utilities, the player just decides to disengage from every single fight. You know, as a matter of fact, that the play zone keeps on shrinking, but he decides that, all right, I'm just going to ignore the play zone. In fact,
yeah,
what I'm going to do is just stay inside the blue zone. Yes, I'm going to get damage, but I'm also going to constantly heal myself. What it
yeah.
does is basically pushes you up in the placement rankings, because the teams who are battling inside the play zone, they will of course fall down one by one, but you will still survive. This all comes down to the timing of the first aid kits, and of course
Yeah,
at the end of it
exactly.
all, how many first aid kits you have accumulated for yourselves. A very risky strat, but just like Arca describes it, it is very effective.
Yeah, and the best part of it all, when an enemy is firing at you, you're gonna have a pressure that probably is gonna push against you. You won't know whether a grenade has been lobbed towards you, so that you can't predict the damage which you'll be able to bear. But when it comes to
Yeah.
a heal strat, you know that this is the amount of damage I'm getting per second, and that's not gonna change. As you said, you need to find that rhythm of making sure that you heal at the right time, and once the health bar is full, you need to keep tapping it continuously to make sure that you're going to be going for an healing again. But the most important thing is going to be the number of first aids you're going to be carrying. Even though you're well boosted, if you don't have those first aids, or if you have the first aids and you're not well boosted, it's not going to be easy for you. It's not going to be easy for you to bear all those attack coming in from the blue as well. But one
Mm-hmm.
big drawback about the heal strat is there is no guarantee that you're going to get a winner chicken dinner. You're
Yeah,
playing for the
100%.
second position. You already know that in your mindset, you know what, I don't want the first place, but I'll be aiming for the second or the third place. So that is the only drawback I see when it comes to the heal strat.
100% agreed over there, because when you
Yeah,
are playing for the heal battle, you know that there is going to be one team who is going to be inside that final circle, who will still come out on top and get the chicken dinner. I think the main objective of a heal battle is to climb on the placement ranking. So if we
yeah,
talk about the number of points that are given for placements, right, for
yeah,
getting the chicken dinner you get 15 points, for coming second you get 12 points, and then 10 points, and it eventually decreases, right? And when you end up in the seventh or the eighth spot, you only get 1 point. So you see that
yeah,
massive gap, right? If you enter the top three, you get double digit placement points. And this is what the teams generally usually try to do, especially with the heal battle. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to crunch down some numbers from the game of Vikendi. And first of all, the MVP of last game is going to be Afu from XNOR Esports. 10 freaking finishes on this man. This lad just went crazy on the last game, Arca.
I mean, obviously, right? He was looking forward for it. And when he knew that, his other assaulter like Cullen as well as Spy were just motivating him to go forward with his assault because it was working out. As I said, in the map of Vikendi, you need to have that crosshairs and the recoil control to perfection. And Afo had it, and he made the best use of it. TWOB and Skulltz were also one of those teams who were able to, come in over here. But as I said, TWOB, apart from Mr. IGL, I don't think so anybody else were able to put more points. But XNOR Esports will be on the top thanks to those 18 finishes they were able to put up, followed by TWOB with 8 finishes. But I have to say,
Yeah.
that shows the difference. You had that shows the difference of a team dominating and a team which was holding back.
For sure, right? I mean, both of them have above 20 points to work with, but since Kemin Esports, they found themselves 18 finishes to work with. Of course, the aggressive route was much more profitable for them. 28 total points is a massive, massive number, ladies and gentlemen. And then, of course, the second page where disappointment lies. Reckoning Esports, one of the oldest teams of the whole Indian gaming scene, could not really rack up from this entire game itself. Just 5 points for them to work with. And then have a look at this. Hyderabad Hydras, another big name in the community with 0 points. AUTOBOTZ, Raw with 0 points as well, ladies and gentlemen. But with that out of the way, we are going to proceed to the overall standings, where things stands right now after so many matches being played. It is almost midway of the second day of the last week of BGIS the grind, ladies and gentlemen, and Blind Esports, till now, they stand at the very top with 3 matches being played. They have 72 total points, 30 finish points and 42 placement points. Arka, what is your take on this team so far?
I mean, Blind is one of those teams who rely on the finish points, right? I know that Kemin is also not far away from them, but I've seen them taking those fights much more earlier. But this time they're concentrating on those placement points rather, and that is reaping them really good benefits. Now, in the second page, we're able to see that Midway Esports as well, those teams are prioritizing those placement points, are having a very, very good time. But those teams are able to strike a balance between the finish points and placement points, like Team Asla are also there in the fray. But this is where I would like to see where are the teams who are concentrating on those finish points more than the placement points, which they actually need.
Interesting topic, actually. You can have a look at Team Tamilas, as a matter of fact, or even
WSB.
OR Esports. WSB, as a matter of fact, right? 13-9, 15-7 and 19-2. For WSB, their major source of points was from finishes, and they only acquired 2 placement points from the 3 games that they've played. This is a very stark contrast between teams that we get to see right now. And Team WSB, they're definitely reaping the rewards from their aggressive approach as they are inside the top 32. But this is where the line has been drawn, ladies and gentlemen. The ballpark is at 16 total points. Liquid Esports on the 32nd marker, and Reckoning Esports with 17 points on the 31st marker. Certainly, Reckoning Esports are also approaching with that aggressive route. 14 finish points and 3 placement points. Only if they can fix on their placement point of view, I feel like this team can go further up, Arka.
Yeah, I'm shocked to see Reckoning over there, and the other team I'm shocked to see below the 30 number. It has to be Big Brother Esports. 14 finishes with just 2 placement points, and just imagine if they're able to place themselves in a better position or at least come to the final circles, how many more finishes can this team break up? This is what I said, you need to strike a balance between the two, or be able to place yourself in a better position, or else things are not going to go fine. As we'll be stepping more down to see where the bottom of the table, what the bottom of the table is looking like, and where these teams stand out. For FSC Sports, 3 matches played, 14 points in total is what they were able to put up. Dragon Esports as well. Those teams who have actually played well in just 1 or 2 matches are over here, whereas the teams who have been consistent have always been on.
Definitely, consistency is something which takes you forward up in the overall rankings, but suddenly these are the teams for whom things look a little tough. Obviously, the point difference isn't much. I mean, we still remember what we saw on the 32nd position, right? The total tally was 16 points, and up until the 56th spot, it's only 6 total points. So there basically is a gap of around 10 points for these teams to cover, and that can be covered with just 1 good game. So the table for now as well, it's still very dicey, Arka. I still feel like, 1 good game can certainly change the fate of a lot of teams out here. But just like you mentioned, I always believe that consistency is the way to go, and you have to be consistent if you want to fixate your spot inside the top 32. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, here we get to see the last of the 64 teams that are present, and we get to see some big names. Team Godlike, 2 matches played, just 1 point finished, and Orangutan, of course, in the 57th spot with 3 matches played and just 5 total points to work with. I want to know your thoughts, Arka. Like, what is going on with these big names, and why are they not capable of performing at this level?
I mean, as I've already told, right, their strategy is an open book. Everybody, have seen them play for a really long time, so they know how to counter strategize something which they have information about. For Godlike, I still believe that they have another game to play with. So once they're able to execute something good, they'll be somewhere placed in between the table at least. But my concerns go out for the side of Orangutan Esports. 3 matches played, just 3 finishes. That means, you know, the firepower is not working out for sure. And placement points again is just 2. That has to be a bit of a concern for the teams like Team Orangutan, who are so technically gifted. We have been saying this, right? This team is considered to be one of the most technically gifted team who can take those fights. All they need to do is somehow find a composure when it comes to the game, and consistency need to be added to the composure, and those 2 C's can boost them to be on the top of the table.
Hopefully there is time for them to actually come back to the top of the table, of course. But just like we talked about, it is almost midway of the second day of last week, ladies and gentlemen. 3 more games left to go today, and of course just 2 more days remain in this week. So certainly time is of the essence right now for all of these teams who are still competing. But in the next group, of course, in the next match, these are the groups and these are the teams who are going to duke it out. Of course, it's going to start off with Asla Esports, who already have a chicken to their name today. You've got Team VST, WSB, Do or Die, as well as Revenant, Team Tamilas, X7 Wolves, and Liquid Esports. Now, a lot of the names, but a few only are going to stand out. And for me, those are going to be Team Asla, as well as Team X7 Wolves, Arka.
Now, for me, it's going to be Team Tamila. So I really want to see how better can they play this game, as Team Mayavi Reckoning Esports are going to continue playing in this lobby. The fingers are warmed up, as we all say. It's important for you to maintain that momentum. Both these teams are the injured lions, right? So I really want to see how much they can do well in the upcoming games, as Redemption is going to be the only name which will be written in front of them.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, reminding you what is at stakes. Teams would love to be in the top 32 because that way they will proceed to round 3 of the BGIS, which is essentially the round of 256 teams. If they do not manage to enter the top 32, then of course they are going to be playing from round 2 of the BGIS, where 512 teams are going to duke it out. So it's a massive, massive jump, and everybody wants a piece of that pie. But with that being said, the map of Sanhok is live, ladies and gentlemen, and the flight has taken off. It starts off from Camp Charlie, and our final destination is going to be Camp Alfarka.
Now, this is where the teams who have to travel a far distance better jump off as quickly as possible. Know your spawn locations perfectly. I have seen that few teams have a secondary drop location when it comes to the map of Sanhok, but that has started to become a problem for most of these teams, because the rotation clashes or the early clashes which take place in those drop locations has costed a lot. And let's not forget how we spoke about orangutans, right? How they were challenged at the very beginning of the game in the previous map of Sanhok and finished off. So I do not want to see any kind of such clashes taking place. Hopefully they'll be able to fly themselves to the drop locations which they're looking at. Now on the southern side of the map, there is no team to go in for such fights. Oh, the circle is building up another story altogether. It's pushing these teams to go to the shorelines, and let's see which among these teams will be picking those vehicles and trying to rotate through the waterways to come in all the way from the northern side of the map.
Interesting approach, actually. There might be teams, who will try and take the waterways, of course, because the circle, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, the safe zone that we call it, has a random tendency. It, of course, shows you where the safe zone lies on the map, but as it keeps on shrinking, it has this random nature of shifting anywhere inside its previous iteration. And that means that there is that sense of randomness, and teams can't just pick and choose where they want to be throughout the duration of the game. There has to be constant movement. And this is one of the reasons why I feel that the predictive nature or the predictive element of the game also comes into the play. Whoever predicts the circle well will actually be of great benefit. But look at this. On the sides of Bootcamp, it seems like 2 teams are about to collide, and that's going to be Team Mayhem and Team TF5. Cyrax was cooking up his nade, of course, which you should not for more than 5 seconds. Otherwise, it's going to blow across your face. But it seems like Team Mayhem, they have sort of decided, in fact, Team TF5, they have sort of decided to disengage. They were like, all right, you guys have control over Bootcamp. Let us just, figure out some other spot for ourselves.
Now, both the teams were thinking the same. That's a bit of a shocker for me. Either of these teams had to take an early decision of what to do. But I believe that Mayhem is still going to stick in boot camp, try to come in from a different directions altogether and make sure that they catch the team off guard. But as you said, Team TF5 are also one of those teams who are smart enough to decide not to stay in that vicinity at all. Because the more you stay over there, the more you allow your opponents to rake up, to finish their farming and be well equipped compared to you. And once a team is well equipped, you know what happens. They're not going to hold back on themselves. They would want to push, taunt you to burn your resources, or probably push in right into your face so that they can get those early knocks and finishes, which is going to benefit them. Especially in the map of Sanhok, getting those early 4 finishes is going to boost your confidence so much that you will not choose to get into any kind of unwanted fights until the final circles.
Absolutely right. I mean, we always talk about Sanhok being a rather aggressive map because of the fact that it has this nature where teams don't tend to survive. Teams just play a suicide mission of getting themselves as many finish points as they possibly can. Of course, there is a different nature to it as well, since it's so densely, laden with forests and trees. There will be certain players who will try and hide and lurk around as snakes over there. But majority of the teams will try and go aggressive. And just like you mentioned, getting those 4 early finishes always sets the tone for the rest of the fights which you are going to take. But it seems like so far, Sanhok has given us a passive approach from every single team out there. There is no initial battle happening. It's completely silent. Teams are peacefully getting themselves their required groceries in the form of utility, in the form of weaponry, as well as ammunition. But of course, as soon as the circle shrinks, there's going to be a whole different ball game altogether. But as soon as I say that, it seems like Team TF5, they are under heavy fire as 2 players have been knocked out in the water bodies, Arka.
I mean, you wouldn't want to be in a situation like this, right? As I said, they waited too long outside of boot camp, and then they were like, you know what, we'll try to traverse somewhere far away. But least did they expect the side of RGE to be present over there. But guess what? The blessing in disguise against the side of RGE, the blessing in disguise for the side of TF5, to be frank, has already arrived in the form of TWOB. They've knocked off the IGL. UOP is already cleared off. So it's important for Reckoning Esports to forget about TF5 and now concentrate on the task in hand. That is reviving his teammates, reviving their IGL so that they can perform better. I don't know how come, Ace Black was so much in the open that he got shot from across the bridge. But ultimately, it's important, or a wake-up call for the side of Reckoning Esports, to understand they're still not aware of the surroundings which they're right now holding.
Reckoning Esports, they certainly were the ones who were striking fear onto Team TA5, but instantly have been hit back, and Yuva OP has been taken down, and Ace Black is also down on his knees right now. And certainly in a position where they are in the 31st spot, I'm pretty sure Reckoning Esports would want to make a big comeback, at least in this map of Sanhok. But look at this. Elsewhere, it's actually Team VST who is up against Team WSB right now. Good sort of retaliation coming in from them, almost knocking down a particular player from the other team. Going in for the revive is going to be important. Krish needs to be back on his feet, but from elsewhere, it's going to be Shu who will try and wrap around. Does have the shotgun to work with, but instantly gets pushed back because of a good retaliation fire coming in from Team VST. Arka, who do you think is going to win this battle?
By the looks of it, VST are looking pretty much strong, I would like to say. Manpower advantage with the DBS shots connecting perfectly. We're able to see them do much better. Look at that backup coming in from the other direction. HUB, even though they're trying to do their best, they're not able to. And a good grenade coming in from them will be eliminating another player as well, as Hub is clever enough to sit on a vase. Why did he do that? So that in case somebody puts a Molotov towards him, it's not going to affect him much. Now look at that. That's what I was speaking about. Now that fire is not going to touch him. He's eventually going to heal himself to safety. And once the fire is off, that is when he's going to step down and then again push towards the side of VST. What a great thinking. And I now want to change my decision after seeing such an IQ coming in from the side of the WSB. VST would have been eliminated from that fight.
Lovely nade coming in from X7 Wolves Winter. With that nade, of course, there was Evil who actually followed up with the shotgun, and one player has been knocked out. Team Tamilas, they are under heavy fire. As soon as I said it was a slow start to Sanhok, Sanhok started showing its true colors. It's all blood and death and desperation from all of these teams. The last stretch attempt to make it inside the top 32, and Team X7 It seems like they have found form. Johnny was looking forward to this team quite a lot, Arka, and it seems like this team has finally risen up to the occasion. Elsewhere, Shub also found a knock on to Gabbar, and it's interesting for us to find out, can he find the rest of the team of Team VST? Does he have enough cover? It's going to be the question.
He's going to be cooking up a very good grenade over here. If this connects, the story could be a little different. But it seems like WSB, they're trying to hold their position. They know that there's a team in front of them, right? So they're going to be like, you know what? We have hard cover. What we need to concentrate is our backlines. And just in case anybody find a rotation coming in from the side of VST, that is when we're going to assault them. Now, since one man is already out of the fray, they'll be trying to concentrate. A beautiful grenade comes in, but Beast has to tank his stars that he was not a little to his left, or else the splash radius would have done a little bit of a damage to him as well. Hub, not able to heal himself, shows that he's not got any kind of medkits on him. Probably he's just got some bandages. But one thing about this game is really good. You can throw those bandages to your teammate. And I believe that is what happened. Scream just threw something towards him. And if that is right, if it's a smoke, then obviously he's going to run back to his teammate. But if it's not a smoke, then probably it could be a medkit so that it can pick it up and go for a heal. No, it's a smoke, because he also doesn't have medkits. Oh, guess what? All three players don't have medkits over here. So in case they get knocked out, then it's going to be a cakewalk for the side of VST. And VST does not want to continue this assault. They're going to be falling back.
Yeah, they certainly will fall back. But once again, look at this fight from Evil. Oh my god, that shotgun did do so much damage. Just connecting onto the head. It's absolutely brilliant. Another shot onto Evil, and then of course Winter was there to clean things up. X7 Wolves, they are pretty lethal with the shotguns, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, we have described different types of weaponry you can use in the game, but the current meta or the current strategy or the trends which dictate the pace of the game just goes to show that shotguns are being used in close range combat, and DBS, it's sort of like the pinnacle of shotguns right now at the moment. But at the moment, there is another fight which sort of brewing up. Liquid Esports are the ones who are trying to hold on to their compound, and it's Intrepid who is trying to invade onto it. Nades and utilities are certainly being flooded inwards, but Liquid Esports have done a good job so far holding it for themselves, also knocking another player in the process. Crores has been knocked out and cover fire is required, but with so many explosions happening left, right and center, I think it's going to be really tough for Zeus to actually stay alive at this point. Another one!
Now, this is the beginning of the end of the Team INT for sure. Hemant was the person, he was the strongest link. He was trying to survive for the longest time, trying to grab away attention, not allowing LQD to actually push in over here. But ultimately, when he went down, they understood that now is the time for us to strike. But the smoke's been tossed in prior by the side of Interpret is actually helping them out. But a Molly comes in, it's going to be burning Harshu, who's going to be falling back. One good grenade to be tossed in over here. The story can be different. Shots coming in from a different directions altogether. I don't know who's the person who's trying to shoot them down. I'm sure it was not from the side of LQD, who's now going to be pushing in with DBS from all three players. Look at that. Shotgun handed in all three players. It's not going to be easy to stop this team for sure, as Liquid are going to be happy to put the final man down and send them back into the lobby. Interpret, seems like they were very, very predictable. Liquid Esports, I mean, after an assault like that, they're going to be having a breather for themselves. They'll be looking forward to somehow get that, cover for themselves and now relax. But, I would be scared as well if I had seen some team who's going to be rushing with three players and all three of them are holding a shotgun in their hand. I mean, I would run or probably nade myself rather than giving my finish to the opponents. Try to, execute something like that. But still, you have to give credits to the final person who still chose to go and take the fight against the three players.
Yeah, I think this is one of the reasons why we are sitting on the other end of the desk. We're not out there playing for the biggest grassroots level tournament which the scene has to offer. Instead, we are casting it. We are telling the stories of the players who are actually doing the big moves and the big plays in the battlegrounds. Of course, Arsla Esports, one of the teams that I'm going to be very heavily looking forward to. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, this fight was so brilliant. I mean, Hemant, the approach was right to try and peek out from that little bit of a rock to connect that shot. But little did he know that a nade was being cooked and it was coming his way, which would just explode him. to smithereens. Asla Esports also
Yep.
having a good start for themselves. They're building up the ante. Arca, I feel like this team is sort of getting ready for the later stage of the BGIS because this team does have potential. And honestly, the kind of scoreline that we got to see from them, where it's evenly balanced, both finish point and placement points, it is a right approach for me. It is a sweet spot where every team should focus on. But also, taking a conversation towards the play zone itself, Arca, I think you were right, where the circle is actually sticking to the shorelines right now.
Yep, and that is where Revenant would want to rotate. If I'm thinking right, Sensei will be the only man who will be trying to come in from the other angle. He knows how to survive at the final moments of the game as well. WSB on the other side, you know, it was a deadlock for them. It was candle burning on both the sides. Even though they were trying to hold a circle, it was not easy for them. Guess what Sensei does? He's going to be holding that boat. He's going to be calling his teammates and telling, you know what, let's take that northern rotation. Now, I want to bring our attentions back to the fight where Hemant was holding that stone behind, right? If you had looked at his loadout, he was left out with just 35 bullets of that AKM and no grenades, no ammunitions, and just a few healing. If you were in a situation like that, what would you do?
I would probably die to the play zone, man. Just like you
but
mentioned.
at the same time, there was an option for him to fall back because they knew that, you know, there's a player over there. They would have still stuck on predicting whether he's going to come out or not. Probably fall back over the ridge and try to play for placement points. I mean, I'm just speculating. Let me make it clear for you. I'm not guiding anybody, nor am I, you know, shedding too much of my knowledge to show off. But it's just a speculation that probably he could have fallen back, told his teammates who also had a hard cover for themselves, that was rocks, somehow smoke the building in front of you, put smokes in the doorstep, put smokes in the window so that they don't have an idea where we are. And then eventually we scoot away from that position, probably try to rotate around in a different way, and then try to re-strategize, or probably farm a little more better and then come back into the game. And I don't understand why few undergods teams overcommit to fights when they have options like these.
100% agreed with you. I feel like certainly every scenario offers you that exit strategy, right? And good teams are the ones who always have that exit strategy in mind, no matter what the situation is. They should always know where they are escaping from. If a 50-50 fight does not go their way, they should be prepared for the worst every single moment of the game so that they can survive as long as possible. But just like you mentioned, I feel like the underdog teams, it's sort of the lack of experience. They certainly are extremely mechanically skilled, but it's a lack of experience and, of course, the young blood being in them to try and completely destroy the opposition with their gunfight kind of leads them taking those battles, of course. But look at this, though. Speaking of battles, Team Mayhem, they have sort of announced a war against the other team. I believe it was Asla Esports who was taking a little bit of a shot from Sahil OP, but Sahil decides to fall back, not really engaging into it. But do they know that Zero has actually crossed the terrain and he is in their island? Just slowly sneaking towards the grass. We have reptiles and snakes building up in Sanhok already, Arca. And this is what excites me every single time.
I couldn't agree more, my friend. Finally, it's another two teams fighting it out. It's going to be Asla. I mean, I have to give credit to this team. They're way far away from the opponents, but still they're trying to strike fear because they know just in case they get into the waterways and, you know, the other side, they find fishermen waiting to take you out, then it's going to be a different story altogether. So if you try to shoot at them, try to evade them from the shorelines, probably that will give you a small opportunity to cross over, or try to cover the guy who's on the other side of the island, who will be ready, who will be prepared to give you that cover fire once you enter into the waters as well. So very good thought coming in from the side of Asla. I really want to see how well they're going to execute more of such strategies to make it through. Whereas Team Mayavi, who have just followed the footsteps of Revenant, probably the rotation of Revenant so far. I did see some other team was holding that high ground, which Revenant are right now holding. But Team Mayavi are clever enough to hold off, hide, be one amongst the nature, not be visible in the eyes of Revenant. You know, the trigger discipline is going to be coming in. Oh, the shots are going to be connected and the knock does come through. Speak about a team with so much of potential. They're going to live up to that expectation. Now he lost track of where MJ is. But guess what? His teammate knows exactly where he is. And the confirmation does come through.
It's actually funny where Pro actually found the knock for himself and just completely lost track of where the knock player was. But of course,
It's
Team
hard.
Miami, just like you mentioned, is actually hard, especially at that height. It definitely is difficult. But look at this, the rest of the three players, it seems like they've spotted Apollo who was proning. And you know,
No.
as a matter of fact, when you're proning, you cannot move. And he could not move out there. He missed his shots with the shotgun. And the bullets came across his way. Team Revenant, certainly not the ideal situation for them. This team, especially for Sensei, who has been a stalwart in the community so far. He's known for his notorious plays on the map of Sanhok, but this time with Revenant, his moves definitely are not working out. He has got two players in the process. One player has been knocked out.
Oh,
Great fire comes in
no.
from distance, but Arsla Esports, so much distance being covered just with a red dot. But Tiger, I mean, he does not miss his shots from the distance. Sensei will get taken down, and Revenant Esports Arca, they bite the dust.
I mean, Revenant Esports over there. I know the target was acquired by the side of, Asla. They knew that there are two players. You know what? Keep concentrating. And whenever I say fire, the other guy was the eyes for the other teams, right? So he had already crossed over, and he was like, just keep your aim over here. And when I say fire, just go for it. And that is what they were concentrating on. But since I wasn't expecting, it seems like things are not going right for them. It's the luck factor which has started to play in their lives for now. But X7 on the other side. It's not about the it's the X factor. I'm sorry, it's not the luck anymore. It's the X factor which they're holding for themselves. Will be getting finishers left, right, and center, as they know that Beast is also being over there. They want to finish fishing before they make it inside the circle. VST, the last man standing, will now go in for the heal, right? He wants to concentrate to play for those possession points, and lucky for him that Nevin will not be looking towards him, but rather will be concentrating on the bridges, which is much more important right now, since they are the people who are making it inside the circle. They can be shot on the back. But least does he realize that the others are also inside the circle already. That is the teammates of TWB Evil Surya. But somehow he's making inside the circle, but somewhere far away, TM versus the side of Team 12. I was expecting, Team Mayavi to be performing a bit more better, but a knock coming in from their side, it's a bit of a shocker for me. But let me tell you this, the job is still not done. They have all 4 men standing. They could any time now push against any team and get those 4 finishes.
Exactly. I mean, for Team Mayavi, they can switch gears at any moment of the game, and they can start their onslaught onto other teams. We've seen, right? This is the team who has dictated the pace of the game by just being extremely aggressive at every single point of it. I think the approach has been switched up a little. I think Team Mayavi wants to stay a little passive, not give away all the cards that they have right now.
No.
And that is costing them right now. In front of team number 12, Team Error Esports, they certainly are struggling. 2 players were taken down. The final nail in the coffin has also been struck in Error Esports. They actually pick apart Team Mayavi and completely eliminate from the game, of course. We were talking about how Team Mayavi could have potentially switched gears and gone aggressive, but it seems like that engine has been put to a full stop by Error Esports, and this team rather is actually looking strong. But from the back lines, it's Team Mayhem who actually go on a backstab. Sahib was actually blown apart by Plays. What a beautiful nade coming in from Electro Plays, and now Error Esports, they have a chance to breed. But from the distance, it's actually Asla. Third party coming in. Toxic, of course, is going to knock down Plays, and now there's just one player in the form of Dead Player, I believe, who is still surviving. Oh my god, this is so bad for both these teams. The third party coming into the picture, just eating up every single one alive, Arca.
I mean, Asla, they have trained their eyes for sure. When the other teams were busy training, to get those close range battles, this team probably was trying to learn how to find out pixels on the screen. Like legit, they're just lying down. They know that, when it comes to the map of Sanhok, it's going to be hard for you to take those mid-range battles. And close range battles is the only way for you to move around. But guess what? They've made sure that, they're holding such positions in the lobby that they'll be concentrate on getting that long range battles. But whoa, see what's brewing up on our screens right now. Evil Surya under the waters knows the location of Cullen, but it seems like the sound cues has given Cullen a little bit of a heads up, and he's trying to find out, wait, I can hear somebody in the waters, but I can't see him. But is he behind those waters? Is he behind the big boat? There's Evil Surya, the lurking snake right now.
Yeah.
For the first time, I'm
I mean-
able to see a snake in the waters.
For sure, there are snakes in waters. Certain
water
type
snakes.
of them, of course, water snakes, like we love to call them. But Cullen, just like you mentioned, I think he's aware, still trying to look out for that presence, of course, lurking around in the background. But he also has to be extremely wary of his backlines. And it seems like somebody has actually taken him down. Evil Surya has actually been knocked down by Cullen with a Molotov. I mean, what is happening in that particular fight? I just saw Cullen getting knocked down as well, and then Evil Surya also got knocked down. It's sort of like a two-way affair, but also shifting focus. It's Asla Esports who is on the offense. And it seems like they are trying to figure out whom to target at this point. X7 Wolves, though, they are trying to find out the last remaining player from Team TF5. It's Levi OP, who is barely surviving by a sliver of HP. Now has healed himself up. The smoke actually helping him in that regard. But the AKM, is it going to reign supreme in close range is going to be the question. Still trying to stay hidden, not give away any sort of pixel to the opposition, of course. Is going to deploy that another first that he possesses right now. But X7 Wolves, they need to make a choice. Do they ditch out the last remaining player from TF5, or do they abide by the play zone and actually play this fight out, take that extra finish point to their name marker? What do you think? What is the right solution?
Take that person out. At least concentrate on that one finish, because it's going to be hard for you to make it inside the circle. Somebody or the other is going to start shooting towards you. RGE, the I0 has somehow made sure that he brings his teams to the final circle, and now it's the job for the Salters to do the job. Fox somehow surviving the fire. Look at him. When he had the opportunity of avoiding it, he just walks into the fire or crawls his way into the fire. And guess what? TF5, even after that valiant effort of running away from a fight, will be caught off guard by the side of Team Asla. Asla, from the time they are coming in from the shorelines, all they have done is chosen violence. All they have done is taken those shots against the opponents inside the lobby. Two lost team remains, the X7 versus the side of Asla. And X7 knows that this is the moment for them to wait out for Asla to make a mistake. Because in case they step out now, Asla is eventually going to put them down. Because it's a bottleneck situation, right? They can't come out through the windows. They have to come out through those doors. And the only way they can do it is try to trigger the opponents to burn their resources and go in for a reload and then step out. But Asla is very clever. They're not going to press the triggers right away. Eventually, Neville is still wanting to taunt the opponents. No smokes whatsoever coming in from their side. He makes the biggest mistake. 4 crosshairs on that door. No way Team X7 can actually make it out. But somehow, look, guess what? Winter makes it out. Now it's all depending on him. Can he take out the side of Team Asla?
Of course, a 1v4 situation. One person inside the compound, of course, still trying to heal himself up. The heal battle actually is in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, but we know the outcome, of course. When you go in for a heal battle in a 1v4 situation, the outcome is inevitable. There is going to be somebody who is going to come in and take you down, and that is going to be the play zone or the opposition. Team X7 Wolves, a great presentation from them, but it actually was Team Asla who got the big chicken dinner for themselves, of course. It was a great performance from them. The way they entered the circle, the way they dominated every single fight while entering the circle was absolutely scintillating, and I enjoyed watching this team. I mean, it's been the second chicken dinner for the day for Team Asla, but I sort of predicted it. I won't take credit for their good play, but I'm just happy that this team is playing so good.
I mean, I have to say, the final moments of the game, even though they knew that there might be another person inside going in for the heal battle, what did they do? They just kept shooting at the door, and the opponent freaked out. He was like, you know what? They might be rushing in. Let me take the DBS and start shooting out. But still, they did not rush in. They waited for that moment where he runs out of those guns, and they knew that for this long, if he's able to shoot, he's going to be losing at least 80% of his HP. And now is when we strike, and a very good gameplay coming in from the side of Asla.
Definitely split-second decisions, ladies and gentlemen. This is what the margin is between second position and being the winner chicken dinner of a different game. But of course, all of this breakdown will come back after a very short break.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक करेंगे। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you.
Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. Smoke कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है। धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो।
खत्म कर दो।
Well, as promised, we are back after that very short break, ladies and gentlemen. And joining alongside with me right now is going to be Super Johnny. Welcome back, my old friend. But before we actually talk about the game, there is something exciting which I have to tell to the audience. Of course, there is going to be an Indian faction which is coming to our TV pretty soon right now. And of course, there is an exciting event for all of you guys who are watching. Go to their social media handles first of all. Follow them. There is going to be an event called Guess the Guardian. In the comment section, all you've got to do is go try and guess the name of the Indian faction that is coming. And if you are amongst the lucky 5, you might actually get some crazy rewards in terms of chests which are worth 2,500 gems. Redeem them and actually get mythic items inside the game. Of course, me and Johnny, we both have tried. Of course, our luck is a little dicey, but hopefully it's not the same with you guys. But coming back to the day, Johnny, I mean, Sanhok was a blockbuster, you know, in the end.
Yeah.
Asla Esports managed to get that big W for themselves. I want to know your opinion. Like, Asla, they are going extremely strong.
I mean, that has been the trend of the day. The lesser known teams, the undergods as we call them over here, have been stepping up their performance with every single game that goes by. And it's going to be new names. That is what I'm happy about, that we are seeing new and newer faces pop off. The teams that were a little bit inconsistent. In fact, like X7 Wolves not having a wonderful day yesterday. I mean, that has been my entire conversation since the start today. Have sort of managed to pick up a little bit of pace in terms of securing those finishes. This game was quite decent for them. Those 4 early eliminations working out quite nicely. But as you were talking about Asla, I mean, Asla had a slow start to this tournament, to the entire tournament. Round 1 wasn't theirs. Round 2, they were struggling again. But I think that was all due to the pressure. Since now the pressure for qualification has been relieved off of them, because they will move to BGIS no matter what. I think now the players are just playing in their natural element, and that is the case with a lot of these teams. I mean, talk about Liquid as well, because Liquid also did not have a great start to BGIS the grind.
Exactly, but now they are actually coming up with fantastic colors. Revenant on the other side, though, a team that started rather strongly, is not actually being able to keep up to the pressure that is happening right now. The same goes for Team Mayavi as well, isn't it? Team Mayavi was the trendsetters of this tournament, to be honest. They were the ones who were always breaking records for us, especially on that finish feed. But it's been a disastrous start to round 3 for them. I just hope that they can come back stronger, and they still have games to go. We still have 2 more days left, and that is all that they are going to get in terms of opportunities. And I'm pretty sure a team like Team Mayavi would want to be inside that top 32 so that they can find themselves in round 3 of BGIS.
True, and I think there is a very high possibility that Team Mayavi might actually make it where you want them to be, because the team looks strong. We know Mayavi for a fact likes a lot of aggression in the team's performance, so I think that motivation is going to be being brought in by the team, and it will be put on display in the later stages, of course. But for now, I think they're just getting used to these teams at least before they move on to the uncharted territory of BGIS, because that BGIS, it starts off with 2,048 teams. That's a big number. And these teams are here to gain an advantage for themselves so that they don't have to face all the 2,048 teams at the same time. If you move on to round 3, as we have been mentioning throughout the day again and again, ladies and gentlemen, if you move to round 3, you're going to have to face lesser number of teams. In round 2, you're going to have to face a little bit more number of teams. So 512 in one place, 256 in the other, 256 in round 3, 512 in round 2 respectively. But again, how far can you take this sort of testing, if you will, in lobbies like these? Because as you mentioned, top 32 should be the goal for everyone.
Exactly, and there has to be the experimental phase because you are facing new teams and you have to try out new strategies against these undergods that we like to call them, of course.
Yes.
But I feel like there has to be a phase where you start backing your own skill sets. And one team that has always managed to back their own skill sets, it's Arsla Esports. Now, you probably remember when I mentioned that Arsla Esports, they have that lovely balance between finish and placement points every single time. And it seems like this team has really hammered down the skill of balancing both the things, both the aspects of the game properly. I mean, look at this, top 5 players. You have 3 players from Arsla Esports. Nothing extremely fantastic. 5 finishes, 3 finishes, 2 finishes respectively. But the fact that 4 players are constantly staying alive inside the final circle just goes to show that how well Arsla is prepared for this particular round.
Yeah, and they weren't before, as we talked about them. I mean, this is all adaptation based on the mistakes this team made in round 1 and round 2 of BGIS The Grind. And the work that they've put in is producing brilliant results for them. Look at this, 27 points secured on the previous map. X7 Wolves on the second with 22 points. I'm happy to see X7 Wolves bounce back. TF5 7 Hills Esports, another undergod team in this lobby. And all 3 teams in the top 3 are fresh faces, ladies and gentlemen. On the 4th is where we have a well-known name in the form of Team Mayhem, followed by Reckoning Esports on the 5th, the World of Battle 6th, 7th, Error Esports, and then there was Liquid on the 8th.
The second page, of course, Johnny, where we usually find disappointment, and this time it's actually pretty big in the form of the bigger names of the lobby itself. Team Mayavi, Kemin Esports, Team Tamilas, and Revenant Esports. None of these big names can actually show up their true potential on the map of Sanhok, which I always term to be one of the maps where you find it to be the table turner. If you are not in the ideal situation on the overall standing, this is going to be your one shot where you can go aggressive, get yourself those early finishes, and try and get that big leapfrog onto the top tier territory of the overall standings. But these teams could not manage to do so, and it seems like there's a big danger sign which looms over their heads currently.
Yeah, and this danger, well, it's not going to be easy to beat. It's not an easy challenge to face. Hopefully, in the upcoming matches, we're going to see these big names bounce back, secure a few points, and then the fight also develop for the teams, for the list of teams that will be inside the top 32. But again, still more matches left, 2 to be a little bit more precise today, and then there are matches tomorrow and the day after. But ladies and gentlemen, the next game is all set to begin. But Salty, are you ready for the action?
I am always ready for the action, my friend. I mean, the action has been scintillating since round 1, where we got introduced to these fantastic underdogs. And now, of course, they have transitioned to being the undergods rather, and are giving a tough fight to the top teams, of course. There is one team that stands out from group number 1. It's going to be Blind Esports. They are at the top of the overall standings with 72 points from 3 games. This is going to be one team to watch out for. But if we talk about the underdog teams from the other group, then of course there are some names that I'm actually looking forward to, particularly AUTOBOTZ and Skulltz Esports, Johnny.
Yeah, and Skulltz, I mean, is one of the teams that even Necro has been eyeing out for. I mean, he has massive expectations from this team. And why not? Because they did put on a brilliant display of skill and performance in
Yeah.
round one. Round two was a little bit tricky. Yeah, we understand 6 matches in an entire day can be a challenge for especially the newcomers, because it does put a strain on you, both physically and mentally. There is so much information going into your heads. You're calculating so many things inside of the game. And plus, even though it might just be you moving your fingers, it will put a massive strain on them when you're playing for 6 games back to back. But then again, even going through that, Skulltz figured out a way to make it through. They did manage to pace themselves in certain games and going all in the next few, figuring out a way to conserve their stamina. Right now, that's not the case. Right now, you just have few matches in a day, and I think teams can definitely go all in every single game that they have. So for Skulltz, I think in particular, it will be important to secure as many points from the next matchup, because I think for these new teams, just like Asla is doing right now, it's better if you secure your qualification in the top 32 as early as possible. You do not want to risk it against the big names in the later days.
Exactly right. I mean, we've always talked about it, trying to qualify as soon as possible so that you can actually chill in the later stages of the tournament itself. But honestly, Johnny, I have a contrasting opinion on the fact that there are lesser games, right? I mean,
Yeah.
speaking to a lot of teams, speaking to a lot of players, it seems like players do love the longer lobbies, do love the longer
Yeah.
days where they get more matches to play, because it sort of allows them to come back from bad form. It gives them the momentum. There is the opportunity to build up. So yeah, that is also might be one of the factors why certain teams who could not really
Only
perform, they're still stuck.
the only thing I'll add to this is only the experienced teams and the teams that have been grinding from a while, the pros, that as we call them in the gaming community, only the pros like extended days, because they know they can be consistent enough in the longer duration, in the bigger picture, and score better points. For the youngsters, it's all or
100%
nothing.
agree,
Well,
100%.
that will be the case on this map as well. And me and my co-pilot Salty, we're prepared to take you through this map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, as the flight path is going to start between Torre Amuda and La Cobriera from the northern edge near Oasis.
Yep, and now it's extremely exciting to find out that it ends towards Minas del Sur. Now that is one of the places where it does allow you to go toward the southern island, but we'll be watching out if there will be any teams going toward the southern island, because the recent trend of Circle, ladies and gentlemen, that we have seen so far has been towards the northern end of things. We have seen a Montenuevo Circle today. We have seen El
Yeah.
Pozo and Creta Field Circle yesterday as well. And the trend has been similar. We haven't seen one of those southern shoreline circles which we usually get to see in BGIS that grind in the previous round. So I'll be watching out for where does the circle pop in. But speaking of popping out, I think like a lot of players, they are already ejecting from the plane, going to the desired drop location. Of course, a central flight path means majority of the regions will be accessible for the players to drop and land.
So perfectly mentioned, as you said. Because of how the flight path is, teams and players will be allowed to go to their preferred drop spots. But the question is, will that happen without a drop clash? Because I don't think that will be the case for Skulltz. As we were talking about them before this match began, and at the start of the game, we see them gliding towards that city of El Pozo, but they are not alone, ladies and gentlemen. Redemption Crew, out of everyone, has decided to join Skulltz in this city. Now, El Pozo, it is a pretty massive city as well, can be taken control of by two teams at the same time. The challenge for El Pozo is getting out. Now, that challenge has been made a little bit easier by for these two teams by the game itself, as the zone is not too far away, 70 meters from where the players of Skulltz are and 200 meters from Redemption Crew.
Yeah, Redemption Crew, definitely. It was a risky attempt from them, wasn't it, Johnny, to try and actually glide a little bit longer in the air. There was a possibility where Team Skulltz could have actually shot them down. Some of the shots did actually connect, because of which you see the HP bar on Baymax being at 60%. He needs to push himself up extremely quickly, but elsewhere, we've got another little skirmish which might just brew up. You've got Marcos Gaming and Team Tamilas. Oh, not Team Tamilas, it's Team Tribal Esports, who are in extremely close proximity. And it seems like Neutrino does have the Winchester. I mean, of course, not a lot of damage being dished out, but having that attached scope onto that weapon does give you a little bit of an advantage early on in the game, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's a weapon that's hardly ever used in mid-game stages and in the extreme late game, but for the early stages, Winchester can definitely help you secure that early knock and convert it into a finish as well. But for now, Marcos Gaming and Team Tribal Esports, their play, I think, is just collecting information for the next few seconds. Marcos Gaming, they're trying to get a flank, but Tribal Esports, I think they have those angles covered. So if Marcos overcommit, this plan of theirs can backfire. And look at that. Vexy is going to be the first man on his knees in this fight as Richie YT finds the opening knock. Prime trying to get the second, gain the extra edge for his team, has in fact been pushed into a corner by Sayam.
Yep, certainly right. And this is an advantageous situation for Tribal Esports. A 3v4 essentially when the opposition has lost a player in the fight and you have the power of 4 men standing. Tribal Esports certainly will be fancying their chances of winning this particular fight for them. The finish point has been confirmed. Vexy could not survive for long, but Marcos Gaming will still be looking forward to making a comeback because these players, Spray God, Sayam, they are in extremely good form currently. And they certainly know how and when to pull the trigger. It's just about time when Team Tribal Esports might just meet an army, but they have better weaponry, Johnny, and they are in a better position.
Yeah. I mean, they do have the better position, as you said, taking the 3rd floor of this building, well, 2nd floor of this building under their control. Marcos Gaming outside the compound entirely, and Richie has been spotted out. Spray God, the name says Spray God for a reason, ladies and gentlemen, and he will make sure that Tribal Esports know exactly why. Prime, he's trying his level best, but yet again, Spray God with the Thompson does secure another knock for his team. Switches over to the Scar L, looking for the remaining individuals from the side of Team Tribal Esports. 2 are all that are left from the opposing side, and Marcos Gaming, a good turnaround, I have to say, from this team, but the nade! Oh!
I mean, certainly it's not going to do as much damage because they are under hard cover and they will be able to put on that revive. But
yeah,
a good attempt from Team Tribal Esports over there. Spray God all by himself, just bringing down the other team by 2. Just evening things up for Team Marcos Gaming. And this is what I was expecting this lad, because he is in top tier form right now. He is unstoppable technically. And Marcos Gaming, they will be looking to capitalize on the advantage that they have right now. But it seems like Team Tribal Esports have already taken the exit strategy. They're like, all right, we've lost a couple of players in the process. We need our players alive up until the end game. So let's just get the hell out of here.
And, well, I mean, that is a smart call being made by Team Tribal Esports, considering, as you mentioned, and we saw it happen as well, they lost 2 individuals. It is a 2v3 situation. And yeah, that nade on Spray God was impressive, but that was the only fragmentation grenade that Joker had. That was his only damaging utility in his entire kit at that point, and he did utilize that to perfection, but unfortunately there wasn't really a position from where they could go for a push and secure that knock. Had they committed to the 2v2, that would have been a risky position to be in, because you are giving your opponent an even fighting chance. And the way I like to look at things is never fight on fair grounds. Always only fight when you have the upper hand.
100%. And how do you get that upper hand? It's basically by utilizing your throwables as well as your healing utilities properly. Not just the fact that you have to heal yourself and your whole team up to complete full. Also, you have got to mention that you want to try and deplete your opposition's HP bar as much as you possibly can by utilizing the nades and the molotovs, flushing them out into positions where they are uncomfortable in taking that particular fight. And it seems like in Tribal Esports, in spite of the fact that they had the early advantage, they could not actually do that, and thus Marcos Gaming could step back up once again. And a 3-man Marcos Gaming, it still does give me hopes, Johnny. I still feel like this team can make some magic happen. Especially because I know that Spray God is a player who can turn things around just by his own free will.
Exactly. And he has 3 brilliant players to work with. So I do agree with you. I mean, even with 3 players, Marcos Gaming is still stuff that nightmares are made of. And it will still give a lot of panic to a lot of these teams who do end up picking a fight against them. But on our screens a few moments ago, we did see the players of Lucknow Giants. They are playing from the northeastern edge of this map, and their rotation, like, they're gonna have to travel the furthest to make it to the zone. Luckily for them, The scout of the team, Dawn, was actually clearing positions before his teammates follow him up. So I think that is a good rotation strategy for Lucknow Giants. Plus, a few moments ago when we did see the map, it looked like their pathway towards the circle was clear, so it should not be too difficult for them to move forward. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a team that hasn't had a bad date yet. Blind Esports, from round 1 till round 3, they've just been dominating every game they play.
I think this team is at the peak of their powers right now. You know, when Goku from Dragon Ball Z reached the peak of his powers, he was almost unbeatable. Well, it seems like Blind Esports, they are at the peak of their powers right now. And when this team actually is in full flow, just like you mentioned, it seems they never really have any sort of bad days whatsoever. They don't miss shots. They never really go into any miscommunication factor. Their rotations are spot on, and they always find a way to be at the tippity top of the leaderboard. I mean, even till now, they are overall #1 in terms of the overall standing. So, I mean, kudos to them. They are a mix of amazing talent and a lot of experience which they have acquired very early on in their careers. And it feels like this group can actually be a special group, especially with BGIS to come. This team...
Yeah.
They're not just looking for qualification. I believe that they're looking for the trophy. They're looking at the big chunk of that 2 crore prize pool.
For sure. I mean, they're hoping, not even hoping. I mean, they're already aiming for that lion's share of 75 lakh rupees for the winner of BGIS. That is what Blind Esports is aiming for. But that is what the other teams are there. They're there to stop them. And right now, I think since Manya mid-rotation was able to spot out the players of Galactic Gamers, I think as we do see on the map as well, Blind Esports' next move might actually be to stop the squad of GG and gatekeep them from entering the zone. If they can actually finish off the entire team, hey, good for everyone. Less competition in the end zones. But let's talk about this for a minute. Gujarat Tigers, as we like to call them, the king of third parties. This should be their map to secure a lot of points on, but let's see. I mean, we do see all 4 players in their vehicles just rotating out and heading towards the circle right now.
Yeah. It seems like they are inside the circle already. They are just looking for the desired location where they can hold up until a couple of more iterations of the circle, ladies and gentlemen. Just like I described in the last map, the circle has this random nature where it can go anywhere inside its previous circle itself. So it's going to be interesting to find out where does the final circle actually land and how many teams can go inside it. But Blind Esports, it seems like they have given up on their fight against Galactic Gamers. Even they are on the move right now. Oh wait, no, actually, Galactic Gamers suddenly popped out of nowhere, and the vehicles, it seems like they are intersecting. Joker, in fact, was under fire, and Galactic Gamers, they found the first knock for themselves. Blind is definitely hurt right now, Johnny.
But nothing, no fight against Blind is going to be for free. And the moment Joker was knocked out, we saw on the feed Manya figured out a way to find a trade. So it is still a 3v3 between these two teams. And Galactic Gamers, they need to be extremely careful. Blind Esports actually are the ones who forced this fight.
Oh, no.
They were rotating parallel to Galactic Gamers. And now they might just be in a world of hurt as Manya was knocked out. But lucky for them that Ronnie had actually a brilliant flak available to work with. Manya, his teammate Knuckle, is right next to him looking to give his IGL a revive, but it is going to be a little bit tricky for Blind Esports to pull this off. Ronnie will have to distract all the players from the side of Galactic Gamers. Axum and Fragger in the backlines. What will these two individuals pull in this fight?
Ronnie and Knuckle, these two brothers of destruction, they have huge responsibility on their shoulders right now. Nades being lobbed in from the side of Galactic Gamers. He was supposed to land in the right spot, but look at this Skull fire coming in from the side of Knuckle. Of course, completely out in the open, and the headshot comes in from Fragger. We saw the skull break open and Knuckle has been knocked out. It's just 1 or 2 players from Team Blind who is still alive. And it seems like the dreams of consistencies are about to end. Manya, of course, knows that there is a player coming in from the backlines. And Ronnie has been knocked out. It's just Manya and a dream. Dollar and Karan trying to approach him. There is just one little tip that he's trying to play across with. But the shotgun, it's not going to reign supreme. Manya is still holding on for the rest of his team. And the captain is actually doing such a fantastic job. Another knock for this man, but eventually it was the play zone. John, it was a play zone that took
Yeah.
down Manya. And it's
Fragger
such
is
an
still
anticlimactic
panicking.
end to that.
It is an anticlimactic situation, but hey, at least someone was able to fight Blind Esports, go toe-to-toe with them. And as you so correctly put it in the end, if the play zone, if these two teams were not fighting in the blue, then Blind Esports would have ended up wiping Galactic Gamers. Towards the end, after that second last duel with the Ridge with the DBS, Mana was actually, in fact, extremely low. So the reason Fragger was spraying inside of the smoke was just in case
Yeah.
if Galactic Gamers was unlucky enough and Manya survived, he wanted to make sure that he was gone. That was just an insurance
Yeah.
policy, that extra clip. But now I think the squad of GG should be pretty happy. They have secured 4 points, lost 2 players, and I think doesn't matter if you wipe out a team like Blind Esports, you're going to be happy about that game. You'll be feeling good.
Absolutely. For underdogs, I feel like Blind is going to be their top target right now. I mean, if you take
Yeah.
down Blind Esports in a 4v4 fight, then certainly you have some guts, of course, but also a lot of skills to actually back that. But look at this fight once again in the replay. Now, Joker was the first one to actually get picked off, and he had nothing to do. He was the first one to get shot at. He was driving his vehicle. And when you're already driving, you can't divert your attention elsewhere. And that is when Team GG decided to pounce upon. Mania did try to fight back. Look at this. He got both Dollar as well as Karan switching weapons. But the play zone, of course, just like Necro likes to call it, the wall of death forgives no one. And time is also not going to wait for anybody. He was constantly bleeding out. And as soon as the play zone struck him, it was done and dusted.
Talking about done and dusted, I think that is what Raw's intention are for the lads from Spy, but Spy Esports a little bit too quick with their rotation, do in fact find the entry inside the circle from the southern edge, if I'm being a little bit more precise. But look at this, Signify stopped in their tracks by Fragger from the side of Galactic Gamers, and I don't think Galactic Gamers are going anywhere from here. Fragger, he's the last player remaining from his team. 3 of his teammates have been picked off, and he is still in the blue zone. It's the 4th stage of the game. He has 3 first stages to work with, 7 energy drinks, and 1 painkiller. So healing utilities, in terms of healing utils, he is pretty good, pretty solid, but it's the distance to the zone that actually worries me. And the fact that once he actually reaches the safe haven between the wall of death and the actual next zone, which is just a little bit north of Minas del Valle, he will have a lot of teams, a lot of bodies standing between him and the safe zone. And it will be an impossible situation to come out from. But talking about impossible things, and we do see Marcos Gaming on our screens yet again.
Yeah, impossible things, impossible dreams right now for Marcus Gaming. The idea is to survive with this 3-man roster and try and take every single team down in the process. Siam is still trying to scout out information from what is happening from underneath that ridge that is present, with 2 teams being present over there and trying to take pot shots against each other. I think it's an ideal situation for Marcus Gaming because they are further inside the circle. They will have the opportunity to get to either of those teams. And it's like they will have free finishes to their name. One player from Team Spy was on their mid-rotation journey, and immediately Siam was looking to capitalize. Of course, the bullets won't connect, but you can see the intent, Johnny.
I mean, the intent is there, but intent alone is not going to be enough. Execution needs to be perfect as well. And seems like the next few moments, the players from Spy Esports are going to be pinned down. Siam, my man, those pixel shots are extremely difficult to connect. We know we have seen that amount of precision from him in the past, but oh, Redemption Crew, that was a brilliant nade from Reaper, the ricochet off the slope, and it connects on the players of Spy Esports, and they're down to their last individual who's trying his level best to survive. But Redemption Crew, they redeem them from the pressure of this match by eliminating them completely from this game. That was a 4v4, but they made it look like individual 1v4s.
Exactly, that was amazing. But look at this, shifting focus. Hyderabad Hydras are also trying to get themselves a good position inside the circle. It's going to be interesting to find out who actually acquires the top of the cliff and starts dominating from that point on. It seems like Marcus Gaming have a pretty decent spot inside the circle. But what can they make out of it? The finish fade, of course, is still going into a frenzy, Johnny, as action is starting to brew up. This is stage 4, ladies and gentlemen, which means that the circle is small enough and certainly not big to actually host 41 players inside it. It is going to be an absolute bloodbath just from this point on, and I'm just excited, Johnny, to watch this entire action ruin in front of us.
It's going to be intense, and the intensity of these fights is going to go up and up with every single second that goes by. But look at this, Redemption crew, as you said, they shifted focus right after eliminating the lads from Spy Esports. They were trying to readjust themselves against the players of Team Tribal Esports, but we saw on the finish feed a few moments ago that even Marcos Gaming have the angle available to take the fight against the players of Redemption crew. So RC for the next few moments are going to be in a sandwich situation until they figure a way out of there. And Raw as well, alright, this is not even a sandwich. They are being boxed.
Yeah. They certainly are being watched, but shots aren't fired as of yet. And Marcos Gaming, they're just holding their ground for now because they know that they've got the right territory. They know they've got topographical advantage and they can make use of it. But as soon as I say it, it's Team Redemption crew who is going on a slam right now. Baymax is trying to take shots, but Redemption crew are the one who take the first hit, of course. But instant trade-off. Baymax is going to fall, and that is it.
What?
Team Raw official, they clean up Team Redemption crew in a flash. They were the ones who get knocked down first, but it does not matter. Paritosh comes up with the clutch, and this man completely destroys the opposition.
How? I thought Redemption crew, they had the ball rolling, they had the momentum, but no, nothing works out for them as they go up against Raw official in that fight. And now we do see the players of Revenge, Final Boss, and Aman still left standing. Skulltz Phoenix, he's making a run for his life, trying to fall back, join his teammates on that northeastern edge of the zone. If they make it through, they have the perfect opportunity to gatekeep these players from the side of Revenge Esports, who, by the way, are down to their last 2 surviving players. Final Boss, he's getting a revive in the back, while Aman is trying to relieve a little bit of pressure coming in from the front. In the meanwhile, on the high ground, look who's there. It's Joker Top G, standing atop that hill from Hyderabad Hydras, where Ultron has taken control of the backside of the same mountain. On the feed, we do see the lads of Gujarat Tigers pop off, but over here, Marcos Gaming, as they try to pick a fight against the players of Team Tribal Esports, they realize that they have finally bitten off more that they can chew. And Marcos Gaming, they're down to their last player. Just like Tribal Esports, by the way.
Yeah, even Neutrino just trying to get himself some extra piece of utility from that crate which was visible. It's a 1v1 against Spray God, but no way, Neutrino from the sidelines. He's actually taking a lot of damage. The nade goes past Spray God, not dishing him any sort of damage whatsoever. And I love the fact that Spray God got himself this soft cover to work with, dishing out the smokes as long as he can possibly can. Gives him that 15 seconds of soft cover to work with, denying the lines of sight. But Gujarat Tigers elsewhere, this team is going pretty strong. One of their players is certainly knocked out in the open, of course. But having 4 players in a circle like this, Johnny, it definitely is a boon.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a boon. As you mentioned, I mean, it gives you a massive advantage in those upcoming fights. But I think the scarcity of cover is actually something that is on the minds of a lot of these teams. Because at this point, teams would have definitely adjusted to however many players they have left in this game up until now, and they have already figured out a way of how they want to move forward. The toughest challenge would be building those covers, because as you do see a lot of these teams, and even if you go a few moments back, we did see a lot of these teams traverse through those hills and take the top of those mountains. Coming down from those mountains with those vehicles intact can be a challenge, because in a position like this, you are taking a lot of damage from the bullets that are being shot at you. And I think, yeah, Prince, he's going to be done in the next few seconds. He's going to be finished off. Fraga has the perfect angle.
Fraga does have the perfect angle. I mean, he's the only one who is surviving from his team, but he's still getting those extra bit of finish points to work with, and that is it. He gets 4 finishes to his name, 6 finishes for Team Galactic Gamers. Many crucial extra points for GG in that situation. Shifting focus elsewhere. Look at this. Hyderabad Hydras are still making that last bit of rotation to try and enter the circle, but it's still a hard job for them. Fragger, of course, has caught under fire from AUTOBOTZ, but from the distance, it's them taking shots at him versus the play zone as well. He just could not survive and finally succumbed to his injuries. Hyderabad Hydras still on the move, ditching the vehicle here itself. The only piece of cover that they have, Johnny, is going to be this piece of rock.
And this is going to be a difficult position to work with for the lads from Hyderabad Hydras. But I want to talk about Fragger for a minute, because his performance individually was actually very impressive. His team could have been eliminated long back, but he made sure that they were there in the top 6. And let's not forget, 6 eliminations have been secured by the entirety of Galactic Gamers combined, 4 of which were on Fragger. So I think a lot of points are going to be secured, a decent number of points at least are going to be secured by Galactic Gamers. But look at this, Dragon Esports. I mean, are they going to breathe fire? And how hot is that fire going to be? That is what we are looking forward to in the next few moments. We will have our answers, ladies and gentlemen, as we are finally down to the top 5 teams, 14 players surviving in this game. And AUTOBOTZ Esports have showed up with their entire squad intact, as we discussed a few moments ago. They don't have a lot of teams that can step up and challenge them. Dragon Esports might be one of them. And look at that, a brilliant nade from Roggy. And both the players from the side of Hyderabad Hydras are just going to eat dust.
And he nades himself as well. Would be to try and but the strategy of Team AUTOBOTZ should be to try and hold on to that ridge for as long as possible. I mean, that is an extremely strong position for them, and they will have visual confirmation over so many different teams out there. The only piece of trade-off would be to try and watch out for SprayGod, who is in the back lines, and they are doing so successfully. Another team who might actually cause troubles for them is going to be the team of Marcus Gaming, if I'm not mistaken, or rather Team Raw Fishers, right, who are still 4-man strong. But the fact that they are on the lower turf means that they're the ones who will need to make the first move. They are outside the circle right now. They will need to ditch their compounds and come out in the open. And as soon as that happens, I believe that SprayGod is going to open fire, Johnny.
Yeah, that's his only option. He can't really play for survival at this point, since I think even he realizes there is no way he will be able to make it into the next circle. And even if he makes it, he won't be there for more than a second. He's waiting for the lads, all of the players, in fact, from the side of Raw officials, step out in the open so that he has a clear line of fire available. And now maybe he starts taking his shots, as Paritosh is going to be the first man to take a few shots on the back. But he ducks, instantly goes prone, and will be able to protect himself. On the other side, though, DE, Dragon Esports, a mistake was made a few moments ago, as Rocky, after destroying the players of Hyderabad Hydras with his utility, mistakenly lobbed one of her nades upon himself. And that was critical time wasted by the lads of Dragon Esports, because of which now they are pinned out in the corner. Orzi, getting too distracted, a little too focused on the lads of Raw, ignores Superboy for a few seconds, but in the end he did lob a nade in his direction, and it did fall a bit short. But Raw official Ron, that whiff! He's going to regret that in a few moments.
Definitely is going to cost him quite a lot. I mean, Raw official at this point, they want to try and capitalize on the mistakes which AUTOBOTZ are making, but they look very solid. It's just here and there where Orlo was caught out in the open, but that's not going to matter right now. He still has the high turf, and he has such a nice visual confirmation onto every single player of Team Raw. It's only about who is inside the circle and who is not. And I love the split coming in from AUTOBOTZ, Johnny. This is a 1-3 split, right? And of course, Orlo is trying to get all the attraction towards himself. Meanwhile, the rest of the 3 players are trying to close. And it seems like shots definitely are being taken. And Raw officials are aware of that this 3-1 split. How do they respond to it is going to be the question, because the terrain does not support them.
It is going to be a massive challenge for them. But that is, I think, what we are looking forward to. How does Raw official figure out a way of this literal uphill fight? And AUTOBOTZ, they are taking a lot of damage. Orlo being a massive nuisance to the entirety of Raw. Look at this. He has a nade and a Molotov to work with, and the players of Raw are in perfect range for him to actually use that utility. The first one of which is going to be lobbed from the side of Raw. Abhi, another nade being lobbed towards Orlo. If Orlo goes down, this is it. Raw official have actually gained the upper hand in this fight, and AUTOBOTZ, they might be in a world of hurt now. Orlo, he is falling back, crawling back slowly and steadily, but he's not going to stay alive for long. It's down to Skulltz, Orzi, and Mr. Spray to convert and secure what was rightfully theirs from the start. The chicken dinner.
It's still a 3v3. It's still a 3v3, Johnny, and anything can potentially happen. I mean, Abhi is out in the open, but no shots being taken in his direction. Beautiful stop, but missed the spray. Lands an accurate spray, and this right now is advantage for Autobots. The shotguns go berserk, and they start climbing onto Team Raw Officials, and what a finale did we get to see. Raw Officials striking, but it did not strike hard. Autobots just pouncing on top. One mistake, one spray which was whiffed, and that is it. One opportunity and Autobots will snatch the chicken dinner from the clutches of Raw Official. And this game was topsy-turvy in the final circle, Johnny. It was extremely dicey.
It got extremely dicey, extremely intense, especially that last 3v3 between Raw and Autobots. Kudos to Raw Official. That was an impressive try. Valiant effort coming in from Raw Official, but unfortunately for them, Autobots were a little bit quicker on the trigger over there. Even before that, I think one of my favorite moments was the first fight that we witnessed, actually. But from there on out, I think Marcos Gaming, they made a brilliant comeback, picked off two individuals. But from there, I think it was just the fact that they were losing players again and again and again. But still, Mr. Spray God made it into the top 4. So, all good.
Yeah, definitely all good for Marcus Gaming. I mean, we all talked about how strong this particular team is, and SprayGod did get a couple of finishes to his name, as well as a lot of placement points to work with, ladies and gentlemen. But all the number crunching and the analysis is going to happen on the other side of this very short break.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक करें। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े एमवीपी भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने। Center slam. Smoke कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है। धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो।
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, who seems like he's feeling a little bit too shy to show his face for the next few moments. But we'll wait for him to get comfortable, just like our teams in the previous game. I mean, talk about the impressive run that we got to witness from the lads of Autobots, the mid-game fight. Not the mid-game fight, in fact, the early fight that we got to witness where Marcos Gaming made an impressive comeback, even though there was a brilliant nade from the young lads on the opposing team. And then Blind Esports getting shut down early. I think that has to be all the talk from the previous map, because against Galactic Gamers, they started off quite strong. taking Joker down. But Manya securing that knock did buy Blind Esports enough time to actually go for the aggressive push on the opposition. And even that did not work out because Galactic Gamers were a little bit too patient and they forced Blind into an uncomfortable spot wherein Manya was in the end sandwich from the either side. But I mean, with one last game to go for the day, these teams are just going to have to go all in that last map. But before we move on to the last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to look at the highlights. And it seems like, well, Necro was a little too shy to turn on his camera. He can still talk. How are you doing, Necro?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, Johnny. I mean, considering how things are really looking like in general inside these battlegrounds, Johnny, it just seems like the final game is definitely set up for a perfect pace. I mean, look at how Galactic Gamers as well really chimed inside the action in that previous game.
Well, exactly. I mean, the previous game was a little, I have to say, weird because starting off with the zone itself, we had a southwestern zone out of all places in Miramar. Those are extremely rare. And that too just a little bit north on the Valle del Mar Hills. So a lot of these teams were actually playing in uncharted territory, and I think towards the very end we did see the actual Miramar aspect, as we like to call it, the unique quality of this map, that high grounds will give you the upper hand in every single fight you have. That aspect being put on display by the players of AUTOBOTZ, who were actually just holding on to a hill slope for a good 5 minutes and did in fact end up securing a lot of points from that hill.
I mean, not just AUTOBOTZ, right? Then you also take a look at the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, who were able to make it to the late game scenario. Raw Esports, actually, Raw Official themselves. I'm just really satisfied the fact that even they were actually able to make it to the late game scenario. Somewhere down the line also let their teams back up. AUTOBOTZ too. I mean, as we all know, this team in general, whenever we have seen this team on the bigger screen, they've always impressed us. And considering this team has made their entry inside the competitive scene such recently, and still it just feels like they're so mechanically good and clean.
Yeah, but we just had a look at the highlights, Necro, and I have to point this out. They missed out my favorite moment of the game. The nade from Rocky that knocked himself out. He lobbed it just straight up in the air, and it just came falling right on his head. But blunders apart, it was an impressive run from Dragon Esports. I mean, let's not forget, they were the ones, and in fact, Rocky himself actually was the one who took down Hyderabad Hydras in the very end, and it was an impressive run from the side of Dragon Esports as well. What are your thoughts on this team? Because if I remember correctly, round 1 and round 2, we did not really see a lot of Dragon Esports. I mean, they were playing under the radar the entire time.
I mean, Dragon Esports, considering how things are really looking like for them, and it seems like they really do not really want to chime inside the actions that early inside the game, Johnny. Makes a lot of sense too, considering a lot of these known teams in general, even they are just getting devastated with the amount of bullets that are being just surmounted on top of them, Johnny. It's like the firepower even from these underdog teams day by day is starting to increase. They're really able to judge all the playing pattern from all these teams inside the lobby. So Dragon Esports is one of those underdog teams as well. It's better if they're going to try to keep themselves under the radar and try and make their work from the underground side.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that it is going to be better for them if they stay out of the line of fire of the likes of Blind Esports. Hyderabad Hydras, I mean, is definitely going to be aiming for them the next time these two teams collide. But that was all the talks from the previous match. We still have to look at the stats, in fact, and figure out how many points these teams got from the previous game before eventually, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the last game, the last map of the day, which will be Erangel. But it will be quite interesting to see what the overall performance looks like, because I mean, talk about the big names. Marcos Gaming, we saw them in the early fight and then a few individual picks in the mid-game stages, but we will eventually get there. We start off with the MVP of this previous match, and I'm actually very excited to see which player will take the title this time.
Exactly. As we move on forward and take a look at the MVP, it's going to be in the man from Galactic Gamers, Fragger, with 4 finishes. This guy was able to get a lot of eliminations popped up. And to be honest, a player from Blind Esports not able to surpass that marker, it sort of shocks me, man, because Blind Esports, so far, they've been looking like the freak of nature, the unstoppable force of nature. But in general, not really able to showcase themselves in the top 5 players.
Yeah, and Fragger is the reason that Blind Esports is not here at all, because Fragger was the man who took down 3 individuals from the side of Blind Esports, and also one of the lads from Signify, I believe, as Signify did came in with a little late third party on the players of Galactic Gamers, and they were the ones who forced sort of Fragger to just be the solo survivor. AUTOBOTZ Mr. Spray, an impressive run. The chicken came for his team, and he's there with 4 eliminations to his name. So I'm pretty sure his team is going to be looking good in terms of the total point tally. And well, I was right. Look at that. 24 points secured by AUTOBOTZ Esports from this match. Raw official on the second with 16, who in fact are tied up with Dragon Esports, who finished third in this game but had 6 eliminations.
Exactly. Even they've got 16 points, right? Then you move down on overall rankings or on the point standings, my bad, and you take a look at Marcos Gaming 2 on that freight with 13 points. In general, the top 6 teams, they've got double digits for themselves, and this is where you take a look at the teams that are going to be underneath them. Gujarat Tigers, Redemption Crew, not really having the start they wanted, but in general for Gujarat Tigers, if I'm not wrong, yesterday's day was quite decent, right? I mean, they were not really able to have those flashy plays, but at the same time, at least accumulate those decent amount of numbers, and as long as you're going to be good in the overall point standing, that's all that's going to matter.
Exactly. I mean, overall rankings are all that matter. That is where you need to be in the top 32 in order to move to the round 3 of BGIS. If you're in the bottom 32, again, you move to round 2. But moving to the second page of the rankings of the previous match, for now, we do see Team Tribal Esports on the 9th position with 4 points, Revenge Esports 10th with 3 points, Ruling Saints 80s on the 11th with 3 points as well, Skulltz Esports on the 12th with 2 points, Signify on the 13th with 1, and surprise, surprise, Lord behold, Blind Esports, Spy Esports and Lucknow Giants on the 14th, 15th and 16th positions with no points, 0.
Exactly, and to be honest, I did not expect that type of performance from all these teams that are in the bottom. If you remember, even the game of Sanhok that me and Arca were casting, if I'm not wrong, and even inside that game, all the known teams got taken out of the lobby off the bat, off the rip. We saw CS Esports taking out the likes of Godlike. Then inside the bootcamp area as well, we saw Acid Esports taking out another known team from the lobby. In general, off the bat, as soon as Sanhok began, known teams took an exit. Now, even in that previous game, Miramar, it seems like all the known teams that were not really able to accumulate a lot of points, especially Blind Esports taking an exit from 0 points. This is something that is really shocking to me because it's so rare you see a team like Blind not being able to secure any points in their hands.
Yeah, and this is very surprising indeed. I mean, because even if Blind Esports takes an early exit, we usually do see them at least rack up those elimination numbers, even if it's just a measly 3 or 4 eliminations from the game. But they do make sure they're not ending on nil. And that last game, I think, will definitely be an eye-opener for not just Blind Esports, but the other teams that were taken out early. Lucknow Giants being one of them. And I think Lucknow Giants, a lot of expectations from this team. But ladies and gentlemen, moving forward in the last match of the day, we do have a switch up in terms of the group, as Gladiator Esports are going to be back into the battleground along with Hindustan Gaming LOC, growing strong, No Rules Extreme, Warmania, Blood Rose, and OR Esports.
Exactly. As you mentioned, even OR Esports back inside the fray. Let's speak about a team that's going to be slipping under the radar. I think so. OR Esports is a prime example of that. This is one of the most known teams, of course, a T1 team inside the lobby. And OR Esports is one of those teams that does not really like to prioritize fights in the early game scenarios. They really start taking those fights once they find themselves in a comfortable spot inside the late game situations. But until then, they try their best to avoid all the fights. But if the situation really boils down to them taking the fight, then they will definitely try their best to win that fight in general. But soon enough, we're also going to be heading inside the upcoming game as well, Johnny. And I would like to know your predictions for this game of Erangel.
It's the last game of the day, and since Gladiator Esports are stepping back, I want to root for them, but there's that one team in the same group that did not really perform well yesterday. So this time, I want to see Hindustan Gaming pop off, man, because round 2, they were brilliant. They were absolutely phenomenal. So entertaining, so much fun to watch. And yesterday's day was, I felt like it wasn't really, they weren't playing like themselves. They were lost.
Yeah, it was just completely weird. But then look at this playing flat path too, Johnny. all the way from the southern side. Yes, sort of going a little bit on the northern side as well, but still, you can't say it's just completely on one side of the map. It's going to force these teams to once again adapt on the fly. Now, a lot of the teams might as well just fall on top of their faces, considering they will need to drop down on a temporary drop location. And you never know, another team might as well be thinking the same. So we might see a lot of early game clashes, and I would love to see these clashes come into play as well. Gladiator Esports, as usual, military base is going to be where they like to go towards. LOC as well, towards no reply, no doubts on that. But we've got teams like HG. You've also got AUTOBOTZ, Signify as well, quite close to Pachinki. We might see a potential drop collision.
I mean, the potential is there because look towards Gatka. We do see Hindustan Gaming and No Rules Extreme already heading in the same direction, but it feels like Hindustan Gaming, a call has been made by the IGL to drop near the roads, try and pick up vehicles if possible, and then move on to someplace else where they're not going to be challenged. But Pachinki is always going to be a hot drop. Doesn't matter if you're playing a classic match at home or a competitive game in BGIS The Grind, as we do figure out finally the first drop clash of the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Skulltz going up against Signify.
Exactly, and Skulltz already tossing on a couple of utilities against the opponents and also managing to chip out a little bit of damage onto them. So for now, Skulltz, the problem is, once again, these two teams are way too close to each other. And once again, loot as well will be limited down to a little bit because considering they're quite close, you never know where a foe might be lying around. So you need to really watch out and be cautious. One single misstep can lead you to be taken out from the game.
Friction on our screens was just waiting for the opposition to push in his direction. He's holding a pretty good angle as well. Dancy on the outer side of the broken wall along with Storm. It seems like Signify, they want to box the players of Skulltz in those buildings and isolate them, deny them any movement opportunity to fall. In fact, exit the compounds and try and move to another safer location. Phoenix, he's trying his level best to gain an angle, but Tansy, does Skulltz know where these two individuals are, Storm and Tansy?
Oh, I don't know about that, but it seems like Phoenix is definitely able to hear a lot of foot cues right now.
Yeah.
And considering he is able to hear so many foot cues, he's probably wanting to capitalize on that fact. And somewhere down line, he knows that Storm is right in the front lines too, but still utilizing utilities is also quite a crucial factor inside the game. He's got this only one single frag grenade, which can be his win condition if utilized properly. And that's why Phoenix is taking so much time before tossing onto that utility. And right now we've got Blood Rose Esports chasing down the players of Raw Officials, but no issues. Raw Officials, they're going to make a great escape.
A death race right outside Yasta Poliana, and as you mentioned, I mean, Blood Rose, they tried their level best to take down the individuals from the side of Raw, but unfortunately for them, a few of those Raw official players were already holding on to the rooftops of Yasnaya's southern buildings, and they were able to actually take a few shots on the buggies that Blood Rose Esports were carrying. But, and see, I believe Bijlu has been spotted. His head through the windows was seen, and Tansy is trying to deny the angle, deny the line of fire, but now he's been pushed in the corner, and this could be a disaster for the players of Signify. Nades exchange, both of them connect, a lot of damage upon each other, but no knock secured from this fight. But this Molotov changes everything, and Skulltz, they are not looking good. The first disadvantage is going to be theirs.
I told you, man, these utilities can really be a massive win condition in the fights if used properly. Now, they were also able to flush out an enemy from that angle, and also the instant confirmation is going to follow it up on the back of that as well. Signify able to get the first knockout instantly, and now Alpha sort of finds himself on the receiving line as well, but he's doing a great job in taking down the opponent. He's already managed to take him down 1 HP, 1 more bullet. If the connection's going to be found, it will be perfect, but then he overextended himself, and that's where he gets knocked out. The overextension sometimes can really not be that great for you, but in general, Signify, they're still coming out on top inside this entire duel.
Oh, this nade could have been a game changer had the players of Signify just stayed on that first floor, but as soon as they were able to secure the knock and realize that the last two players from the side of Skulltz were in different building, They knew they had the opportunity to reset. So Signify, they back off. They're going to secure that extra finished. Arto is not coming back in this game. And Skulltz Esports, they also realize this. And the last two individuals, in fact, Zayden and Bijlu, have decided to back off. A brilliant call being made.
Exactly. I mean, Skulltz Esports, it's one of those teams that I've been knowing for being so aggressive inside the lobby. But now this time, they need to pull out of this situation, Johnny, as quick as possible. Because if they don't, well, Signify is going to pounce on top of them once again and eat them alive. It's better if you just let them be in their own territory and let them be the Lions in their own territory. That's what I mean to say. But Signify, the things started off quite well from them. This Molotov tossed inside that window really nicely was able to sort of find that opening, and then Signify, they look like an unstoppable force.
This knock on Alpha was very impressive, and it was all thanks to Bijlu from the other side of the road. Astro tried his level best, but I think the suppressing fire from the side of Skulltz, had that been alternated towards those windows, maybe Signify would be down another player. But look at this, they are also not backing off. The players from the side of Skulltz moved on to the last building, in fact, of Yasnaya towards the northern side of the city, and are now waiting for the players of Signify to present themselves. Tansy has taken a lot of damage. Storm and Friction are still quite healthy though.
Yeah, Skulltz Esports, Bijlu still around the windows, going for a couple of tap shots with that M16A4. And just to let the viewers know, once again, this M16A4 only has two firing modes. That is, one is single tap and the other one's burst. And in burst, you will only be able to shoot 3 bullets at a time. So it's better if you use that weapon in a single tap, so it can also favor you in the longer ranges.
It depends on the distance you're trying to take the fight at. If you are in a point-blank range and the M16 is the only weapon you have to work with, then you're going to have to go put it on burst and just start tapping that trigger as quickly as possible in the hopes of at least connecting a few shots on the head of the opposition. But those moments are rare. I mean, because majority of the times you are going to see that M16 being swapped out for a proper DMR or another AR. And these days, I think it is definitely going to be a DBS that will be lobbed in its place. But that is all talks about the future. For now, we do see the second stage of the game as the wall of death is going to collapse on these players. And let's talk about the big names, specifically Gladiators Necro. They're still on the military base.
Indeed they are. They're going to take their sweet time, Johnny, to rotate out of that military base as well. And I guess makes sense too, right? Considering how the planned flight path was, even Gladiator Esports themselves are not sure if the edge lines are going to be clear or not. So that's why maybe that they're taking their sweet time in waiting for the blue to eat them alive, or at least engulf them. And when they know that, okay, potentially this is where we might be able to find a little bit of safe line, that's when they're going to push up into the main island. But speaking about LOC, Johnny, this team, another one of those teams that hasn't really failed us yet. This team, when it comes to the performance, this team's been up to the mark all the time. LOC, we've seen this team a couple of times in a couple of rounds in the past as well. And all the time, LOC has been surprising us with the amount of game sense they have.
Yeah, and they have been extremely impressive. I mean, again, one of those teams that does like to play under the radar, no flashy plays, no amazing 1v4s or 1v3s. They like to play together, they like to play as a team, and plays like this, they're not going to get you statues built. They're not going to get you articles or highlights made about you, but they will get you those points, they will get you to the podium. And I think that is a good goal to have for these teams.
Yeah. And speak about having a good goal. Look at this.
What?
Already Joker top G. Johnny, the way you yelled in that scenario, it felt like you were the one who got ran over in that situation. Joker top G. Been able to get that elimination just like that. Hyderabad Hydras, now they're definitely going to have a little bit of smirks on top of their faces. That man was so lost in the enemy territories that it was a free elimination point for the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and they claimed it. But Team Tribal Esports in a bit of a trouble now.
Hey man, I'm not gonna lie, I was just completely focused on the map, looking at where the teams were going, and all of a sudden you see this jump scare right here. Neutrino getting run over, look at that.
What? But again, you really sit down and wonder, didn't Neutrino and I hear him approach? Because if he
His
did, he
teammates
should
were
at
watching
least try to
Hyderabad
move
Hydras.
left and right.
That's a feel bad moment right there. But you're gonna have a few of those if you get too distracted. And I think Hyderabad Hydras from at this point, I have a feeling that they might just wipe out Team Tribal Esports entirely. What are your thoughts on that?
It depends, though. I mean, it's really up to Team Tribal Esports if they want to get wiped out of the game or not. If Team Tribal Esports, they're going to try to challenge a fight against HH, then maybe they can.
Yeah.
But if Team Tribal Esports aren't even going to give them peaks anymore, then there's no reason for them to get wiped out. They can't keep on playing safe if they want to in that compound and take their sweet time, wait for the upcoming circles, and then try to make some moves on the board. Speak about making moves on the board. Now, Hindustan Gaming, they've been forced to make moves on the board. Even they need to move inside the circle soon enough, Johnny.
But Hindustan Gaming as... Yeah. It's Gladiators, man. They'll do... Yeah, I did. He did get knocked out just by falling, and I think... it might have been just like an exiting vehicle while it was still at max speed. You never know what could have happened. It's the Gladiators, Necro. You and I both know they will figure out a way to bring him back. They will figure out a way to still be in the top 3. But now that I think about it, I said the same about Blind Esports in the last game.
Yeah.
And they finished with 0 points.
No, I think so. Gladiator Esports, this late game rotation will definitely work out for them. The only reason why they took that late game rotation was because to make sure that the bridge lines are going to be clear. And the main reason as well behind that was the plane flight path. Because in general, the plane flight path was so sudden tilted that they thought maybe there's a potential chance someone might be camping us out on the bridge. So just trying to think of the future, avoiding all the threat possible. That's what Gladiator Esports were trying to do. And now look at that rotation. They've already made it pretty close to the safe zone itself, but then it's actually going to shift away from them all the way on the right side. This is going to be a little bit of a tough zone to adjust to.
It is going to be a tough zone to adjust to for the other teams, but in the case of Gladiators, a team that specializes in late rotation, a team that specializes in breaking through gatekeeping positions, I think this is just perfect. They were hoping for this, and this buys them a lot of time to actually readjust to their strategies. But for the other teams, as you mentioned, Necro, it will be a big challenge, because that eastern side of Yasnaya, that southeastern side of Yasnaya does not have a lot of cover to work with, and getting there early, in theory, getting there early is going to give you the advantage in terms of looking for the best possible option. But as I said, open fields means the opposition will be able to see where you are before they arrive. They're going to scout for information and then look to move in, and if you get spotted, they might just slam into your position, try and put you off. But look at this, AUTOBOTZ and Hindustan Gaming, it seems like, are in a little bit of a race, as Orzi for a few seconds does go after the players of Hindustan Gaming, but instantly realizes that if he goes on the other side of the ridge, he's not coming back, so he turns around and is going to go and join his teammates in the safe haven of theirs.
Yeah. I mean, AUTOBOTZ, speak of them, and at least they've got a decent compound to play around with, but still, they need to make it inside the safe zone. I like the rotation, I like the thinking from AUTOBOTZ Esports, but then look right above the players of AUTOBOTZ Esports. You've got the likes of HG, and HG, they're making a rotation all the way from the northern zone, hugging the blue zones as well. This is quite interesting. Now, once HG, they start to make their presence known inside the upcoming safe zone, that's where the main problems will start to brew up. There's a chance they might collide against LG.
There is an actually high possibility of that happening, but AUTOBOTZ, for now, it felt like they were running between two teams, one of which, well, might just end up wiping them out, but we'll talk about that when that situation actually comes to fruition, ladies and gentlemen. For now, the OR Esports, they were trying to move towards the zone, looking for cover, but standing in their way is Raw Official. And Raw, we know, they have had enough practice in that last match, and in this game, they are not letting anyone through to the other side.
Yeah. OR Esports, as I said, another one of those teams that is a prime example of slipping under the radar. AUTOBOTZ, this could have been so bad for them. That rotation, it seemed quite desperate. But hey, as long as you're going to make it to the mark, that's all that matters. Eyes on the prize from the side of AUTOBOTZ. Shots taken in the return as well by OR, but even they make it out safe and sound. Now the position the players of OR have got, yeah, they're trying to make sure that they're going to have a bit of a high ground to play around with, but still, the backlines are not clear. AUTOBOTZ, they have the chance to rain down death and destruction.
Oh, but before these teams even think of a fight, the stage 4 zone is actually another hardship from OR's position. We saw the distance go up to 500 meters, so I want to see exactly which direction the circle is moved in, and I believe we will have the map with us in a few short moments. But for now, though, we shift focus, ladies and gentlemen, to the lads of Signify, who were part of the early action, lost 2 players, but secured 2 finishes in the process, and are now looking to just play a safe game, looking to play for survival until there are, I believe, just 5 to 6 teams remaining. Then they will have an opportunity to move ahead and secure all those points. But AUTOBOTZ, having started things off against the players of OR, completely forget about them in the next few seconds, as Admino, before getting taken out, made sure that the lads of AUTOBOTZ were extremely low, and as soon as the fight begins, even quicker, OR is there to put a full stop to it, wiping out all 4 AUTOBOTZ in a single go.
Yeah, this is what I call you blink it and you miss it. And then somewhere else on the map as well, it's going to be the players of LOC trying to put a full stop on the run, on the fairy tale of LG. Even they get wiped out from the game. Lucknow Giants to follow up the fray just like that. So many eliminations happening within a blink of an eye, and this is where now the battlegrounds are starting to heat up once again. LOC, soon enough, even they will get challenged by another team that's in the back lines. Raw Official too, having a little bit of safe grounds to play around with, but the problem is they need to move inside the safe ground, and that's where problems will start to erupt once again. LOC is going to be the team that will need to try and breach up against. For Raw Official, it will indeed be a tough task.
It is going to be a tough task, but Raw Official, they are not one of those teams that back off from anything. And look at them swing wide, rotating from the northern side, moving towards the eastern edge of the zone. Still, all 4 of them are there, and this is a massive risk, as we see Abhi and Paritosh actually make the entire rotation on a motorbike. These players are being shot at. A lot of teams emptying out clips after clips upon them. But over here, what do we have over here? Growing strong against the players of Gladiators. And Gladiators, they are down on their knees. Delta is the only player left standing and growing strong. Well, they are getting those revives in the back in the fuel station, in the gas station.
Well, at least it's a 2-on-2 scenario, and Delta is going to go for the same thing as well. Resurrection back onto Destro. Destro should be back in full power once again. But Gladiator Esports, they need a breach inside the circle, and same thing can be said for the likes of Growing Strong. Growing Strong, though, considering they're taking a bit too much damage onto themselves, this is where the problems are really starting to erupt, Johnny. And now even the Wall of Death gonna be engulfing them. It's going to be so tough for Growing Strong to try and make it out alive from this entire scenario, and Gladiator Esports now just in a massive upper hand.
You don't grow strong in the blue zone. You, in fact, just get weaker and weaker, and that is what is happening to this team. Gladiator Esports, their objective was to secure those finishes, but they're going to be happy with the fact that they have managed to delay these 2 individuals inside of the blue. And as soon as even they think about moving inside the zone, they are getting shot at, but the trades do come in. But all thanks to the blue zone, Gladiators secure those eliminations, but before they have an opportunity to celebrate from the distance, it is going to be Ultron from the side of Hyderabad Hydras who picks up the Gladiators and picks up their points.
Yeah, he's here to get those pieces of candies wrapped up in his hands, and that's what they're doing. Hyderabad Hydras, they've got one of the most prime compounds in the late game scenarios, and looking pretty strong in that place. And considering they know there's going to be soon enough a lot of competition arriving right next to him, and one of those is actually BR2. They've already made an entrance inside the safe zone. At least one of the players from that team's already made it in. And now they're going to try to play on the edge lines. And Johnny, if you remember, I've been mentioning this over and over again. If you are one of these teams that is surviving in the late game scenarios, it does not make sense for you to be in the smack center, because at this point in time, you will only be the center of attraction.
Exactly. This late in the game, the circle is like a target, and the center is always going to be the bullseye. But Hyderabad Hydras, their attention and their target right now are going to be the players of Blood Bros, who are pretty exposed right in front of Hyderabad Hydras. And look at that, the vehicle slam does make sure that Blood Bros Esports is going to be inside that shack, but it's not even going to matter. One after the other, the players are getting knocked out left, right, and center, and the nades also come in from the lads of SG. 7 OP is the man lobbing the utility upon the players of Blood Rose. Pasha OP is the last man remaining, as his teammates just are going to be wiped and mixed with the dust all around him. Ultron, he's way too close for comfort, and I think at this point the fate of Blood Rose Esports is pretty much sealed.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras, they keep on applying that pressure over and over again with those utilities, with everything they've got available. They're unloading the mags back and forth against the players of Blood Rose Esports, and now it's all down to Pasha, the last glimmer of hope alive. Hyderabad Hydras themselves, too, catching a little bit of hurt. And look at this, one man alive from Hindustan Gaming, leader 25. This man's Commando trying to make it inside the safe zone once again, but Raw Official once again, even this team in the receiving end, as OP's being knocked out, but Paritosh and Ronak, these two guys, they've got a massive hurdle to overcome, and once again, they actually end up finding themselves in the enemy lines, but eventually, they wipe out the existence of that enemy.
I mean, they do end up securing that 1 point, but that move was an overkill from the side of Raw, and the end result is the fact that 2 of their players have been picked off in a position where they just went after one individual, completely ignoring their surroundings. It is going to be a detrimental result for the side of Raw, but let's see how far will that take them in the overall rankings. This game, Necro, I have a feeling it is going to be a game secured by Hyderabad Hydras.
That's what it seems like, Johnny. But still, the next circle, though, this is where the concerns really start to build up, Johnny. Because Hyderabad Hydras, they're on the edges of this circle. And this is where the problems will start to knock the doors of Hyderabad Hydras. They've got 2 options. Either straight up take their vehicles and ram it against the players of Signify. That can give them a really big advantage, considering Signify is in a really good spot inside the circle. But then, hearing all that commotion, maybe third parties can be attracted as well.
Well, instead of third parties, for now, Pasha OP from the side of Blood Rose Esports has attracted all the attention to the team from the team that was holding the high ground. And inside the shack, SG7, he's going to finish what he started a few moments ago. And he is going to make sure that none of the players from the side of Blood Rose Esports are going to stay alive in this game. But ladies and gentlemen, the end result of that entire fiasco is that we are down to the top 5 teams, 17 players of this match. And as LOC try to make an approach towards the compounds of Marcos Gaming is going to ask them a very difficult question. Why? Why are you coming towards us?
But LOC, they're getting picked off. Even Marcos Gaming, they've lost one of their own. So problems are, for now, at least on both the sides. But that name from Marcos Gaming, it's going to be tossed down to perfection. Hyderabad Hydras as well, they're starting to make it hurt against the opponents. That perfect spray blew up the vehicles, and the players behind the vehicles got blown up as well. And now Spy is in the close lines behind that little cover that he's found. Under a lot of fire, but still, OG is trying to be his best to keep himself alive in that scenario. Now every single player from the side of Hyderabad Hydras is going to try to make that push happen, and as soon as they will pounce on top of this last man, they will get a decent control inside the circle once again.
They do end up securing this position and stealing it away from the opposition, but will this be enough to win them the chicken dinner? It will be an uphill battle for them, as Marcos Gaming has the exact location. Hyderabad Hydra, they need to be careful, but ladies and gentlemen, while for the last few minutes we have been focused on these 2 teams in particular, look at the radar. Signify is still there. Tenacity and Storm are still there. And if Hyderabad Hydras and Marcos Gaming ignore the fact that apart from them, there are 2 more individuals, which by the way, they don't really know, because until now, Signify Esports did not take any shots on the opposition, but now they are being a part of the action, and this is going to be an opening knock secured by Storm, but the moment he gets the knock, he's also going to be on his knees. And Signify, I was hoping that there would be a possibility for them to win this game, but now that is gone completely.
Hey, Johnny, not just that. Tansey's only got 24 bullets in his Groza. He's got no spare ammo. Last 24 bullets to make sure anything can happen, or at least to try and secure a knockout. And Vexy, too. Even this man, seems like his man's got no bullets onto that M4 as well. So Marcos Gaming, all the teams in general inside the final few moments of the game, they're currently in a massive world of trouble. Marcos Gaming still at least having that circle favoring them somewhere down the line, so they can try to move up a little bit more to get the better off that circle. Same thing Signify can try to pull off as well. Going for their resurrection on a Storm. Tensy's going to be able to do that successfully. Signify back up on their feet with a two-man squad.
Oh, but Marcos Gaming, I think they've realized that as long as Signify is there, it's going to be too much trouble for them to actually deal with the players of Hyderabad Hydras, a team that they are looking to finish off. Sayyam has managed to hold this position for so long, all alone, and all he has been doing is just constant suppressing fire on the players of Hyderabad Hydras. But Syed, he tried to move inside the zone, he tried to gain access to it, but it was denied in the end by the players of Marcos Gaming. Syed knocked out by SprayGod, who was looking to secure the finish, but the job will be completed by Sayyam. His own teammate, the nade looks quite good, but Storm, I think he should be able to survive.
Yeah, Signify. And as we all know, Storm is still over there. Here we go. Tansy finally breaking out against the opponents. Hyderabad Hydras, the last man knows it's next to impossible to survive at this point in time. Storm, he gets burnt to life. The floor's lava around the players to Signify. Now every single player from this side of Marcos Gaming, they're going to start to make the moves against these underdogs. And it's the last man alive from the side of Signify to try and pull anything off. Tansy has got the UMP-45 in his hands, an SMG that can give him an advantage in the close range. But Humanoid does have a chance to play the spoiler. Tansy's position compromised, almost could have been ran over as well. But in the end, it's going to be the players of Marcos Gaming to come out on top and secure that chicken dinner in the last game of the day.
Even in the previous match, they were very impressive, but due to the lack of numbers, they weren't really able to secure the win and make it theirs. That job is going to be completed by Marcos Gaming in this game. 15 points for the chicken dinner are going to be there, and at no point in that final fight did it feel like things were not in their control. Sayyam did a pretty phenomenal job gatekeeping the players of Hyderabad Hydras, denying them access, and I think Signify, had they held back a few more seconds, maybe Marcos could have overcommitted on Hyderabad Hydras and Signify could have taken advantage of that entire fiasco, but I think just a little too over-eager resulted in them getting eliminated before Hyderabad Hydras.
Exactly. But in general, Johnny, that previous game was just so interesting. It felt like that game was action-packed off the bat. Even inside Pachinki, we saw a little fight erupt. Even that somewhere else on the map, we saw so many fights happen in general. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys all know, it's time for us to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं, साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने। सेंटर स्लैम। स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो। शक्ति
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that amazing last game of Erangel, where we saw Marcos Gaming finally take the opportunity in their hands and also secure that chicken dinner. And I feel like that was such a long-awaited chicken dinner from a team like Marcos Gaming. And also another fact I would like to add on to this is that finally a T1 team, finally a known team is starting to make the presence inside the BGIS The Grind.
Man, you just discounted whatever blind esports had done so far in the day. But yeah, that is true. I mean, Marcos Gaming, we were waiting for these big numbers to show up from their side, and they finally delivered. And it's not just them. I mean, there were expectations from the side of Hyderabad Hydras as well. And while there hasn't been a chicken dinner finish, at least they are making sure that their rankings are getting better and better with every single game they play.
Exactly. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras is like one of those teams that is actually focusing on consistency. I don't think so they even care about winning the game or not, because even in the previous game that I was casting and looking at them, it felt like Hyderabad Hydras, they try to position themselves in somewhere in a good spot in the upcoming circles. And when they actually know that they are in a really good spot inside a compound where they are sort of holding the edge lines or either in the smack center, that's where they really start taking all the fights. And mostly all those fights are just long range fights where they're just taking a lot of shots against the opponents with the compound they're holding.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys also have a shot at winning some exciting rewards in Road to Valor, as a new Indian garden is going to be introduced inside of the game. And along with that, there's a contest running on Road to Valor's social media page. So head on there. There is a competition, Guess the Guardian. And if you guys are lucky and guess the Guardian correctly, also do make sure that while applying for the contest, you are entering your game IDs as well. Otherwise, how are the developers going to figure out where to send your rewards? So if you guys apply correctly and are lucky enough to be selected for the rewards, you're going to get a lot of exciting things in the game. But talking about exciting things, let's have a look at the highlights of the previous match.
Ooh, and speaking about the highlights, as I mentioned, inside the Pachinki area, I mean, things started to heat up in quite an interesting fashion. Molotov tossed out as well. Signify in general, I'm loving this step up from their side. Let's be honest, Shawnee, when we saw Signify for the first time inside the round one, it felt like definitely, as usual, like all the other underdog teams, this team was lacking some stuff. But now it feels like they have sort of mastered the art of utilizing the utilities as well. And Signify was actually making it on to the late game scenario too.
This is one of those fights that had me confused the entire time as to what was going on between Growing Strong and Gladiators, because the back and forth was there, but then for some reason Growing Strong just decided to give a little bit more breathing room to the players from the side of Gladiator Esports. And every single moment you give Gladiator Esports an opportunity to reset, they take it in a way that, all right, they want us to wipe them out, they want us to finish them off, and they will make sure that the job is done in the end.
Exactly. And then you take a look at Hyderabad Hydras. As I mentioned, this team had a solid cover to play around with. In the end, they really needed to move out of this spot. Mainly it's because the safe zone wasn't really favoring it. And they realized, okay, we've already almost wiped out the likes of the opponent team. We can try to push on to that. And that's what they did, taking control of this entire spot. But then later on, they were not really able to survive between the sandwich that occurred. Signify and Marcos Gaming, both of them ate them alive.
And it was an interesting move from the side of Hyderabad Hydras as well. As you mentioned, Signify and Marcos Gaming present in the end. I'm a little bit more impressed with Signify, in fact, because they lost one of their players as soon as the game started, but still with 3 individuals making it into the top 3, that was an impressive run from those lads. And they did not just survive to be in the top 3. They fought their way inside there. Unfortunately for them, 2 of the teams they were up against were Marcos Gaming and Hyderabad Hydras. And there's one thing I want to talk about. We saw this in the highlights as well. The rock that 2 individuals from the side of Hyderabad Hydras were hiding behind, them being pinned behind that rock by Siam for like a good 60-70 seconds, I believe it was what was the final nail in the coffin. It wasn't the last player going down to the blue. It was the fact that players weren't even allowed to move an inch for at least like half the fight.
I mean, the last man of Hyderabad Hydras, he knew if he's going to peek out right now, maybe his team's gonna get wiped out in the 3rd spot. So it's better for me to try and go for a little bit of more Met strat and maybe hope that the team that is on the 2nd spot, which was the players to Signify, they will get wiped out a little bit before. He tried to go for the first dates, but in the end, of course, it didn't work out. Signify, they managed to get the 2nd spot. And to be honest, even with how Signify has been able to perform inside the lobbies, things are definitely looking a little shaky, but this sort of a performance is always going to be like that lifeline giver, right? It's always going to pump a lot of adrenaline inside yourself to bring that competition once again back up in the overall standings. And also, this might be a little bit of catapult from the side of Signify too.
Yeah, it can definitely push them quite high up in the rankings, but I mean, we are already towards the end of the day, so we will get to witness the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments. Do not worry about that, but I think that is what me and Necro we're actually looking forward to now, because we can't do maths, we can't do numbers, we're not that great. Although, I mean, as you were talking about Signify, I want to ask you this. Apart from them, which was that one underdog team, one newcomer that you actually expected to pop off from this game, but they actually did not?
LOC. I would straight up say underdog, LOC. This is one of those teams I feel like, Johnny, that has showcased so much more potential, so many promises in the past, but I don't know what exactly went wrong. And to be honest, I would not like to blame LOC over here for how they got wiped out inside the game as well in general, because so many of the teams were just getting wiped out left, right, and center. Within a blink of an eye, we saw so many teams getting wiped out, like 4 or 5 teams off the bat right there. So even LOC, they sort of found themselves in a really tricky spot. And if you remember during the casting as well, I mentioned this. Now, this is going to be a circle, which will be quite tough to adapt to. And that's what happened. Yeah. A lot of teams were not able to adapt on the fly. A lot of teams just cracked under that pressure.
I mean, it was an open zone after all, not a lot of cover to work with. You try bringing in vehicles, those vehicles are going to be blown up. And if you are in those vehicles while they blow up, you're going to be taken down with them. And that is something that does become quite an interesting position for these teams in open positions, because you need those vehicles to make cover for yourself. I mean, we saw the team that Hyderabad Hydras were able to take down. After that entire fight came to an end, there were like 3 cars parked, all set up for Hyderabad Hydras. And I think that was their intention in that final fight, to play with that cover, to try and use that as an advantage, pick off a few individuals from the side of Marcos and gain the edge. Did not happen, and the result was quite clear. But along with them, I think I'm a bit let down by OR Esports from this particular game, because I actually expected OR to pop off, but that did not really happen.
Once again, I just feel like it's these lobbies, Johnny. And OR Esports, considering if you are going to be playing a little bit safe and a defensive play style inside these type of lobbies where you don't even know the playing patterns of these underdog teams, then playing that defensive play style gets really tough, because defensive play style really realizes or just completely retaliates on a lot of research that can be done before the game, a lot of analysis to find a great rotation inside the circles. So for that, you will need to know how a team rotates from, how the rotation pathway is going to look like. You need to know their drop location as well. But considering when you're going to be facing these underdog teams, it's really tough to know all this information beforehand.
Yeah, you have no information beforehand. But on the other side, these underdogs, they have all the info, because I mean, team like Hyderabad Hydras, who have been in the scene for a while now, I can just Google their name and videos are going to start to pop up of their previous matches. You can study their patterns, you can study the information about these individuals and come up with game plans. But as you so clearly mentioned, Marcos Gaming, Hyderabad Hydras, they can't prep for Signify as well, because like the material required to come up with plans is not really going to be there, and that element of surprise is working out brilliantly for all of these underdogs. The teams that do have the capability to take the fight, go toe to toe with these tier ones, these pro teams, are doing so and are doing so in a brilliant manner. But as we have the top 5 players, Necro, there's just one new name in this list, and that is Stancy.
And Johnny, one more amazing factor that I would like to add on over here is that a lot of these unknown teams, a lot of these underdogs that are actually able to perform really good as well. Imagine if they get the T1 treatment. Imagine if they get a proper boot camp, a proper device to play on. Imagine if they get a really good coach that's going to give them the strategies, a really good analyst that's going to tell them what to do, how to do. Imagine the overall caliber these players can try and showcase inside the lobby.
I do agree with that, and I think it is going to be extremely impressive to see what the end result of a situation like that can be. But that all can change in BGIS. I mean, Necro, let's not forget, 2 crore rupees in prize money. You can get a boot camp in that, you can get a coach, you can get whatever you want. But look at this, LOC, while they might not have survived for a long time in this match, they did secure 13 eliminations. So does that make you happy now, Necro?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I did see LOC, they were sort of on the edges of the circles as well. And LOC themselves were able to wipe out a few teams themselves in general. But you can take a look at the placement points. They've only got 6 placement points in that previous game. And that's why I was like, okay, LOC could have actually done better. But once again, in general, it was just so much chaos where the players of LOC was positioned in the first place. So it was really tough to get out of from that spot. Now, the second page in itself should be a massive example of how tough that previous game was. Even AUTOBOTZ, they got eliminated off the bat. A team that actually won that previous game. Skulltz Esports too got wiped out off the bat. Skulltz Esports, in my opinion, this is one of those teams that has got a really strong firepower.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of big names in the second page of this ranking, but the time has finally come, ladies and gentlemen, where we will have the overall rankings at the end of day 2 of round 3 in front of us. And Blind Esports, while their lead is being challenged, I wonder how long will it take for them tomorrow to actually just push themselves further up in the run. Well, they can't go any further, but increase the difference between them and Kevin Esports, who are second on the overall rankings for now. Although in the list of top 8, Necro, we have 3 undergod teams. Asla Esports on the 4th, Growing Strong on the 6th, and Acid Esports on the 7th. And Acid, I think special props to this team. They were incredible today.
I mean, to be honest, in general, all the teams that are in the first place or first page, it really feels like they've sort of deserved all those spots. And to be honest, it feels great to see even teams like Team Soul, Kevin Esports, Blind Esports, all these 3 teams are known teams, right? Known teams deserving the spot they want. And then on the second page, this is where you will see these underdogs sort of making that presence. LOC Esports, Marcos Gaming after that chicken dinner, of course, the massive catapults came in forward, and that boosted them to that 12th spot in the overall standings. But still, let you guys know that from the 3rd page, the overall standings are way too fragile. One single mistake inside the games, and your position can be capitalized.
Yeah, and I mean, the differences are, well, the difference is there between the teams in the 9th, the 10th, 11th, 12th position, and then there's Redemption Crew with 37 points on the 14th spot. Team Mayavi, I think that is that one team that I want to look forward to, them and LOC Esports, because these 2 teams are just being way too aggressive. And I mean, if they can keep up this pace of their matches, I think they're going to go a long way and they're going to have a brilliant future ahead of them. But if they fail, then they might have trouble readjusting in the future days. But moving on to page number 3, we have 7 Hill Esports, AUTOBOTZ on the 18th, VST on the 19th. CS Esports is another one of my favorite teams. I'm enjoying their performances, but still hoping to see the massive pop-off that was there in round 2 in this round as well. Signify, they might not have had a great day, but they were consistent today. Look at those 22 placement points, just 7 finishes.
Yeah, truly. I mean, take a look at X7 officials too. Today we saw them perform. Yeah, they were able to showcase quite a decent performance as well. And I would like to go back to that Team Mayavi conversation that we're having, right? Today we did not see Blacks play inside the fray. He was not really inside the playing floor today from Team Mayavi. So hopefully in the future days, I really want to see that man back inside the competition, because I feel like Blacks in general just has so much to add on to.
I do agree with that. I mean, even before we actually saw this team perform, we were doing our own research, and this name, Team Mayavi Blacks, just kept coming up and up every single time we were talking about these individuals. And he is quite a key, integral part of the team. But even today, I mean, Team Mayavi, they're just focused on their play style. I think they are confident in their skill, and especially, I mean, the man the team is named after, he only cares about one thing. He cares about his players and how well they are doing in terms of their fragging potential inside of the game. He wants to make sure these players are not afraid of going toe-to-toe, going head-to-head against anyone. But talking about a few unpleasant surprises of the day, I think was the downfall of WSB Gaming. They did not really pop off today at all. In fact, the few games they had were kind of filled with a lot of blunders. Same goes for No Rule Extreme, in fact. But moving on to the 6th page of the rankings, 41 to 48. Big Brother Esports, Velocity Gaming. This is way too low for them. But to be fair, they've only had 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, yeah, they've only played 2 games so far, so still a lot of strong statements cannot be made. And to be honest, only in 2 games, still able to make yourself known in that 46th and 45th position. That is quite good. Maybe in the upcoming few games, 2 more games, they probably will be able to situate themselves somewhere higher up in the overall standings. But to be honest, Johnny, Revenant Esports, Revenge Esports. I mean, for Revenant, at this point in time, I understand this team's sort of going through a massive phase where they're just not able to perform. But then Revenge Esports, I had a lot of expectations from them, but so far they've played 4 games. They're not really able to showcase that true caliber.
And I do agree with that. I think there is definitely a lot of potential in Revenge, but I think they're just waiting to see if someone is going to target them. Maybe they are going to live up to their name, get their revenge, and then have a big game. But as we do head towards the last few pages of the rankings, I think on this page in particular, it's Godsreign who are surprisingly extremely low with 3 matches already played by them and only 9 points secured. That is 3 points per game. It's a very bad average to have. I'm going to be honest about it. And something we never expect from Godsreign. But also, 2 sides to every coin. It's Godsreign. You never know what they're going to be up to. But look who is on that last position. 64.
Godlike.
Team Godlike.
Yeah, even this team, another one of those known teams that is not really having that good of a time for themselves. Same Metal Esports, same with G Phoenix, Orangutan as well. And it just really makes me sit down and wonder what went wrong with all these known teams. Because just a while ago, just a couple of years ago, these teams were one of the most known teams inside the lobby. These teams were just dominating the entire competitive scene. And now you take a look at them once again, a massive downfall.
It's not just the known teams. I mean, yes, Orangutan's performance was not that great. 3 matches played, just 5 points. Team Godlike, 2 matches played, 1 point secure. But look at the undergods that are here as well. The newer teams, the teams that have had a tough journey throughout their careers of BGIS. But XNOR, again, the round 2 run that they had, I have no idea what was going on then, what is going on now. This drastic of a difference in performance is something that the team does need to discuss, because XNOR in round 2 were just perfection. And now it seems like they've just joined Team Godlike and OR and whatever these 2 well-known teams are up to. Which
Exactly.
is,
And
I don't know. Yeah.
no, in general, that's a really good conversation that you brought up, right, about XNOR, because this team showcased so much potential, so much caliber inside the round 2 itself. And then in round 3, this massive dip in the performance. As I said, right, some of these teams do need a little bit more time, maybe inside the round 3. And maybe some teams in general, they probably know that, okay, it's okay, we've already qualified inside the BGIs. And because of that complacent nature, these teams are sort of taking the competition a little bit light. But once again, all we're doing is just sitting down and making assumptions and just seeing and just telling you guys what we can see on the screen, just like you guys.
Exactly. We won't find out exactly what's happening until we actually have a conversation with the players, because what happens in the game can only be known by the 4 individuals that are part of that team. Along with that, I mean, it is important to point out that, ladies and gentlemen, today marks the halfway marker of round 3 of BGIS, the grind, and tomorrow will be the last 2 days of this particular week, after which we will have the 32 names that will move forward to round 3 of the BGIS, and the 32 names that will be moving forward to round 2 of BGIS. But so far, I mean, I have to say, and I think the viewers are going to be with us on this, Necro, the expectations that we have from the big names aren't really being met. Tomorrow, will all of this change?
Big question, indeed, Johnny, and I feel like only the future can speak for itself. Yeah, there are some future tellers, some fortune tellers, but I feel like over here on the desk, we've got none of that. But yeah, for us, only the future will speak for itself. But to be honest, the known teams as well that are actually doing pretty phenomenal inside the lobby, Soul, Kemen Esports, they're doing pretty good. They're on the first page.
Yeah.
Now even Marcus Gaming slowly and steadily, even they're starting to make that climb on the first page. So some of the known teams, they're able to make the mark on the occasion, but most of the known teams, they're still on the bottom page. Now, once again, only the time will be able to tell, but so far, Johnny, competition inside day 2 was phenomenal. As you mentioned, in general, the entire round 3 has came to an end to its 50% though. Still 2 more days remain. That means day 3 is going to be even more intense.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned before, this does bring us to an end of the broadcast today. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the broadcast today. We'll be back again tomorrow. And just in case you missed out on any of the information, overall rankings, the points, you can follow Krafton India Official on their social handle. All information will be available there. But it has been an incredible day so far. I mean, we saw the incredible performance from Raw. We saw Signify have good games back to back. But we'll be back again tomorrow at the same time on Krafton's YouTube and on Geo Cinema. This is Super John joined by Necro. Until tomorrow, take care. Good night.